Yeah, we should be live right now. Let me check my shit.
I know we were live, but honestly, Par was spitting. So
yeah, Par was going in.
Yeah, no. Keep on at it. Yeah, no, keep on at it, yo.
Yeah.
Keep on at it.
I mean, all right. I didn't know we were like, my bad. But the main thing is like, yo, King, remember? I mean, I gotta say Cole now, but because Recon's here. But when the sapling,
we have 2 kids. Yeah, it's great. Oh shit,
the sapling thing. Come on, that shit's real.
Yeah, no, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Now I think that now people realize like, yo, like. Because if it happened to any other character, this wouldn't necessarily matter. It happened to fucking Kid. Yeah. If it happened to like, someone like Capone, or if this happened to like Just Killer, or if this happened, let's say, I don't know, Hawkins or Drake, no one gives a shit.
No, but because it's Kid, there's so many Kid meat writers that this really stung them. It's like this hurt them to the core.
Yes, absolutely.
To the core. Yeah. And that's probably what's so satisfying about it.
It's
very satisfying.
But he keeps trying the wrong people. Like he's not putting himself in the right position to succeed.
Constantly unlucky.
Yonko to Yonko and just getting bodied.
Yeah, bro. Every time, constantly unlucky. And I think that's how he's supposed to be written. He's supposed to be like written as like the Luffy that just couldn't get shit done. Like the Luffy, like the failure of like that's how Kid is. He's supposed to fail.
If Oda's going off how the real Captain Kidd was the unluckiest pirate to ever exist.
Right. And now we're seeing it. We're like, he's done. Honestly, if Kid is dead, I'm cool with that. I'm super cool with that. If Kid is actually dead, I'm A-okay with that. Like,
you want him to be straight up deceased.
Done. Done.
I mean, I see him coming back, but
I don't know.
Me too.
Interesting.
Me too.
The way I see it right now is like, Aramaki and Kid, they were just like Vergo was saying, unlucky. It's not. I don't think we should take it as like a knock personally on Kid, because literally 99.99% of the verse would have the exact same thing happen.
No question.
Against Shanks, right? Shanks was angry, right? Like if anybody was gonna put a finger on his friends, right? We learned from chapter 1, they're dead, right? 100%. Like, so I think more than anything, this showed like like what I was mentioned before, that the last saga is gonna make everything prior feel like child's play. It's going to feel like that for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Oda wasn't playing with that Jump Festa message earlier this year with the Battle Royale stuff, where a bunch of different battles are going to be taking place at once. They're all going to be important.
That's pretty accurate.
And that's what we're seeing,
And like the great part too is that like this is like just like the beginning of the final saga. So it's like we kind of understand that like there's so many more things to come that are just be even crazier. Like we already have Garp pulling up with like a few good men trying to save Kobe. Blackbeard could be coming even though I don't think it's him, he could be coming right now to Egghead Island. Law could, maybe he's already dead, maybe he's still going at it with Blackbeard. Then you always like the cross skill, you never know when these cats are gonna slide on in and do some like mad lat. And it's like, hold up now. Like you never know. Like right now it's so chaotic. Now you have the Gorosei playing for like the first time.
Yeah.
It's like fuck, man. Like maybe it could get to the point where we genuinely have like a Gorosei event that a Gorosei gets clapped, or at least like Luffy punches a Gorosei. The world's in chaos. Dragon finally does fucking something at the same time. Then you have the cross skill do X in the corner, trying to hunt down these Marines. Mihawk is doing some crazy activity with the crocodile. There's so many things Oda could do right now. It's just insane.
And this is what I love. This is what I love about the series. This is what I'm not saying that I lost my love, but it's like a heightened reinvigoration of like what's going on here, because when you don't know what's about to happen next, that's when One Piece is at its best.
That's right.
Unfortunately, during the leading up to Wano, we had a lot of arcs where we all had a clear destination. We all knew we were trying to get to Wano. We had things we had to do, and we were eventually going to face off against Kaido. Not knowing where our next stop is or where we're going to go, I think is absolutely exciting.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. And the fact that we got the narrator in 2 straight chapters is Oda letting us know that like what's about to take place is going to be very consequential for the rest of the story.
He's real. He's here. Yeah,
it's crazy.
The narrator just seals the deal.
Yeah,
like the Kid pirates destroyed. Oh my god! I mean, like Kid is basically like Moria 2.0 now. Like he's gonna be all depressed and shit. Like I lost a fucking crew. Don't go to the New World, kids. You're gonna get fucked up. He's gonna be that old if he's still alive. If he's still alive. Like yo, that's just.
Honestly, like there's two things I want to add to what you guys are saying. One, if Kid ends up the way of Bellamy and he he ends up like changing careers, then he has to be, because Bellamy is now he makes pirate flags for other pirates, which is ironic given how he started, right? Because he was literally like basically a bounty hunter, like he would poach like and kill people's dreams, and now he's helping people like put their dreams on a flag and like, yeah, you do it, right? So ironic, right? I feel like Kid, one thing that I've always thought about his power was that he could have been Moria. So if you remember Moria was like the filter that the Gorosei put before the new world, so that all the pirates would get funneled in and then they get filtered and then they die to Moria or become zombies. And Kid, he has the magnet power, right? So he could bring everybody's log post to him. And I've always thought that was like, damn, he needs to do that. But now if his dream changes and he's like Bellamy, I could see him like look at someone's log post like, don't go that way, buddy, go the other way. And then he readjusts their log
That's
post.
Interesting. I never thought about it that way.
Interesting. I never thought about that.
I never thought about that either. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so more. So he's the new gatekeeper for the new world, essentially.
Yeah, and the Shanks part with like the narrator parallel to Saba Odi, I think is super important because what happened with Rayleigh was Rayleigh showed us what we still are learning about what Rayleigh did. For example, when he took off the collar off of Kami, that only got figured out by Luffy last arc, right?
Yeah.
And there's a few other things in there that we don't really understand.
You could argue it was like a bit of retconning on Oda's part to kind of like retroactively go back, and then we actually see like the aura of the Haki, because at that point in time, Haki was like, I mean, it still is kind of like loose in terms of like how Oda structures it, but it kind of feels like it was a good time to kind of revisit that moment because it was relative to what like Luffy was doing now, like actually learning the Rio stuff.
Speaking of that moment, it made me think about how back then, the people that can even see as far into the future. And before, back then, people thought he was talking about Katakuri. He was talking about Shanks, baby.
Yeah.
Bro, that was crazy.
Dude, he watched the whole movie play out before him when Kid was going to fire that Spartan laser, bro.
That was crazy.
The whole movie
that was
play out.
And then once again, showing the importance of how good that ability is.
Right.
It's like, once again, Katakuri getting that love retroactively through, hey, someone like Shanks. Someone like Shanks. I had to see all this shit. Yeah, Jay's here too. We here.
What's good, Jay?
What's up, yo? What's up?
It's like, now we here. Oh my God, I hit this fucking line across.
The other part of the cool brothers here.
Oh God. Jay has his morning voice. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
Wait, it's almost 4.
3 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, man. All right, that's just.
I bet.
Somebody was getting some cheeks last night.
Settle down.
Thursday night.
That's crazy, nigga.
Yo, Saint J.
I know how you build, brother.
What's up, brother Jay? Archer's maybe Saint J now is the right way to say it, yo.
It is definitely Saint J now. It is lovely. I feel great for various reasons. I mean, Kid is trash, so I'm happy about that. We don't gotta further that one, but today I will give Shanks his love because in my reaction, I literally didn't even think about what Shanks did. I was too worried about Kid losing. So bro, now's the time to talk about Shanks and see what y'all really think. And I think the future sight thing that you mentioned was very important because I think a lot of people don't understand how broken that ability is. It's not only Luffy has found a way past it, and Kaido had future sight, right? So it's it seems like the only way to counter future sight is to have your own future sight, right? Yeah. So fighters that have that skill, they're just in a tier of their own. I think we just need to all acknowledge that, right? Are we here now?
Yes, I think we're here. I think that kind of validates Katakuri's whole being. In terms of that ability, how Kaido needed future to even dodge Snake Man when he was in hybrid form, right? Yeah. But then I think that maybe they're right about the whole movie thing where Oda confirms that he has the ability to actually kill someone's presence sensing Haki with the Conqueror's Haki potentially. You can do that maybe. So you can't see Shanks' future. Imagine that shit. You can't see Shanks' future, but he can see your whole fucking future movie and then shut that shit down. That's radical if that's the case. This nigga is broken, dude.
Yeah. And in this chapter, we saw that he has the speed to get from one area to the other before you even do anything about it.
That was 2003 Hulk. He just jumped.
Legit.
Yeah,
legit.
bro. like moving light speed, but like not. It's even beyond that. Like it almost. I had to check back in the chapter because I was like, did he teleport or did he actually like jump? And Oda made him jump, but he also like I don't think I've seen this in One Piece where it's like. He didn't even draw him jumping. He drew him like as a napkin. Like it didn't even look like a person.
Bro, he moved so quickly. Like he he was on the ship. He was on the ship, and then one panel, he's like, unexpected. Boom, he's already in the air. What the fuck just happened, dude? Where were you?
It's like when he showed up in Marineford and he showed up, and then his ship is all the way back there, still coming in. Right? It's like now we have an answer for that, where he's able to jump or teleport or whatever.
Rayleigh's like, you saw a hell of a future, didn't you?
Yeah,
and he's
used to it.
You mean Beckman?
He's used to it.
I'm gonna say Ray. I'm sorry, I meant to say Beckman.
Beckman.
Yeah, and he was smiling, which was even crazier because Shanks was all like stressed.
What if Beck saw it too, though?
No, but if Ben saw the future, like the thing is, like a future sight's so interesting still because like the moment with Katakuri and Sanji still like we don't Sanji future sight that kind of thing, right? But it's like. How do you disrupt someone's future sight, right? With Shanks, it's like canceling, and that's really cool because of Mihawk, right? Mihawk is known to like his epithet and his prior epithet that Oda wanted to do was like clairvoyant, and we feel like observation hockey is his main thing. So Shanks being observation hockey killer is really cool because then what that tells me is one, Oda didn't even show that here, which this is like the introduction of powers. We're gonna get to like the observation hockey killer, but then also the other things that were in volume 4 billion in the movie, which is the flame sword, for example. But on top of that, it's like now you have to think, what do the other characters that are also in Shanks's boat, meaning like characters that Oda purposely have hidden from our view all this time? And the one that I think, since Jay's here, I think Blackbeard gets like a W from this because like I think when Shanks was saying, you know, oh, I had my guard up, right? That to me says that like, oh, he had his observation hockey on. He could see the future. But for some reason, Blackbeard just
I'm not too sure that's the case.
I think it is, and I hear gospel and great agenda at the same time.
I mean, look, like that could be the case here, but then at the same time, it's like he was kind of like, oh, like look at Luffy's hockey, it got better in the pre-time skip, but then he got caught by Luffy with a jet pistol. So I'm not too sure if like, you know, like I'm not sure if like he's that. I think that more so it's about like. I mean, I think it's more so like the idea that like Blackbeard is someone that's like so dirty, so like he has no moral base. That he's willing to actually break the codes and codes that normally no pirate breaks. He broke a code of some kind to get that hit on Shanks that kind of caught Shanks off guard. Like what, for example, let's say what Shanks and Blackbeard had going on was like a Davy back fight, and then there's certain codes you can't break during like a day back fight. And then what happens is he broke that code during that fight that caught Shanks off guard completely. That's what the hell just happened. And then he kept it pushing. Because I feel like that's the issue. Because I think Thatch being killed by Blackbeard is the sign here that he has no moral bedrock. Or even like someone like Big Mom. Oh, what? Like, you actually Okamori Town? Hey, yo, page 1. It's time to get smacked. Like, come on.
How off guard is he catching Shanks? This is pre-Devil Fruit Blackbeard.
Also,
pre-Devil for Blackbeard, true.
The other thing is like in this chapter, right? Like there was like a microcosm of something that could refer to that, where Shanks was just like, "Oh, I thought Blackbeard would be going to Wano, and then he was wrong," right? So it's like this small notion that Blackbeard still like is not outmaneuvering, but like you know,
you can't find him.
Yeah, when it comes to, I think like when it comes to the fate and destiny thing, that's like a Blackbeard thematic, and I wouldn't be shocked if we find out that like he has some kind of way to like, you know, Shanks sees all these futures, right? When he says his guard is up, now that we see what that means, right? His guard means like, yo, you can't even think about looking at his friends, right? Like that's what that guard means. And so Blackbeard to me has some kind of way, whether it's treachery straight up, but I don't even think treachery would be enough. I think it would have to be something on the level of Shanks seeing this future and not letting Kid even breathe in that direction, right? And still Blackbeard was like, got that mark on him, right? I think that's what Oda was alluding to and why he couldn't, because imagine if like he showed us or talked about these things. like imagine if we saw these things prior to now, it wouldn't have made sense. But now that we have everything lined up from Katakuri with Future Sight, Sanji, Luffy, Kaido, now we see with Shanks, now we can understand what might have happened there. And I think
if he was good back then, though, it's like because back then we know like the actual details of like how powerful they were back then. I mean, I think they're way more powerful now than they were back then for sure. When they were like, let's say like command over cats, I'd argue.
One thing I think that Oda did retcon
as strong as he is now.
This is like an actual thing Oda did retcon though, is that, or I don't know if like retcon's the right word, but Shanks has the 1 billion bounty prior to like meeting Luffy, right? So prior than chapter 1, he's already a billion, right? Yeah. And like there's a lot of people in the billion that already have Future Sight right now. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah,
without a doubt. There's two things I want to say really quick.
Okay.
One of them is it's also really interesting that Shanks' 3 scars is the blade that Blackbeard uses, the claws.
Yeah.
He uses those blades, so that's probably how his scar got the way it is. But second of all, Par, your setup. I love the ParVision merch in the back. I think that's fire. Hey, the best promoter is you. You're the pro.
Appreciate that.
Hey, yeah, that's good.
Yes,
but listen, but let's keep it a stack though. Shanks went to Wano for Blackbeard. He literally pulled up and was looking for the smoke. Like, yo, where's he at? He's not here. He's not coming. Like, he's actively looking for Blackbeard, trying to shut him down because he kind of knows, and I think people misunderstand the reason why. He's there to protect Luffy and the Young Bucks so they can keep on pushing and keep on growing. Because he says in this chapter, like, yo, don't ask me how fast they grow. So now we know how, because now because it's kind of like been hinted at, but not like overly stated, but now we kind of see, okay, so because they're younger, they can grow so much quicker in terms of power, and we see it like over the course of the entire story so far. And someone like Blackbeard's like, yo, they're weakened? Oh, wait, they're on their last legs? Yeah. Let's go in there right now. Let me kill Luffy. Let me kill Law. Let me kill Kid. Take all their powers. Get the point rubbers and I'm out. Whereas Shanks like, no, you can't do that shit. No. So we're going to shut that shit down. Right. So I think that Shanks wanting to smoke is also indicative of how great Shanks is. Like, he's like, yo, like, where is Blackbeard?
Like, when he
give me his head.
When he pulled up on Green Bull and was just like, are you that scared of these youngins, bro?
Yeah.
Yo, like, get him out of here.
And the thing is, like, we got that prior too with that, because apparently Shanks did the same thing with Kaido prior to Marineford, right? He stopped Kaido from coming and killing Whitebeard in the same way, where it's like here he's I don't know if like obviously Kaido and Shanks didn't actually fight, or maybe they did and they just had no power, like repercussions from that. But in this instance, like, I almost wonder like what would have happened if Blackbeard did show up. Like, would he have fought Shanks, or is he still waiting? You know what I mean?
So I'm not too sure if he can, like, because Shanks is so on guard when it comes to, like, because he understands how Blackbeard operates now. But I think that he thinks that other cats, like the younger guys, they don't know how he operates. They don't know how filthy he is. Like there's no way Law saw BB waiting on Winter Island for him.
That was crazy.
And then maybe he's coming to Egghead Island, but I think it could be, let's say he's sending someone else. Like he's sending like a detachment. So let's say it's like let's say he's sending over Aokiji and Sea of the Rain, and they're pulling up on Egghead Island right now. Right. It's like that is such a cunning move. That's such a smart thing to do, to have like arguably like your other best dudes go to Egghead Island to see if like they can't grab Luffy shit, you know? Like that'd be some wild activity, and then he's so thorough in that regards. But I still in the back of my mind have to keep what Whitebeard said about BB, where he's like, you know what? You're not that guy. You're not the one to win.
You're not him.
So you're not it's like you're not him. So I kind of feel like ultimately maybe he gets the laugh deal, but I'm just not too sure. Like, I feel like there's a case here where he doesn't go to Laughter at all, because he just fails because he's not like the person to actually go there. Like, he actually dies the standard pirate way for all of his code breaking. He actually drowns at sea, like in a very like melodramatic way. That's what I think is gonna happen in some ways.
100% on board with that.
Who? Blackbeard drowned that way?
Blackbeard,
Yes.
He goes to Davy Jones.
I think if something like that were to happen, it would be after Laugh Tale. It wouldn't be before.
It would have to be
Laugh Tale.
Maybe.
Because I feel like Blackbeard has to be there.
I think you have Shanks. I think you have Luffy. I think you probably have Buggy, even though because I hate Rain for this one. But you may have Buggy there too. I hate that shit.
Bro, he's gotta be there, bro.
Ryan,
I hate it, dude. I hit him with the like a 4K video camera, like a 4K Mushi, like recording the entire thing. Like, yo, man.
Wait, Cole, you're anti-Buggy?
Listen, Buggy, just.
This is Shanks' brother, by
What do
the
you
way.
mean?
Buggy is a weird side dish, right? He's a weird. He's a very weird side dish. Like you go to like a Mexican restaurant and they have like Asian side dish. What the fuck is Asian side dish, dude? What the hell is this bullshit? Like what's this Mexican Asian fusion? That's just confusing shit on me. Oh my god.
I'm not
I'm with it, bro.
He could pull up, but I'm like,
like, do I want him there? I don't know.
Right. I'm like,
dude, he's gonna be there. It's gonna be great. Watch.
I just don't think it will.
He says that, yeah.
Bro, imagine the comedy.
A serious moment, or do you want some comedic relief?
We need both. It's One Piece.
Comedy.
We need
Fair enough.
We need both. On a serious note, if Buggy is there, it would allow for his most emotional moment because we know that him and Shanks wanted to make it without Roger, right? So if the two of them are actually able to be there at the same time, it would honestly be an emotional moment for the two of them. I don't know what Oda wants to do because it looks like on Egghead, all 4 emperors could converge here. It really does look like everybody's close enough for all to be here, but I don't know if Oda wants to do that just yet. So maybe what he's waiting for is the 4 emperors to converge at Laugh Tale, which would make it, if Laugh Tale or the Final War is going to be what Marineford was to the first half, that was the last time all 4 emperors were in one place. Right, like Buggy, Blackbeard, Luffy, and Shanks were there at Marineford. Right. So if we're to see all of them converge in one place again, it would be a Laugh Tale. Right. So I think it would be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Now think about this. Now we know that Blackbeard and Shanks and Buggy have had past, but back then when they had the little wars, Buggy and Shanks were facing against Blackbeard. Oh, he never sleeps and all this other stuff. And then think about this. Shanks and Buggy, they finally make it to the One Piece, right? And they're like, we finally did it, brother. We're here together. And then right behind him, backstabbed by Blackbeard, and Shanks is done.
I think if Shanks is gonna die, it's gonna be by saving Buggy. Buggy's gonna
cut it out.
Blackbeard's gonna go after Buggy, and then Shanks is gonna save him and die. That's what's gonna happen.
I think right now it seemed like less and less likely that he is gonna die. Honestly, I'll keep it a stack. He could die, but I think it has to be after whatever's going to happen with Luffy and Shanks. I think that promise in Chapter 1 has to be fulfilled in some way. I think that he cannot die until he actually sees or he verifies that Luffy is a better pirate than him and his crew. I think that has to happen. Chapter 1 has to happen. If it doesn't happen, I think that a lot of the story is just fucked. Because Shanks, I think Oda said before, maybe Artur's wrong on this one, but I'm not too sure, where Oda said that the last part of the story will be finding the One Piece. Like, there's no point continuing the story after the One Piece is found. Outside, like, let's say, like Luffy's like last dream. So if that's the case, that means I'm talking about like the final hour, even after the global war, and then you have this whole thing between, let's say, maybe Shanks, Blackbeard, maybe Buggy, and I think at that point in time, Shanks has to see for himself. He has to be or he has to actually fight for himself. Say, like it's time now. Like me and you, Luffy, we had a promise for like since Chapter 1, it's been like over like 1,500 chapters, however it's gonna be. Let's get it done. Yeah. If you have to like kill him, it's like what the fuck was the point? So it feels like someone like Jon Snow or Zoro High bullshit. Like what the fuck? We wasted our time. We wasted our time.
And it honestly does feel like we're leading towards a parallel with Roger and Whitebeard again, right? Where Luffy is gonna find, or either vice versa, Shanks is on an island and Luffy comes in, they do the Roger Whitebeard clash, or Luffy's on the island, Shanks comes in, they do the Roger Whitebeard clash. It really does look like we're heading for a parallel to that scene sometime in the future.
I hope so. Maybe on God Valley, maybe it's going to be, well, maybe not on God Valley, but maybe like probably on Laugh Tale at least, but I want to see something of that sort too. Like where they have that, they clash, they laugh, yeah. I mean, something great.
It would be so hype.
I kind of want Luffy to strike a blow that actually hits Shanks. And like Shanks like wipes off like some blood, like laughs, like smiles at him, and Luffy just like finally become a great pirate. And
you feel me? Yeah,
that'll be clean, bro.
It'll be so hype. It'll be so hype.
I mean, like I'm waiting for it. Now I do wonder if we're gonna have like the actual title on Luffy's bounty, like the Great Pirate Monkey Day Luffy.
That'd be great.
Yeah, because that would validate. I think like what Jinbei said in Whole Cake Island, where he said like I can't, like why would I be afraid of a mere Yonko? Like what do you mean a mere Yonko? Here's like above a Yonko, like a great pirate is above a Yonko, and then you have people like Shanks and Blackbeard and Luffy. They're all great pirates. The great pirate. Yeah,
great point. Yeah.
Here's something.
So bad.
How do you guys?
All right, Jay, go.
How do you guys personally feel about the idea of Shanks losing now after seeing Oda actually show us what he's capable of? Right? Do you think it's necessary that he loses? Because I feel like someone as broken as Shanks is the perfect tool to use to set up the fight between Luffy and Blackbeard at this point, right? Because what if Luffy's already beat Kaido? You know, you have to think about what Kaido represented. So what would be the one up of Luffy fighting a villain more stronger than Kaido, right?
Honestly, I'll keep it a stack.
Jump him. I think Shanks has to get jumped.
He has to get jumped by Blackbeard and his crew, like Whitebeard
did.
I could see that.
I can see that for sure. Yeah. But at the same time, I feel like right now, like I think I'd argue the next leg up. Personally, I think it's happening. I think it's gonna be Big Mom. I'll keep it a stack. Because now that we know that Shanks is not going to be on Elbaf, someone has to be like the main antagonist or like the main dangerous force there that's going to lead Luffy to actually fight against them 1v1 and get that cleaned up. I think it's going to be Big Mom. I think she's not dead yet. And then I think later on, you're going to have Blackbeard and Luffy have their day back fight on Full Island because of what's going on with Garp. Like, Garp is gonna die. Either he's gonna die or he's gonna get captured. One of those two things.
I just don't want him to die, but I know he has to.
I feel the same way, Jay.
Him and then Sengoku may pull up too, and then Law's involved maybe because Law and Sengoku have that tie with the Rocinante, and then the old guard. So like, you're gonna have like the Shiki situation. So it's gonna be Shiki or Garp, Blackbeard versus Sengoku and Garp, the old guard, and then they die to Blackbeard and his forces. Luffy, okay, no, fuck this guy. This guy. I need to go there right now, ASAP. And then the Grand Fleet pulls up, and then we're going to have an actual, like, full-on pirate war on Pirate Island, probably after a Davy back fight, you know? Like, that'd be some, like the epitome of pirate shit.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. Oh, it'd be so good.
Yeah. God, just come in my room. Why is it so light?
Dude, it's because of Shanks, bro. Shanks outside your room, dude.
Going back to what Jay was saying, too, like, I don't know if... we need to be worried about Shanks necessarily dying. I think like Shanks, before you got on the call, I was basically saying like I think Shanks is the new ceiling that Luffy has to surpass. But the reason why he has to surpass him is because the powers beyond Shanks, like there's still a few interesting powers left to explore. You know, whether it's the Gorosei, whether it's Eam, the unknown characters. I think there's going to be a few others that can keep Shanks in checks, and then also you know. Whether you agree or not on Cole's take, because I know a lot of people don't like Big Mom, but if Big Mom and Kaido are brought back into the story, they're also going to be scaled back up to Shanks' relative level, and that's going to feel weird. And I think Oda might have an explanation as to why they're that powerful. But I think it'll like I'm almost now kind of feeling like I don't want Big Mom and Kaido to come back like that. Because I feel like Kaido should be.
I say Big Mom, not Kaido. I say Big Mom only. I don't think Kaido is going to be applicable anymore. I think Kaido's going to be done.
Kaido has more relevance to the story.
I think
he's the first Yonko he beats, and so I think that's fitting to where he's like going to be the weak. I don't want to like pull like the Taekwon line, but I think chronologically, I think that he probably is the weakest Yonko Luffy's fought. That's what I think the thing is, because I think that Big Mom will be scaled up because we're going to see her true power. Like, she's going to be, like, in that skinnier form, relying more on the Elbaf thing, the Elbaf shit that she learned. And then she's going to have new homies, probably even stronger homies than Zeus, Prometheus, and, or I guess Hera, and then Napoleon. She's going to have her real shit pull up. Because, I mean, she had Conqueror's Haki in Fusion, did it one time against Page fucking one.
Yeah,
like what the fuck? Like where you at, Big Mom? Like against Kid and Law, it was non-existent. So I think that Oda can scale up for sure, but I think Kaido's kind of like done. Like he's kind of thrown to the side. He could actually be dead, honestly. But I don't see.
Yeah, I think even if Kaido never comes back, what he did in Wano was so insane that he's always going to be up there at the very least in terms of how durable, how much stamina he has. Like I don't think I've ever seen a character have that much stamina. He fought everyone on the island and never sat down.
Bro, Kai was a real one, dude. He was a real one.
He literally fought like 15 people.
He did, bro. Non-stop. Like he never took a break, never sat on the bench. Even after Luffy got defeated after 1042, he went right down under the roof, went into Dragon State and was ready to box more individuals. Like, bro, it's crazy.
This man Luffy had to make a fist the size of an island, and then Human Torch that whole thing to finally beat Kaido after all the damn. I'm like, yo, seriously. Like Kaido, like, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that we have to see Luffy actually beat an emperor in a solid 1v1.
Correct.
Like no holds barred, not some here are the scabbards, here's Yamato, here's no. Right. We have to have Luffy and someone else 1v1 mano e mano or mano e woman. and I think it's gonna be Big Mom, honestly. So like I'm ready for that, honestly, because again, someone has to be. Maybe it's not gonna be any Yonko. Maybe it's gonna be fucking Thor. Maybe Thor's just that crazy of a nigga. Maybe it's gonna be Odin. But I would say probably Big Mom is the best bet. I think she's the best bet here moving forward. Honestly, I really believe that. Yeah.
Speaking of Odin, Cole. Yeah. I know this was a big, and I want to ask all of you guys this too, because I know this was a parallel that was brought up a lot. After we saw what happened with Kid and he got one-shotted by the Kamusari, what do you think about Roger doing the same to Odin and he got back up? Does that say more about Odin and as a character, or does that say that like Shanks had like the actual like intent to take this man out? So like, what do you guys think about the differences in Divine Departure and portrayal there between the two of them?
Well, the Divine Departure from Shanks, I think, is not even close to being his best attack. Not even close. I think he just used a gauger just to get Kid the hell out the way, and the damage that came with it just happened to happen. He wasn't ready for that.
The bump, it was just a bump. That's it.
Yeah. Little bump in the way. Got
Also, like the thing that different was like Odin was prepared for that thing. Like he clashed with, and then Roger blew him away, right? Like Odin was running at him, and then like Roger was like, "Come here, samurai," and then he just wiped him, right? Versus Kid, he was lucky to even say like I don't even think he said Shanks. He just got red hair out, right? Or I don't. So like that's way different.
He literally almost died.
Yeah, like Odin had his sword up, was fighting. Kid was just like, huh? And then just got blasted. And it was so crazy that not even kill it, right? The crew was just like, oh yeah, like he tried to block, and it's like I look at the panel and Killer's nowhere to be found. So that means he died to splash damage, and it's like
splash damage.
So it's
half
kind
his
of
mask was shattered by the splash damage.
That's hilarious, man.
It's harder to scale it together because Odin was like prepared, whereas like Kid and Killer, they didn't even know the smoke was there. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Holy hell! And like his crew got knocked out too. The process when he touched down immediately, his crew got knocked out. Like a lot of guys got knocked out. I think that like maybe there was a chance that they could survive it all, but then after like Dory and Boggy pull like the Devon and Bubba Ray like get the tables and they just clap them like they murked them with that. I'm like, yo, like nah, like they're dead. Like they just gotta be dead after the Elbow Spear. I mean, and their ship, Keel and all is done. I'm like, yo, like they're come on.
Yeah, I mean, like when we saw 1076, like when Kid was rolling up and we were like talking about the thing, I said to myself, like the most disrespectful thing that Oda could do is not have Kid touch land on Elbaf. That is like, if he doesn't touch it, that's so bad for him. But this was like eons worse than in terms of disrespect. Like he didn't even get to breathe Elbaf air, right? Like even when in the like background of his like final panels here, you don't even see Elbaf in the background. Like I don't even know if we can consider like him.
This is music to my ears, bro. Ministering to my ears.
Bro, he never made it to the venue, bro.
Never. It was still shaded out.
He didn't even get
it was
to
still
the
shaded out.
Bro. Oh my
he got lost at sea, like the Florian Travel. He got lost at sea. That was it. That was it, done.
I made a joke. I made a joke saying, like, honestly, with how far they were, like, it's crazy to me that Dory and Boggy are still silhouetted by the end of it. Like, they don't even see the person who wiped their ship. They just see silhouettes, right? And I was laughing. I was like, maybe they're so far off of Elbaf, they're actually closer to Winter's Island, and so the lost submarine is there. And I was just like, no way. Oh, imagine if be that disrespectful. They're so far from Elbaf, they're on Winter's Island. That'd be crazy.
Bro, oh my goodness! If they're that far, this man Shanks jumped like from island to island. Basically,
what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
I mean, it would make sense why Aramaki instantly put his hands up, right? Like this is an admiral, right? He gets the conquers, and then he's just like, "Oh wait, if I move a foot, this man will be right next to me." I don't even know.
You know what's
did it to Big Mac?
You know what's also interesting about that is like how did Shanks get inside Mary Joa so quickly? low key,
That's
he
how.
might have something. He might have something like,
bro. That's
I
what I'm
don't know what
saying.
it
He
is.
can
Good
kill.
point,
He's got
Jay.
something,
Yes.
What if he can kill someone's hockey? He has observation hockey killing. No one can, because Fujitora was there, and he has crazy scale sensing. He didn't sense
Right.
Shanks at all. I'm like,
Right.
this man was cloak and dagger, Sly Cooper and Thieves activity. He snuck in there, like, hey yo, Gorosei, real quick, let me talk about a pirate.
talk to you
It's me, I'm a badass, and then he walked out. Like,
I think he talked about how he was gonna body Kid.
something like that. Like, yo, the pirate rebuzz me. I'm gonna body a few of these young bucks. Let you know what's what. I'm going for the One Piece,
Yeah, Armand, you might catch a stray on the side. Is what it is.
Right.
bro.
Right.
I mean, dude, like this man Shanks even checked to make sure that Kid was in fighting condition. Like, yo, is he good to go? Like, is he okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Before he destroyed him.
Before he-
Aye.
Insane. And then the switch up of Heat and Wire is like a symphony. Like music to my ears. Like, they talk so much shit about Sanji, right?
They did.
And then they're just like, oh my
They
god,
did.
take my cheeks, take my poneglyphs. I'm done.
Take my cheeks.
Do you, yo?
I was thinking about this. I was thinking about not the cheeks, but I was thinking like, is Heat and Wire being up a demerit on Shanks? Because I was thinking about it like, wait a second, maybe he didn't knock them out so that he wouldn't have to go to the trouble of finding the poneglyph. He was just like, I need someone needs to be conscious for it. Like, I'm not checking their pockets for them.
Did
right?
he take? Did he actually take the rubbers? It didn't look like he took them. Did he?
I don't know.
No, I know he did.
No, they handed it. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
see him
Even
grab it.
Exactly. Yeah.
If he did take those, immediately after taking them, Dorian Braga just like, our turn.
And just wipe
Bro,
the ship.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so wild, bro.
That's wild.
Holy shit! So he's out. So Kid's out of the race. He's done. He's done.
Yeah.
Whether he's gonna be alive or not, he's done. I mean, honestly, like, it won't surprise me. Let's say like we go to Elbath, and then all we see is like we finally see Killer's face, like a full face
Right.
reveal of Killer,
Right.
and then he's the only one that's actually like left alive from his crew. Like he's telling the story of like the Kid pirates when they're at the peak and Captain Kid's greatness, and then that's all we get. Like the guy that's like missing like a leg in a chair. Like that's Kid. I mean,
So-
that's Killer.
I think-
There was a joke where I was saying like, because we don't know what happened to Barto, right? If you don't think Barto's dead, then I think Kid and Barto being in prison together on Elbaf would make a lot of sense. But it was a joke because Elbaf doesn't have a princess, and Luffy, always saves the princess. So who would be the princess? It'd be Kid. Princess Mid, right? Like
Princess
Mid.
Mid.
Yeah,
Princess
No.
Mid.
Yo, just
That is so
die.
disrespectful,
At that point, just die, dude. Just die. Just die.
Yo,
Who's gonna be
Fuck
the
it.
I-
damsel in distress?
Princess
Gonna be him.
Mid is crazy.
I honestly
We gotta
do
rescue
think-
Kid. Like, what the fuck?
I
Yo.
honestly do think if of course I think Kid is alive, and if you're right and they're on Winter Island, then nah, it's not gonna happen. But if they're closer to Elbaf and they like fish Kid out of there and he goes to Elbaf and he meets with Saul, it would be very interesting, considering he was the one that brought up the man marked by flames.
Mhm.
So like if Kid ends up on Elbaf being one of the major parts of that arc, we see his redemption with the rest of the crew. As they attempt to get back to selling off again. They're gonna have their own Water 7 arc where they're gonna have to find a new shipwright to create a brand new Victoria Punk and stuff of that nature.
He's
So
still pirating after this?
if,
Really?
if,
He's not
if
just
he's
shook?
still pirating, then
Okay, I
Elbaf
gotta
will be
say
the arc
something.
for it.
What?
I feel so bad for Victoria.
Yo,
Yeah, me too.
facts,
She did not
facts.
deserve this.
She did.
Yeah, I can't,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, the next
Bro,
level
he's
thing
done.
was people were saying like, because on my channel I talk about like sentient objects a lot, so they were bringing up how like the Going Merry and the Victoria, like they both had meaning, right? The Mary, Usopp's
Yeah,
island,
Victoria was-
Victoria
yeah.
being the girl, right?
They were in love
And
with
so
the-
they were like,
Yeah.
yo, the Cloboterman, it died. I was like, wait, it's
Yep.
crazy because like when you think about it, their ship was fine. Kid is the reason why their ship got doomed. And Cloboterman's spawn when the ship is loved, which we know it's loved, but also when the crew is doomed. So it lived for 10 seconds, not even, and it got instantly obliterated because of Kid. Completely because of Kid. It had
God.
Man.
the shortest
Dorian Brody are
lifespan.
savages.
Oh, look who it is. It's the head Shanks man himself.
Hey,
Yo,
what up?
yo, it's time.
The
It's time.
head
We here for a
minister of the
reason,
God King.
Yo.
Head minister.
Prime Minister of the God.
Oh my goodness, dude. I mean, look, like I'll just keep it a stack though. I feel like if anything, like the cool Bachman may have actually saved Kid, like in Killer, maybe. But I mean, Kid may be missing at least both of his legs and fucking like his like other arm, like an actual stump now. Like he's actually like a stump. He's done. Because like listen, if he's not dead, I need to see him like lost like he lost his left eye and his right leg or something. Like he has to be like in absolutely just critical fuck condition because after this, what's really left for Kid? Like, maybe the whole thing with like the man with the burn mark. Okay, fine, whatever, fine. But like after that, like really, like he's out of the race. He's done. He's done.
I forgot about that actually.
He's got no ship now, bro. Like that's the thing. Like,
that's right.
He's done.
That puts him out for at least a month. You know what I'm saying? Like
minimum.
Right. Yeah.
Get ready to speak. Get ready to speak Chinese, buddy. Go on, dog tigers, baby.
Go back to the grand. I mean, go back to the grand line. Like, go back to the fucking come on. Listen, like you're done. You lost the race. Sorry, Kid. Like, literally.
Right.
Yeah.
He got more yet. That's wild, huh?
He got Don Krieg.
Hey, Par brought that up earlier for the parallel Moria.
No, that's fair. He definitely got more yet. That's wild.
I have a question for you guys. I have a question, which is like, so when we were talking about the Kaido Big Mom thing, right? Like, and why Kaido, it's a debate now whether Shanks is above Kaido or Kaido's above it. And I'm not even talking about that. I think like when it comes to Shanks and like when we come to antagonists and how we get introduced to them, we get introduced to like a small snippet of like their power, and then that power ends up being what Luffy needs to like overcome. Like from Doflamingo to Katakuri, it was always like, Katakuri was introduced like this calm dude who could see the future, and then Luffy needed to get future sight and then countered it. And Kaido, like it was like the devil fruit stuff and power and Conqueror's Haki, including that. And with Shanks now, I think like the reason why we call him like a hockey person is because when it comes to hockey and willpower, it's like being resolved. And I think that is the ultimate difference between Shanks and any other character, is that unlike every other character, Shanks has no doubt. Like Shanks is always resolved, always like, dead set in what he's done, even to the point where like chapter 1, he said like, hey, if you're going to pull out a gun, you got to be resolved with like what the reaction is, right? And what comes after.
Mm-hmm. And Dama will. Yeah. I feel
right. And so like that, I think that is exactly what like the main thing that by the end of the story, we got to figure out why Shanks is so resolved, but also what that means for Luffy, because Luffy has had doubts many times, and it's like him growing toward that part, right? And Kaido, for example, he wasn't exactly the most like stable human being. He got introduced as a very unstable mental person.
Of course, yes.
He got his hockey got stronger when he got drunk, and like and various conversations there, and so
I feel like Luffy's mental strength up to the time skip has never wavered.
I think it's more so not that it's not wavered, but like throughout the time skip, if we go back to like I know you said time skip, but like Nami's arc, right? Arlong Park, right? He didn't care about the past then. But then, like in Fishman Island, he didn't care about the past. But then started like when it came to the samurais, he did care about the past. He started listening to people's stories. So it's not that he wasn't unwavering. It's just that now he has more resolve based on something else outside of him, right? Yeah. And I think that's where like Shanks is going to be interesting. And what I want to ask you guys is, when it comes to Luffy, his Jolly Roger is the Straw Hat, right? He's resolved. He wants to be better than Shanks, all this stuff, Pirate King, whatever, right? That was the chapter 1 thing. When it comes to Shanks, I'm still interested in this because unlike Luffy, who not modeled, but his Jolly Roger's based off of his inspiration Shanks, right? He's driven to the end. He's driven to a goal, right? Just by being Luffy. But Shanks, on the other hand, his Jolly Roger, and I like, this is something that I don't know if you guys like really contextualized, was that, if he were a pirate and he like after Roger, then why is his thing the 3 scar thing, right? His Jolly Roger has the 3 scar on it, which almost makes it seem like he made his pirate crew after Blackbeard
attack.
Hold up.
Thought about that.
Right. Let's relax, because we all know that was an after the fact kind of thing. All right, let's not jump to conclusions like that.
Well,
what was an after fact?
Jolly Roger is.
We all know Oda said Blackbeard gave him the scar like 500 chapters deep. I wouldn't think it was a chapter 1 thing. Like Oda had it planned the whole time. Well, I think that was added later. I don't know that.
But I mean, regardless of what came out later, I think Shanks having the scar and his Jolly Roger, it's like you could put any direction afterwards, but that would be important, right?
Hold up.
The 3 scars is important for something, right?
For sure.
I mean, it looks like him. You know what I mean?
I appreciate the Blackbeard talk, but we're here to talk about the goat. All right.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking. Is it weird that whoever it's not
Blackbeard, it's not weird because it looks like him. Like it's his identifying kind of facial.
Yeah, Luffy's supposed to get
he didn't have the scar
I understand what Paul's getting at.
Yeah, like Luffy at 8, right? His Jolly Roger's after the Straw Hat, right? Your inspiration, right? If whoever in the story, let's just forget that Blackbeard did it. Whoever gave him the scar, that's what's on the thing. So it implies that after he got the scar, he made his crew, right? It's not like he made the Jolly Roger and made his crew, and then he got scarred, and he's like, oh wow, now I match my Jolly Roger, right? Like,
exactly.
Could he just changed it? I can't say that. Could he just like changed it?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean,
changing it is even more important,
that's also
right?
possible.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But if he
changing it
changed
be
it
more
afterwards,
important.
it's super Blackbeard expired.
Right, like I think back to like Drum Island, where it's like Luffy is like your flag is your faith, it's what you believe in, right? I think about Davy Backfight losing the flag was the most obnoxious result, right? They got their thing taken and then they had the garbage one.
But I feel like Kaido's flag is also just his face. Kid's flag is also just his face.
Hold on.
Kaido's flag doesn't seem to be like anything like special too. Like I mean, it's just like it's just like his face. Yeah, so I'm not sure that matters per se with Shanks.
I think it does. No, go ahead.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Shanks's face isn't revealed even when he's looking for Usopp. So he couldn't even made his crew even if he had the scar. Like we don't even know when he made his crew. Like
it's like somewhere after Roger.
Because we don't see his face. We don't know when he got the scar, right? We never see his face when he's recruiting Usopp. He's
back then, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, you got that.
Even to that point, right? Like if you were to change your Jolly Roger, isn't that almost as significant, right? Like changing it or making it
on board.
I would say
right.
So.
Look, I think the scar moment is when Shanks.
I'm on the par train.
Seriously, but I would say it's not an important moment, but.
The reason why is because I brought it up is because Cole was mentioning the whole thing where it's like, is Shanks's ultimate like situation countering Blackbeard, right? When earlier you brought up like, when does Shanks die? Does he make it there? And I think about that Jolly Roger and Oda, whether it is before he planned the story or midway through, he gave Shanks the scar as a result of Blackbeard. And now in the story, more than anything, we see even before he like thinks about Kid, he's just like, where's Blackbeard now, right? Like he's inquiring about Blackbeard, and so then we find out that he went to Wano to counter Blackbeard. Marineford, it's like this to talk to Whitebeard originally. It was to counter Blackbeard. Like every single step of the way, it's like a Blackbeard thing. And I'm almost curious if like, is that what Shanks is ultimately resolved against right now? He's trying to counter like a great evil that ended up manifesting.
I'm sure that's a certain pirate that he wants to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Well, so ultimately, I think that like Shanks does have his eye on Blackbeard, but I think ultimately, because of what happened with Luffy kind of changed because he had a change way back. He had a scar way back when. I think that Luffy's existence kind of changed his whole mindset about how he should like operate when it comes to him as a pirate, because you can argue that he makes his move ultimately because Luffy's now getting ready, or Luffy's kind of ready. Right. So like Luffy's growing, and he's trying to make sure that Luffy's path is as like you could argue like the most optimal path to get to the Pirate King. You could argue some ways.
I'm about to say something crazy. All right,
go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Shanks is Luffy's final fight.
I think it's possible. I think it's very possible, honestly.
After this last chapter, I'm not ruling anything out, and I feel like
that would be a good final fight.
It would be a
great final fight. That would be a fitting final fight. That would be a great final fight.
I
don't hate that at all. Actually, I love it.
The only reason why I don't know if that it could be the only reason why I think maybe not is because film read, right? Because like film read, and it's not canon, but the director knows the ending of One Piece, and I wouldn't be surprised if like the ending of film read mirrors kind of a sentiment that we see close to the ending, which
You know,
is like a synergy, right?
You know,
Oh,
you know what happened in Wano with the reveal of Gear 5? I think Oda doesn't like melodrama, and he's not going to do it for the ending. There's not like the final fight is not going to be some melodramatic world-ending event. It's going to be two friends batting it out for the One Piece. It's what One Piece is about, right? It's like two pirates of equal standing, kind of like Roger and Whitebeard.
I see what you're saying. I got you. Like it's like, okay, so it's kind of like
a friendly. It's like a friendly.
Okay, so like we'll focus more so on like the fun aspects of the journey and writing, rather than like the fate of the world's hanging on the balance, and then you have to win or we all die. And like it's crazy. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you.
I think it's gonna be like Luffy smiling, Shanks smiling, they're fighting.
Yeah. No, but at the same time, it's like, man, the parallels have been put into place for so long for Luffy and Blackbeard to be the final fight too. Like the people's dreams never end. Them meeting, like he was the one person who was on the same wavelength as Luffy, leading up from Jaya to Impel Down. He was like, "Oh, you made it up to the sky." Like he's the one who always believed in him and had like like his dream is crazy, my dream is crazy too. That's one of my people, and I think that's significant considering that back in Jaya, the first person that came to mind when it came to Luffy. Seeing Blackbeard was like he thought of Ace and Shanks, his two biggest inspirations to go become a pirate in the first place. So
Recon. I was gonna say this, man. Remember chapter 1, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know you're right. You're right. I'm saying I love both ideas. I'm cool with either idea.
I love the Jaya interaction with the this pie's good, this pie's bad, and like he really was with Luffy on the same wavelength, and it really is just tying it all together for them to fight each other in the end.
Right.
Here's another thing too. Wait, hold on. Guys, just don't put this agenda on my head. But
here we go.
Here
comes some blasphemy.
With what they were saying, what they were saying, like if Shanks, Shanks and Luffy being the final fight. But what's interesting is we get like Ace dies, right, and then Luffy gets Gomu Gomu no Hawk, right? Fire Fist Hawk. That's what he said in the manga. Yeah. What if like Shanks dies and like Shanks allowing all this stuff to happen was prepare Luffy for an ultimate death with Shanks? But the crazier part is the last fight would be like a Shanks Luffy synergy, and Luffy pulls out the Gomu Gomu Divine Departure. I think
dude, I would ascend.
The divine Bajrang gun or something.
It's not going to be divine. It's going to be dawn. So
Dawn, divine.
Yeah. Because
red dawn or something.
Yeah. It's gonna be like it'd be crazy if it was just like an entire chapter of Luffy just adding names, just like Fire Fist, Dawn, Divine, and we just get panel by
greatest chapter of all time,
stacking up like a move and then the flashback of a character.
It'd be Red Dawn. It'd be Red Dawn.
Red Dawn.
Red Dawn's a nice name. That's a nice name.
Someone said cartoon departure.
Red Dawn.
Cartoon departure.
Red Dawn would be interesting. Yeah, honestly. I mean, now like to be fair, I kind of feel like this could happen. Let's say because as long as it happens after Luffy versus Shanks, that has to happen, I think, first. I think no matter what that has to happen at this point in time, if you look at that fight, that I think it means that we have a lot of wasted time. Honestly, that has to be kind of verified, and then we can have a potential Emu or Blackbeard final fight with the fate of the universe on the line. But I mean, but I do like the idea of having that whole, let's have fun with the final fight. Let's say, fuck it, Shanks is going like mad lad stuff, so is Luffy, having fun.
I feel like some fans just want One Piece to be like Dragon Ball Z was like always the villain's gonna fucking blow up the planet, or like the stakes and tension merchants. Always talking about stakes and tension when it's like it's like we've already done that. It's already
if Artur, okay,
something else, man. Like,
if Artur is right, okay, so if Artur is right, and then the final war is gonna happen before we reach Laugh Tale, then it actually makes a lot more sense that we do have that sort of Luffy and Shanks final fight on Laugh Tale, where it's way more fun. Yeah, for the One Piece, right. And then let's say you have Blackbeard be defeated on Full Island or something by Luffy and company like before that, but then maybe you can still play a role in the future. But we don't necessarily have to, let's say, have Blackbeard be there, because again, I feel like Whitebeard's words are still right. Ultimately speaking, he's ultimately correct.
I just don't think
he can't win. It's not possible. He just can't win. He's not that guy. Mm-hmm. So we have to wait and see. But like
I think the Blackbeard words about like a final war after the One Piece is found. I just don't think that makes sense of where the story's at now. Because of the way Oda's setting up, even with Doflamingo's words about the Throne War, like he was already kind of saying, "Oh, the war will happen before the One Piece is found," kind of thing.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah.
In a
Because
way, yeah.
why would we have a massive war and then get the One Piece and then have a massive war again?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Right. So it kind of feels like we just have one has to happen. Either we have the One Piece, then we have the final war, then we have the last leg of Luffy's dream. We have, like, let's say, the gigantic feast, or we go to One Piece, or we have the final war, then we have the One Piece, then we have the final feast. Some of that sort.
Do you think there'll be a final voyage arc where we just go
I
around
would like
everywhere?
to see that because it makes sense to me. Like, we have let's have Brook's dream fulfilled. We have Nami's dream. We have the whole drawing of the map.
100%.
We have I think it's Frankie's dream. Frankie's dream. I think it's like just like by default. I think it's happening.
Yeah, it's by default. Yeah.
Right. Same thing for you can argue. Well, Chopper's dream. He has to learn more medical skills. But I think that, like, all these dreams have to kind of finish off and be done with that. So let's say we have the red line being destroyed. Let's say the planet itself is the all blue. Boom, that's Sanji's dream. Let's say we have at some point Zoro versus Mihawk. That's where he settled. Boom, that's Zoro's dream. Because ultimately we already know, based on what Zoro told Mihawk, based on the end of the bark, that all these dreams are secondary to Luffy being the Pirate King.
Yeah.
So they found something more important than their own dreams. That's Luffy's dream. That's Luffy's whole goal. So I feel that's just, like, ultimately, we could have, like, a whole, like, Brook and Laboon again. But, I mean, I think that there should be a final, maybe there's going to be a final voyage, because, like, let's say Laugh Tale, where it's located, is going to be so obscure, so crazy, so weird. That's going to be hard to actually get there.
I only bring this up because Roger had to do a final voyage after he found everything.
Right, but of course, with Luffy's case, it's more,
but
like, it's expedited because you already kind of, like, remember how, like, we found out about Lodestar, but actually you don't have to go to Lodestar because you already have the Poneglyph stuff with Robin, so you don't have to go to Lodestar, so.
But, like, it might be like Wind Waker, Legend of Zelda, where you have to, like, go to, like, every island and activate a crystal to, like, open up Raftel or some bullshit. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, that'd be crazy.
If that takes us to all the islands, I'll take it.
You gotta go to Alabasta, activate the secret crystal, and then it opens.
Watch out.
And that's when Yamato finally joins the crew. Like, Yamato, hey guys, I'm here. Finally.
Go to Wano's secret lost city, activate that crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
that's okay.
My bad. I was gonna say, speaking of the whole war stuff, because it looks like everything's popping off right now. How do you think Oda's gonna play this, considering it looks like the war is right on our doorstep? You feel me? Like it feels like it's already knocking.
For Egghead, I feel like Cross Guild's gonna make an appearance.
All right.
That'd be
Because
cool.
they said they're hunting
That'd be
Marines.
great.
Marines is pulling up.
Yeah.
I think it's time for Cross Guild.
I need
I
that.
think it's time for the Marine Hunter to arrive.
Right. Yeah.
Mihawk pulls up on Egghead Island with, like, Crocodile, some other henchmen, and then on Egghead Island. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Is it possible? Because we have 100 ships here. Is it possible that we actually have a war on the Egghead Island?
I think Cole, I think Mihawk shows up and cuts, like, it's not 80% of the ships.
That'd be
What?
so
Dude,
badass.
I would be so
That'd
hyped,
be
bro.
so-
I would be
I-
so
I'd
hyped.
cream
What do you mean? It's just a big beam, Cole. Like, it's not that. It's not that crazy.
Yo, and
that's
the
a lot of
thing-
ships, my guy. Damn.
bro. That would mean, because
Mihawk's gonna make a statement, man.
dude, and Marine
He
Ford
does
there
need
was
it.
50.
He does need it, to be fair.
And Marine Ford there was 50. If Mihawk cuts 80%, that would have mean that he would have cut, like, all the ships that were at Marine Ford.
I look at Marineford in this light where it's like, now that especially now, I mean, I always had this feeling, but especially now that we had his prior epithet of the Marine Hunter, it's like, bro was not trying. Why would he try at Marineford, right? Like, he's literally there because of obligation.
Right.
Every
All right,
other
I'm not gonna agree because of
Bro's the
agenda,
ops.
Yeah, I'm about to say, because that mean like he saw
That's the
Whitebeard
Mihawk
and it didn't
defendant's
try.
point,
It's like,
but-
what?
No, not that, right? Like, that one is definitely a thing, but, like, when it comes to, like, actually fighting and clearing out people, that was the only personal thing. We saw every other warlord acting selfishly. From Boa literally was not helping, you know, and then every single warlord demonstrated their own selfish desires, right? Except for Mihawk did the two things that he wanted to do.
And then Kuma's already, like, the automaton, so that was already set in stone. Yeah, so he's already.
Mihawk did two things that he wanted to do, which is, one, he wanted to see how the Whitebeard's distance, and then the other one was testing Luffy, and he did those two things. And then other than that, it's like, yeah, I'm sure Mihawk could have ended the war, but then also it's like, why would he? It's the Marines.
Mihawk could have ended the war.
Like meaning
I
like
don't
he
agree
could have
with
like
that.
slashed, not
Ooh.
and in the war in that
I like
context,
this
but like
agenda.
I'm about to say, wait a minute, what?
Say it.
like slashing, like
Let's
putting out the amount
Yo,
of
what?
power that Shanks had in this chapter, right?
No.
Being that devastating, there's no reason, there was nobody for Mihawk to do that at Marineford, right?
Gotcha.
That's what I meant.
If he can do that, that's the question ultimately. Like, if he can do that.
Let me talk about Mihawk and Marineford.
Oh, go ahead.
First of all, this man's a bum in Marineford, and let's not twist it. All right, but we give him credit. All right, he got a jump wave. All right, but let's give the man the benefit of the doubt. It was pre-time skip. All right, he'll show something. I'm sure he will. But let's not twist the narrative saying he wasn't trying and it doesn't matter and all this stuff. There's no reason why he won't one-shot Vista. All right,
no reason why he one-shot Jozu. There's no reason why he one-shot Crocodile. Like,
yeah, don't twist it up.
Look,
right?
okay. Look. Is it possible? Okay, I think it's pretty obvious that he's gonna be upscaled. Obviously, he's gonna be a lot stronger. We see S-Hawk. S-Hawk is pretty powerful as it is, and that's like a kid Lunarian super Mihawk. Right.
Yeah,
but the idea that he like literally like was dicking around, Whitebeard.
He said he wanted to measure his distance.
Hold up, nigga.
Should have been the most powerful attack, and Jozu blocked it.
No,
I mean,
no,
I don't know if that was
no,
better shit.
He said he wanted to measure.
No, stop.
Yeah. No,
He said he wanted to measure himself.
I mean, like I would say like he has better shit, but I think that Oda's already told us what it means to be the world's strongest, greatest swordsman. It's he who has the best sword skill. I think it's that simple. Full stop. It's in the bounty. Everyone around the world knew. We already know that Shanks is inducted with Blackbeard. It's like there's only, and he's being compared to Goldie Roger. We have Mihawk himself say being Pirate King is harder than being the world's greatest swordsman. You know, obviously, like there's certain things here that like Mihawk is nasty. Don't get me wrong, but he's ultimately Zoro's end goal. But that's way less important than something that's relative to Luffy in the grand scheme of things. So Mihawk is good, but I don't see Mihawk at this point in time being able to like one-tap Kid. I need to see a lot more from Mihawk than destroying like a few ships to be able to like one-tap someone like Kid when he's doing the damn punk. But then at the same time, it's like you have Mihawk pull up. I think that Zoro's only like 2 or 3 fights away from Mihawk, let's say from like a final fight. So you have what? Zoro versus I guess S-Hawk maybe. Zoro versus City of the Rain. After that, who else is left? Some giant.
He's gotta fight Ben Beckman.
Loki. Maybe Fujitora.
I don't know if he's gonna fight a giant, man. I think Big Mom's turning up, but you know,
fair enough. Fine.
Still on that agenda, but
right, maybe. But it's like Zoro is not that far off from Mihawk in terms of like the amount of fights he has left. Ultimately speaking, like we're in the final saga, so it's happening soon. And then even still, there should be more after. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me actually that if let's say Shanks is in the final fight of the story, that mean that by proxy, by default, then Ben Beckman would be Zoro's final fight.
Interesting.
Yeah,
just by default.
Yeah. I think Mihawk's in the Mihawk versus Zoro's in the epilogue. In my mind,
it's in the epilogue.
Yeah, like after the story's done, Zoro goes after his goal. It's like
I've been thinking about this for a while. I have
like where does it fit, man?
I have conflicting thoughts about it. It would parallel Baratier nicely with like Luffy looking on.
Yeah, like the crew cheering him on. Wouldn't you want that? Was like, yeah, Zoro, let's do it. Like,
it's hard to say because Mihawk has no motivation to get into the race for the One Piece at all.
It's gonna be through Buggy. Buggy's under some fuck shit.
That's what he's on motivation called. That's what he's on motivation.
Buggy and Crocodile are gonna do some fuck shit. Ayo, Mihawk, we're gonna pull up right now Kizaru because he's going to Egghead Island. Or by the way, Mihawk, like Garp is free. Let's go over here get his bounty real quick. And like it's gonna be through these clowns, like literally, like unironically. What? Yeah. No. I'll be disappointed. No, that would suck major dick if we never got Zoro's Mihawk in the actual like One Piece, not an epilogue, on some like Seven Deadly Sin shit. No, fuck that.
You'll get it. You'll be in the story.
Fuck that shit. No, hell no.
Dude, I'm not saying it's not gonna be in the story.
Any of you think that Blackbeard
gonna be after the action is done? Because like, where does Mihawk fit?
What the fuck?
I feel like
where does he fit, man? Like,
okay, go on. So there was an idea that Randy Troy had. We talked about like a few months back, and I love the idea. All right, there was the idea that he had where you can have all these things kind of play out between, let's say, Buggy and Luffy in an altercation, but it's through a Davy back fight. And Zoro versus Mihawk is in a Davy back fight.
This is never happening.
I mean, yeah, but
Randy's idea is not bad at all. It's
Davy
not bad at all.
The Davy back fight is never happening.
I mean,
what do you mean? It can happen easily. It can happen without doubt.
It's a completely irrelevant thing with the story.
Dude, maybe if we have the
I
crossover
completely
and Buggy's host.
Oh my god, it's like the most irrelevant.
Didn't Zoro say, or didn't Zoro tell him that like in order for Luffy to be Pirate King, he needs the world's greatest swordsman?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
It's also not how Davy back fights work. It's like bullshit games.
Cole, I could see maybe an arc where Buggy holds a tournament. Maybe you get that. Buggy's cross-kill tournament. And fucking Zoro pulls up.
Okay, fine. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
okay.
It has to be at some point.
That, but
yeah, fine. If you want to do a tournament, if you want to do a day back fight, whatever it's going to be, just it can happen during at this point in time when you have the crowd, when you have Luffy, when you have Zoro and Mihawk, you have the reporters there, big news. So I think it'd be more fitting to have it at that point in time because it's like, okay, you can have everything set up and then Zoro goes into like the final, like he goes into Laugh Tale as the world's greatest swordsman. I think that has to happen, like no matter what. He's there as the world's greatest swordsman.
Like Zoro will be too powerful at that moment.
How?
Because he'd be like admiral level. Who's he gonna fight after? Who's gonna fight?
My issue is if that happens, he no longer can have an opponent.
He can no longer
He can no longer have an opponent in the end.
Mihawk has to be his final opponent.
Mihawk's the final opponent.
No.
Who's he gonna fight? Who's he fighting after he becomes the world champion?
Okay. So it can be Gorosei guy. I mean, yeah, we can bring up Gandhi. All right. So like whoever's gonna be the main opponent standing in the way come the end of the series will be the ones that like whether it's gonna be Shanks' crew, whether it's gonna be Blackbeard's crew, whether it's gonna be Emu personally, whether it's gonna be. I don't think so. No, but maybe he does fucking get there.
Oh my god.
No, dude. Come on, guy.
Listen, I'm just saying that like
final fight, man. Come on.
Okay, but hold on now. Then if that's the case, then what's the point of Zoro saying that in order to be Pirate King to Luffy, he has to be the world's greatest swordsman?
Cole,
what's the point of that? Like that's what was stated. That's what was stated.
All I'm saying is that he can no longer have an opponent after Mihawk. He has done what he needed to do.
Unless there's like a secret Ibu right-hand man who's like stronger than Mihawk somehow and like some bullshit like that.
What's the point of them saying it? But what's the point of them saying it way back when? Like that, I think that has to happen. I think he has to do the world's greatest from Laugh Tale.
I gotta double check the exact line, but I think it was more or less like Luffy saying like when Zoro said what he wanted, he's like that's a perfect aspiration for somebody who's going to be on the crew of the Pirate King, right? So it's like whether
aspiration
Zoro
or actual title,
whether Zoro is it, right? Like he's going that direction, right? And then when during Barate, he told Luffy, "Is just like I'm never gonna lose," right? It was like the losing part until he beats Mihawk.
Yeah, because we're saying he has lost a few times as it is, right? Yeah. So it's like like I would just say like I think that like for me, Zoro having like his final fight being Mihawk, I think to me this doesn't make sense. Just chronologically, I think that he has to be because he's already like I think like a great swordsman. I think by title in this bounty, something like that sort. So I think that we're making those steps already. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be like Gandhi. I don't know if it's gonna be like I don't know Fujitora or
it's not Gandhi. Come on, man. Like
I don't know. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that I can see him having another fight after Mihawk, and I'm cool with that. I'm absolutely cool with that. I'm
not cool with that. I'm not cool with that.
If he has another fight, there better not be a swordsman.
I mean, but then we're that thing where it's like he's already achieved his goal.
There's no point. We already know the end result.
Ben Beckman's stronger than me.
I mean, shit, he is the moon to change the sun. Fuck it, whatever. Make him strong as fuck.
Look, all I'm saying is
make him pay. Bro, Ben Beckman was gonna take out Kid himself. Like he was clean.
Everything about that SBS.
Yo,
it's kind of weird to like see a character fight after he's achieved his goal. It's kind of like, all right, we're gonna make up new goals for the character.
Okay, so then do we have Mihawk on Laugh Tale then? Is that like before we have Luffy versus let's say Shanks?
Sure.
We have
Zoro
versus Mihawk.
Whatever we have to do to make him the last fight because this fight after Mihawk's shit is not flying with me.
So we have
it's not going to be as exciting as Mihawk. Like you can't get any more.
Why would you even do that?
Like, what would be more exciting?
And if you're
Zoro
fighting
fights
shitty
Kaido
Mihawk,
1v1?
it's a giant.
I mean, okay. So then I guess
ZKK
so
finally
I guess Oda could speed run. I guess a lot of these major fights all on Laugh Tale. I suppose so. Because like the idea is that I think that Zoro being the world's greatest swordsman by then makes the most sense. I would rather have that than hey, let's do an epilogue. 7 Deadly Sin style.
Oh, that's
actual trash.
That too is
hot, dude.
But
I don't think it's super
Like,
weird.
but Zoro's goal isn't like he has a vendetta against Mihawk. It's just he has the title. He wants the title. It's like a boxing match. There's no ill will to Mihawk. Like,
I'm not saying it's ill will to Mihawk. What I'm saying is that
I mean, like, it can happen anywhere because there's no drama.
I'm not saying
that he's Blackbeard.
I'm not saying that like it can't happen that way. I'm saying like if it does happen that way, it would be so unsatisfactory when it's all said and done.
What do you want?
We literally
what
have.
Do you want
what do you want?
What do you mean? What I want?
Do you want Shiryu to be the world's strongest swordsman?
No. What stakes do you need for the Mihawk?
What do you want?
Talking about stakes.
No. What I'm saying is simple. No. What I'm saying is simple. I do not want Zoro and Mihawk to have their fight in an epilogue. I want their fight.
What's the reasoning?
I agree with
saying that. What's the reasoning?
I agree with that.
Me too. Yeah, I think ultimately it has to take place at some point in time within the story, but and we know that Oda's going to have it like be extremely epic. But the thing is, and the reason why I think Mihawk is going to be his final fight as well is once you get past him, that's like the pinnacle. Once you get past Mihawk, it's pretty much Luffy and Zoro are at the top, and everyone else is going to be at the bottom because they've defeated the strongest enemy on the planet. Right? So it's like there's nothing beyond Shanks and Mihawk.
If I fuck Violet Myers, I'm not fucking anything else after that. Pinnacle.
You gotta relax, Vergo. You gotta relax, man.
So like, and you know, something was said earlier where it's like a fight after Mihawk like wouldn't be as interesting because he already achieved it. But I think like
as a swordsman, I agree.
You like when it comes to these dreams, like it's like the inherited will and what you do afterwards, right? What you do with these titles, right? Because like Luffy's gonna become Pirate King by achieving what Roger did, but then Rayleigh also said like you're gonna come to your own conclusion based off your own travel, which also implies that Luffy does something different than what Roger did. So after he becomes Pirate King and succeeds Roger, and then in the scope of what we were talking about with Shanks too, superseding Shanks, there is like something that happens afterwards for Luffy, and I think that's where like, hey, like the current world's strongest swordsman isn't doing this, but like when it came to Zoro, what I don't remember exactly what he said to Kuina, but it wasn't something like the heavens are gonna hear my name, like even the heavens are gonna know I'm the strongest. So it's like it's not even like the world's strongest swordsman title, like that is there, right? Because Mihawk is the benchmark, but there also is like a thing afterwards, and the heavenly title goes to like the Gorosei, goes to the Celestial Dragons, goes to whatever's after.
You're taking that literally? Damn. Oh, I mean,
I thought it was a parallel. I thought it was a thing so Kuina could hear it. I thought that was more about what that was about.
I agree. Yeah. But what I mean is like when it comes to these wills, it's not just getting to where the people prior to them got. It's doing whatever
that's
happens
a manhwa
afterwards.
activity, yo.
So that's what I'm not that like.
Is Zoro gonna be a cultivator now? Start like meditating and just getting stronger and chi.
He's a great general of the heavens, like Kingdom.
Oh my god. I mean, look. But here's what I mean, right? It's like when Mihawk tells Zoro before the time skip, like you found something greater than your own ambition, right? Something of that sort. I feel like you can have Mihawk be loose to Zoro, but then the next stage would be Zoro trying to achieve Luffy's dream. I think that ultimately all their goals are all secondary to Luffy's goal.
The only thing that would be greater than Mihawk is ZKK. Did Kaido's come back and then Zoro kills Kaido?
Christian. I almost had an aneurysm. Christian.
Yeah. Hey, man, it could happen now.
Oh, shit. It can happen then. Yeah, when he's finally Kaido pulls
parallels.
up.
Yeah, and
and then Kaido will be like he's finally surpassed Odin.
Oh shit. Okay. I mean, maybe. Maybe not.
Whoa, this is the fine death.
You're the samurai greater than Odin.
If if it's after Zoro gets his dream, I think it would fit nicely because, like, you know, the problem with Rock supposedly is like this guy couldn't control a bunch of conquerors and align their dreams to success, right? Whereas Luffy is going to act every other failure in the past and be that conqueror that can also lead a bunch of, you know, people who conquered their dreams to the end stage, right? So in order for that to, you know, what Cole was saying, it's like, yeah, if he achieved that thing, right, then I think it would make sense that Luffy is the person that is actually able to command all of these people, and that's a huge, you know, outside of the power realm, right? That's the whole problem with the reverie. Like the reverie was kind of basically saying, like, how can you be a bunch of kings if you all desire separate things, right? You can't ever act along with each other if you guys don't care about each other. But then Luffy's his crew is all you know, different in that regard, right?
Right.
Like all their dreams can be
but
achieved.
why is that the case though? But but we also know that relative to their own dreams, Luffy's dream is superior than their dreams. Because again, that's what we kind of see with Zoro and Thriller Bark. Right.
No,
exactly.
I'm agreeing with you.
So that's why.
I'm not saying epilogue.
Yeah. So because I just want to clarify, it's like that's why I'm okay with Zoro having his dream secondary to Luffy's dream. So it's like, okay, Zoro has the thing with Mihawk, and then we move on to Luffy's last leg of dream. Like there should be like maybe like 1 or 2 dreams left. Maybe like we have Nami's dream of, let's say, drawing the world map. And then we have Usopp's dream. Maybe he's still a bitch. And then coming in the series, he's finally not a bitch anymore. Maybe. And then that's it. That's it. We're done.
Hey, Cole, I just got a crazy idea, man. That's got a crazy idea.
What?
What if Sanji's final fight is Big Mom so he can marry Pudding?
Bro, let's go. Let's go.
What do you think about that?
No, I don't.
Zoro gets Kaido, Sanji gets Big Mom.
Okay, listen. No. I think it's pretty clear. I think it's gonna be Sword Warrior of the Sea. But outside of that, I don't think it's gonna be anything else for Sanji.
I mean, I've been listening to you guys.
I think with the Shanks versus Blackbeard thing, I think Usopp needs to die to Von Augur. For Usopp,
Usopp needs to die to Von Augur.
Yes, for Usopp to be perpetuated into becoming the Great Warrior of the Sea. For him to get a backbone. Usopp needs to go down from Von Augur.
Why not Usopp be his father in combat? Why not Usopp be his father?
I need to see Usopp snack.
That would be okay.
Yeah.
That would be okay. But I think for Usopp to take the next step and like really get serious about his dream becoming a great warrior, I think he needs his father to die to Von Augur. That's just me.
I gotcha.
You know, another way it could be done is, you know, apparently these aren't filler, but like in Logtown in the anime, there was like actual, like Oda actually wrote that stuff. It just got cut from the manga. Yeah. I think Artur said that, but
I think yeah.
But the reason I brought that up is because there was a character Big Father or whatever.
Yeah,
Big Dad.
Sniper.
Daddy the Father.
That one. Yeah. Where they essentially had a competition, right? And Usopp proved that he was better than Big Daddy or whatever. And so like when it comes to the Usopp thing, when it comes to like superseding Usopp, it could be like Usopp tries something and he doesn't succeed, and then Usopp is the one who's able to do
I think it's gonna be like a huge aside fight with like trying to guess where the snipe's gonna be. Some like ultimate sniping competition, because like I think Usopp learns Future Sight in the Van Ogre fight to just like beat the Wolf Fruit. It's like Van Ogre's gonna get teleporting everywhere,
right?
And Usopp's gonna need to like learn Future Sight.
You'll ever see in this series.
100%.
Crazy. I'm so excited.
Is it possible? Because I think that we're setting up like I want to see the Grand Fleet do something before the final war. I think that's what hit that before at the end of Dressrosa, and I think it's possible that we do have Luffy's fleet and his boys versus Blackbeard's boys in like an actual like full on pirate war. I think that'd be dope as fuck before you get the last day.
Do you think they pull up here in Egghead because of the 100 ships?
I think we go to Full Island because I think we have the confirmation that Garp and Sengoku either captured and or dead. We have Pudding, because Pudding she's captured too. That's a big thing. So Sanji wants to go there for damn sure. And then if you have Law captured too, that's going to be Sengoku incentive to get there as well. Of course, you have Kobe. That's going to be Luffy. So you have all these players, let's say, capture on on Full Island. Luffy and his boys pull up. They have a full-on pirate war, maybe a daily back fight, where everyone sided in there. And then that's how it happens. Yeah.
We know what Blackbeard's ship is pulling up to Egghead, right? We all want it to be Aokiji, right? So cool. Aokiji, is this where Aokiji reveals that he's actually not working for Blackbeard, and he comes to Luffy being like, "My boy Kobe's captured. We're gonna go get him." Because like after Egghead, we're going out
another
back,
rescue
and then
mission.
I feel like
I feel like
Aokiji
eventually.
I feel like Aokiji sticking through a little bit longer would make not more sense. I'm not saying the idea doesn't make sense, but more so like, you know, him having, because if he were to fold here, right, then it's like afterwards, does he just like ship with Luffy?
Well, it's a secret mission. Like he tells Luffy, like, come to.
I think it's too early. It's too early.
Like, come to when you're ready. Come to full alert, and I'll let you in the back door, kind of thing. Because I'm not actually working for him.
I think this is going to be a great way to, because throughout this arc, right, in Egghead, we've been seeing a lot of the internal conflict with the Marines, similar to what was happening in Marineford. We're starting to see, you know, Lucci question. I'm going to assume if Smoker shows up, we're going to see his opinion on what's happening here and how they're really starting to question exactly what's taking place here. And I think the one who's been doing that throughout the course of the story, besides Smoker, is Kuzan. And so if he were to show up here on Egghead, and that's him on the ship, we have him conversing with Kizaru / Saint Diego Garcia Saturn, we would be able to see his point of it, but it could be subtle, you know, where we could understand that maybe he's not like what was brought up earlier in regards to the overall spectrum of where Kuzan's character arc could go from here, leading into the end of the series, where it is going to be revealed that that he's not necessarily working for Blackbeard. I think that a good way to reveal that within this arc would be if Garp dies, let's just say, right? Yeah. And he has that weight on his heart where he understands that as an individual who is on the Marines, we believe he's a part of Sword, right? Still. So if he is a part of Sword, if he's a part of the Marines, and he allowed Garp to die on his watch, how would that make him feel coming out of that? Because he went over here to the island full of lead, believing that Garp could pull up and take care of the situation and or get out of there alive, but that failed. So how would Aokiji come out of that arc feeling, considering the fact that all this entire mission up until this point has now taken a drastic step back because Kobe was captured and Garp was killed. So it's like, what is he going to do now to reassess the situation? Does he stay with Blackbeard? Because like Par said, we're already in too deep to the point where I need to see it through to the end. Or does he start pulling away now because he's like, I got to start siding with Luffy, and we could have a God Value 2.0 situation.
That's why I'm saying, like, you're gonna ask Luffy right here and now, pull up when you're ready because I'm gonna let you in.
Yeah.
Right. Because that makes because that's kind of set up, and then also you have the idea, and I don't know if Kizaru and Aokiji are gonna have like a Kaido versus Aokiji 2.0 thing going on here. Yeah. That could be the case here, but I think it's gonna be very possible where like you have that Marine sort of conversation. Why did you betray? We have like the reveal of finally what the hell happened on Punk Hazard, like way back when. His thoughts on the Marines and how they've gone too far, right? And then how that could tie into, you know, he's probably there somewhere. Smoker has been doubting for a very long time what's going on. Like, I'm not too sure if they're going to be like enemies of the Marines come, let's say, the final war. But I think that if Smoker and Dragon had some sort of similar views that could play Fujitora too, this would all have a culmination, that one particular end game moment. But that could be a bit too much. I'm not too sure.
Honestly, Cole, I'm right with you. I don't think it's too much. But something that Recon brought up, like, Lucci is thinking of his own volition, which I never thought would be possible.
Right.
He's government dog, and now he's like questioning things. I'm like, wait, Rob Lucci, government dog, is questioning shit?
Yeah.
What?
Well, Rob Lucci only cares about getting blood, and if he's on the losing ship of getting blood,
well, the way he talked the reverie, we was like, listen, the Celestial Dragon's word is absolute. That's not the same Rob Lucci that we have here.
I've been sitting here trying to figure out the Mihawk puzzle for like 20 minutes, right? the only literary device for the Cross Guild is to get Crocodile and Mihawk back into the plot.
Yeah.
So like, Cross Guild has to be involved anyway. And I remember Buggy and Shanks being like, we'll reach Raftel together.
Right.
So Buggy will be in Raftel with Shanks.
Yeah.
With
It's interesting with the Egghead stuff because it almost feels like this is so many times. I'm like, wait, is One Piece ending here? Like this?
I feel the same way.
It's like it's so close, but like obviously we don't have Eam and the Gorosei here, but we have one, and I feel like the Gorosei is going to demonstrate something that requires everybody to kind of like reassess because
they're bums. But like, what if they're bums? Like, what if they just suck?
If they're bums, that I think is very interesting route. I'm leaning towards the route that they are.
I give the guy a sword.
Exceptional.
Oh, okay.
And,
all right.
And the question, like, essentially is like, you know, Sabo, he saw the empty throne. He saw something there and he left and he didn't, you know, he went to Lelucia and then Lelucia had some kind of otherworldly event happen to it. We still don't know what that is.
Right.
And I feel like the Gorosei, the St. J. Garcia, is going to, you know, essentially give us a visual of like an iota of understanding of what happened to Lelucia.
Right.
And so like this arc that Egghead's happening, it's all of these components that are converging that we all kind of like know, oh, if Aokiji comes up, boom, he could freeze the whole place, right? But then but we brought in a variable that has the potential to end things in a way where like everybody has to go back to the drawing boards for a little bit and a little bit of a despair, a little bit of questioning. And then, you know, in terms of Cross Guild showing up, I think Cross Guild showing up would only make sense to me because if St. J. Garcia is that guy, if that he is
he's
that
on
guy,
the bounty. There's the bounty of St. J. Garcia himself, and they want that bounty.
I don't think he's that guy. He just has the command to control whatever that flying saucer death beam is.
And that's fair. Whatever it is, right? I think
the Seraphim and death beam, probably.
I think whatever it is, it'll demonstrate what we should be expecting of their realm of power, right? Because they still have the God Knights, they still have the Gorosei, they still have Eam, right? You don't name people Saturn and possibly other planets unless you're gonna make them crazy.
All the God Knights really are people though. Like the God Knights,
straight up,
dude. I could see
like the God Knights could be like nobody. Like they could be like nobody, honestly.
But you don't name people planets and gods. Like, you know, the ancient weapons are also, you know,
the 10 UP don't name other gods, technically speaking, but they're all bitches. So it's like we have to Recon, like what is a god in One Piece is like actually like, and it kind of hard to like you know, like what NL, you know, like the first thing Luffy asked NL was what makes you a god, dog? Like what makes you god, dude? Like
the whole point of the Celestial Dragons is they're false gods.
The president said that they were weenies.
It's supposed to be
that was set early on,
dude.
Yeah, but like look at Green Bull though. Like Green Bull calls them like the gods of the world, and you have to bow the fuck down. Like, you know, prejudice breeds stability, my boys. Like that's Green Bull. He's an admiral, and he feels that way.
He's
that's a good point, Bart.
That's how people treat his slaves.
I mean, Kizaru's serving, acting like a maid at a maid cafe right now. So like, you know, if he's not powerful, that's
because of power, or is it because of actual like, you know, like
the way I see it is like, you know,
dragons are to One Piece what Christopher Columbus was to America.
The way the other way you could look at it too is like, you know, Poseidon, Shirahoshi herself is not strong. It could be that, hey, he has power over a laser beam, but you can't sleep on that. Like Poseidon being able to command all the Sea Kings is crazy, right? So,
if Shirahoshi was like at least like pre-time skip Luffy level, she'd be like top 10. But
well, I mean, I would just say like it kind of makes sense because like, okay, let's say like you have all these weapons that have to be in play at some point. So you have the Sea Kings that she can control. You have Pluton somewhere hiding underneath Wano country. You have probably like the Uranus giant thing that Emu has. It's like then you have the Seraphim that are very powerful. And they're getting stronger because they're probably younger right now. So they're getting more powerful, obviously. Then you have the admirals. Then you have like, let's say all the marines across the globe. So you have to kind of build up to where the Marines have such a world-imposing dominant force that's going to require other ancient weapons and other people to come into the fray to help out with for the final global war. So I see how Par is building up slowly but surely. I see why,
But like, I always felt like the whole point of the Celestial Dragons is that they're false gods and they're frauds.
I agree.
So like, I don't know why their leaders would be like ultra powerful.
That's what I'm saying. No. Outside of Emu, I don't think the Gorosei are that powerful. I think that Emu's probably like king, you know, King Daddy or King Bitch. But I feel like outside of that, you have the Seraphim that are already busted as all hell. There's still a few more that are getting probably like, you know, the S Flamingo, S Gecko, all those S Crocodile.
No one wants to see S Gecko. No one wants to see that.
Watch it be busted. Watch it be fucking broken.
When it comes to the Gorosei, right? Like,
I got a good theory for the S Croc ability. I got a good theory. What if S Croc has the poison fruit?
Poison fruit.
He has Magellan shit. Yeah.
I mean, you had a
He's
poison
so
hook.
broken.
You had a poison
How
hook.
broken would that be?
That's
Poison
dope,
hook.
yo.
Yeah, poison
Yeah,
hook.
dope.
is broken.
Poison hook.
Poison hook is broken.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I'm in line with Par on this because I do believe that whenever Luffy's awakening was brought up, they seemed like they had a lot of knowledge as to how to acquire awakening through like personal experience. And you know what I mean? And I feel like and it does feel like
personal
the Gorosei,
experience.
I feel like all 5 of them at the very least have fruits that are absolutely out of this world. Like whenever
I think that could be like Sugar, right? Sugar has like a broken ass devil fruit, but she's like
don't disrespect Garcia.
Fruit or power, but you know, I think regardless of what it is, I think especially, you know, I would agree that they, you know, the story could have been written where they're not powerful and their power was knowledge and having the authority. And if you take that into account and put into perspective all the events of One Piece, they were puppeteering all of that, right? So it's like even that alone is powerful enough. You don't need to necessarily do that. But now in Egghead, the way that you know, when Kizaru, you know, the times, not the time skip, 1078 at the when they did the narrator thing, right? The shock the world. They said that they sent the Gorosei guy as a response, as an expecting resistance from Vegapunk, and had Kizaru.
Yeah, but don't you think that's relating to the Seraphim pecking order?
That could be fair, right? But it's like it kind of is interesting because, you know, the other hand is like maybe they have the Lucia power, maybe they can hold this great thing, but then it's also like, yeah, if it's just the Seraphims, then it's also interesting because they are strong, but like Luffy and everybody else is kind of like handling that too, right?
Yeah, but
right
now, don't you think like the narrators just confirmed that Luffy's gonna have this massive victory because it's gonna shock the world, like the Marines having their first official defeat.
I
Marines having their first official defeat.
I could see it the opposite
That's
way.
fucking insane to the world.
I could see the opposite.
Yeah.
No,
I not necessarily like it, you know, shocking the world, like, you know, obviously can go a lot of ways, but you know, rather than a Marineford parallel, I'm liking the Sabaody parallel where it's like they got to face a Kizaru level power and they were like, yo, this is like, we can't handle this right now, and then they got the narrator bubble, right? It's like I think like in this there's going to be some nuance, but shocking the world could just be like, hey, you know, a release of information, right? Like O'Hara wanted to say they let out. That could be what's shocking.
But I feel like we just got news of 2 emperors falling. We just got news of Shanks one-shotting Kid. Like Luffy, an upstart admiral or an upstart emperor going down, wouldn't really shock the world the way the Marines having a defeat would. Like, because the Marines have never had a defeat in history in the One Piece world. Like, they've never had a military defeat. And if like they actually have a military defeat here, that would show the world that they're beatable and would rally.
They've had minor ones, but not like major ones. Like a major military defeat. Like they sent 100 ships. Like they sent 100 ships over with a Gorosei and Kizaru and a bunch of vice admirals, and they put Egghead Island, and then they get crushed.
I
somehow.
This is what I think is going to happen. All right, this is what I think. All right. So I think this is going to be broadcast to the world, and I think Luffy's going to smack Garcia in the mouth and declare Nika has arrived and the dawn is coming. In his own way, he's going to rally the entire world around Nika.
Yeah, because
bitch ass out of here.
Well, what we're about to see is, so like, you know how the God Valley incident was kept under wraps, and what we're about to see is God Valley 2.0, except Big News Morgan's not gonna hold back, right? Like we're the whole world's gonna know, and whereas like Roger and Garb teaming up against the Rocks and going dragons, that exactly right. So here, there's multiple different scenarios where this could lead into, like has been stated multiple times, a God Valley level of incident, except this one's not going to be kept under wraps because it'll be impossible to keep under wraps. There's way too many things taking place at once.
I think this is where Joy Boy gets announced to the world that he has returned.
I would love that. I
think that we are gonna have a Gorosei get hit because I think that in of itself is so shocking because we already have what happened with Sabo, right? Sabo pulls up to the Holy Land. Him and a few good men, they get their boy, they peace out. The world's like, hey, you know what? Yeah. I'm saying, all right. Well, but that's one though, because then what happens is that after that moment, You have like 8 kingdoms in the Grand Line and Open Revolt. Okay,
Yeah,
so you have.
Yeah.
Right. So then if you have that reaction when Sabo does what he does, then if Luffy punches a fucking elder in the face and the world sees that, so many countries, there's like 100%, yo, wait, hold on, wait, yo, fuck these scrubs. They're not gods.
Right.
They're fucking, they bleed.
Like,
fuck
I feel
them.
like that. I feel like that's the shocking event because like an emperor going down has already happened. Like it just happened 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I do think once again Sabaody parallels because even though I do believe the Gorosei are on that level, but if Luffy hits Saint J. Garcia Saturn with an admiral there and they manage to get out of there alive, everybody's gonna be like, "Yo, we're good. We can start fighting back now. Like we got him to be on his back." And
they're not gods. They bleed. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Right.
Luffy's gonna literally sound the drums of liberation. Actually,
yeah, exactly. I mean, a big ass dome, and they're gonna have his face like caved in, like Bellamy way back when, and then you're gonna have Biggie's Morgan. Oh shit, scoop pictures. What? It's over.
If Luffy touches a Gorosei, they're gonna go ballistic.
Yeah, he's gonna get a bounty higher than Rogers if he does that.
Mm-hmm. Now,
hey yo, man, this motherfucker be like Blueface, yo, just beat the fuck up, yo. Oh shit, that's gonna be him, and that's it. We're gonna keep shit pushing. Yeah, that's good. Keep shit pushing, yo.
Garcia's watch Garcia go on a speech about balance and the scum of the earth while live on camera, and then Luffy punches him in the mouth.
That would be so satisfying.
Now Luffy gonna world star him.
Made your world star him for real.
That's crazy.
I think one interesting scenario, going back to what Paul was saying in regards to a member of the Gorosei accompanying Kizaru in order to ensure that what happens here is going to be in their favor. Hypothetically speaking, if now we're dealing with 2 Kizaru level individuals that are coming in, how do you guys see that playing out, considering they're already dealing with 100 battleships and they're dealing with the Seraphim units, and now they're dealing with the betrayal of York? So if all the strats are separated, how do they deal with an incoming 2 admiral threat that's coming in, or admiral level threat?
We got a bail.
This should be pretty grim.
We got a bail. Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei, Luffy. Do we have to bail?
I'm okay, fine. So it's 100 ships. They can't
Blackbeard's coming in on the flank.
Right. Maybe Blackbeard, maybe Aokiji, maybe Seated Ring, who the hell knows? Yeah. You're gonna have maybe Sentomaru, so you have all those crazy Kumas, but again, they're probably protocol based. So once you have so like once, let's say for example, you have Saturn, he pulls like the Whitebeard Marineford War, he goes on top of the damn ship, like Seraphim, obey my commands. Oh shit, yes sir. Okay, so now it's time to dip. I think now it's time to dip.
Let me ask you the guys.
I don't think Luffy could dip anymore. I think it's over. Luffy dip it.
You think so? You think he's gonna be fighting a full-on war? That's gonna be a long-ass arc then. That's gonna be a long-ass arc, yo.
Yeah, but that's why Mihawk's gonna come in and cut 80% of the shit.
So Mihawk comes in there on the mad flank, like even behind Blackbeard shit.
Let's go.
Shit, dude.
I mean, Cole.
Oda did say battle royale.
When we got the little narration, it's already building up to something huge. So
but he said
a lot longer than was expected.
True.
It's really.
I think we're gonna
yeah. But Vergo, hold on. Oda said it'd be a battle royale this year. Like we're going for like this is like some 2025 shit.
How long
we're gonna have a full on war, yo. Like what the fuck? Huh?
How long was he give Sanji? 3 years?
He gave Sanji 2 glorious years. Love it.
Exactly. Like so.
Love to see it. He gave Sanji 2 years. Yes. So, but I mean, like, damn, dude. Like
for a while, man. And I mean, and also think back. Somebody said in the chat earlier that Mihawk destroyed 50 of Krieg's ships, so he probably just come through.
I don't think the ships
battleships.
Well, it's just to get rid of fodder. You know, it's just to get things out.
Luffy could
Marine battleships, though. Battleships, like not some bitch ass Don Krieg ships. Battleships, dude. There's some big ass ships.
Luffy destroys 5 battleships in every anime opening.
Yeah, I get you, but it's like, it's okay. It's all right. I think that there's gonna be a clear case here of like, because you only have Kizaru, like Kizaru's there, and you have Gorosei members, then you have also the Seraphim, right? If you're gonna have Mihawk and like Crocodile pull up with Aokiji and maybe Seed of the Raid, then you have, I'm like, yo, now I feel bad for the fucking Marines. Like shit, dude. Like these guys are about to get fucking smoked. Like absolutely raw dogged.
That's what I was saying. The cross guild would make sense if Saint J is that guy.
Right.
But like,
Saint J is that dude.
if he's not that guy, then not introducing cross guild.
I mean, we've got all these new marine characters like Grimace and Black Horse.
You know, when it comes to like, you know, Luffy and the shocking event too, I just want to add like, you know, what's interesting is there's 3 different agendas, or you know, assumed one for Blackbeard. I'm just gonna assume it, but like, let's just say on York's end, right? York wants to keep Stella alive at this point, right? So there's a 3rd agenda. First one being Luffy. Luffy wants to save Vegapunk. He wants to keep him alive, get him off the island. York wants to keep him Stella alive, but with her, so like a kidnapping, and then the world government wants to kill Vegapunk, right? So I think like when it came to like the lesson prior, I'm not sure if this would fit here, but Luffy couldn't protect his crew on Sabaody. That was ultimately what he learned by that, you know, the arc leading up to Marineford, the Summit War arc. In this one, it's like, yes, he's strong, but even right now we're seeing this kind of like, yeah, like Zoro and Sanji are there, they're trusting on them, but they're still worried about their crew. Like Luffy isn't this like all-encompassing god that can just like protect everyone and save everybody.
I think he has to be at this point because we've just had Wano when he's defeated an emperor. It'd be kind of like,
no, I mean, but the emperors are not the gods, right? Emperors aren't the I mean, they
are the
also
Gorosei the gods. That's the question. That's also the question.
That's the question. But then also separate to that is like, hey, like it's not about your crew now. Like you're trying to save other people. You're saying you're going to save Vegapunk. Then where's that power? Do you have the power for that? I wonder if that's where he's going to fail, because
I don't know.
Because honestly, the Vegapunk line is what's interesting to me when it comes to like shocking the world. If Vegapunk dies, that alone would shock the world, because 100%. Right prior Morgan said that he's essentially what lights up the world. Like they kind of framed it like he was the current world's joy boy, because they were saying like his inventions bring energy, bring life to, or light to the entire world.
They do, but then in the grand scheme of the actual like final saga itself, isn't as shocking as a Gorosei getting smacked. Like like you know, someone.
Yeah, like that's it has to be. A defeat.
But yeah, because we have to build up to why is it now that the world is ready to go against the world government?
Why did the Marines hate Luffy the most?
Vegapunk by himself is not. That's not enough.
If they get proof that the world government killed, you know, because right now the headline is Luffy's holding them hostage, and Marines are trying to save it. The shock is like they see that the Marines killed Vegapunk, right?
They get exposed for killing Vegapunk.
The world government wins. They get what they want. Luffy loses in that sense. He himself doesn't lose, but what his goal is lost. That shocks the world. But then, you know, the other aspect that I want to ask you guys is like, you know, anytime we set up like the end stage villain, and again, like whether it's Blackbeard, whether it's Emu, whether the Gorosei is involved, you know, I think like using the Gorosei and dropping them down right now versus like, imagine if like Luffy beat Aokiji before, or Kizaru before the Summit War, that would like, you know, this echelon of power, the mystery that's there is lost, right? The Gorosei, you know, Oda does this so many times where he rather hide the character's full potential.
Yeah, but it's kind of like this though. It's kind of like we're in the final saga. There's no hiding. This is the end of One Piece. You know what I mean? Like this is. I mean,
there's still a lot of things that are being
like he just showed Shanks' things. Like he just showed Shanks' head.
Yeah, but we also don't see Shanks' like the top stuff from Shanks. No, I don't think anybody thinks that this is the end.
We didn't even see his flaming sword.
Okay, hold on. So real quick. So because I kind of agree with Par, but only in the sense of Emu. I can't apply this logic to any other Gorosei, because it kind of feels like if the Gorosei were truly as feared as they were, then there wouldn't necessarily, or like as powerful as he's like say pretending to be, then there wouldn't be so many of like these hints and narratives where like they're not that powerful. Like every time a Yonko meets, they shit themselves. Like, oh my god, wow, yeah, Big Mom and Kaido meeting, holy fuck, like we're shitting our pants. Shanks and Whitebeard meet, holy shit, they're meeting. Oh my god, what do we do? Like the world's fucked. You have the whole thing like in the data book. So let's say in the Road to Laugh Tale, when Shanks does something, we can't stop him. Ripples across the world. Like fuck, we can't do it. We just can't do it.
The canon to that is that the Gorosei want the Empress to exist because it creates a villain that they can control. kind of
but
like.
if their whole point, no. If they could control the world, they definitely would control the entire world.
All they talk
because if
about
it's their narrative,
the narrative is the emperors are the bad guys. That's
they have so much influence and power across the world that they could easily make villains on the spot if they wanted to. But they can't control the new world because and that's why a lot of folks like they have their first base on the outside of the new world for a reason, because they just can't go in those areas and control the way they could in the Grand Line or in the other blues. They just can't do it.
The counter, I'm not saying I agree with this, but the counter to that is that the Gorosei and the world government allow the emperors to exist because it creates this cycle of fighting and reasons to have this massive military and have all these powers. It gives them the reason for the balance.
They don't need to do anything because the Yonkos are doing the job for them.
It creates
only in the new world, though. But only in the new world. That's the point. It's like,
then they have the warlords for that.
Yeah, but hold on now. But see, because the reason why, and we find out, I guess, early in the series, the things that happen in the Grand Line are dealings like myth and like other blues, like the West, East, North, and South. Like, remember how like East Blue, they thought that giants were like mythical creatures, like they weren't real, or things of that sort. It's like people are so caught off from each other that they can easily they have an iron grip on everything else. But even still in the let's say in the East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, there's still mafia gangs, there's still pirates, there's still there's still things to take control of and deal with people, obviously. But the new world is such a chaotic place that
What I will say about like, why don't the Gorosei do more? And if they were powerful, then why are these things worrisome to them, right?
Why are they letting
I think like they were more worried like when it came to like Ohara things, because they kept on talking about this balance, right? Like the equilibrium is going to be lost. It almost seems like they just care about stalling things, and then when they need to act, they will, right? Clearly there's an action happening right now that forced them to leave. But so some people would take that as being lazy, but I don't know if like, especially when it comes to the Gorosei, if we can look at like in action as them being weak, where it's like we see a character like Shanks, where it's like Shanks clearly has been capable of doing a lot more than what has occurred within the story, and it's like we have to wonder why he's not doing more, right? He's trying to raise up Luffy to be the new era to do it. If he did everything, then there'd be nothing for him to do, and it ultimately would end in failure.
Well, I think ultimately the world government is just like, I don't know, and this may be a little too political, but I think this is Oda's just hatred of government in general, and he's just like, they do this on purpose. They could solve problems, but they don't because they want to control us and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
feel like it's his political outlook.
And no point in One Piece is a government like competent.
Oh, yeah, well, hold on now, because like they were competent, like let's say for the most part, like in the grand scheme of the story, they've been competent for like centuries upon centuries. I mean, they got there to this point being competent, being very effective. But the problem here is, but they're evil. But then also the issue too is on top of all this, we see how their inaction has ultimately led to someone like Luffy get to this point, particularly when he's the Nika, and that for them is like a big, that's a massive deal. So once they found out, they even tried to express this whole like, don't say he's the D-Clan member, even like for let's say Goldie Roger, he's not a D-Clan member, like don't say that obviously in the Wano posters, don't show his actual like Nika form, all these different things, because Luffy's existence now puts in jeopardy their whole system. So it kind of feels like if they were truly they're not omniscient. Like they fuck things up. I think it was even in the chapter where like Zunisha pops out of 1037. Mm-hmm. They literally say that to them this fruit was a legend. Like it was like almost like myth. Like no one had ever like awakened this ability in like centuries. And then they found out like off screen somehow that it was Luffy. Then they had Blue Scarf make that sacrifice, and then they're like, okay, so the Nika ability. So it kind of feel like they didn't know something. That they found on screen, and then now they know something.
I think we do a disservice. I just think the community does a disservice to the One Piece story by not taking like the political elements of the story seriously. Like I think Oda definitely has like a really huge political message, but no one ever discusses it. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, I've discussed
like it's interesting. Let's dive into it more. Like I feel like Dragon's the guy.
I feel like the One Piece community doesn't bring up politics enough, because One Piece is like, Like I've never seen like a shonen or like even a seinen manga be this like political. Like we're not talking about tactics and battle and military politics, like actual politics.
Mm-hmm.
Like One Piece is like an extremely political story, and no one ever talks about it. Like it should be like one of the main things we talk about to try and understand the story.
Wait for Dragon to do something. Like where's Dragon at? Pull up. Like do something.
You don't even need Dragon though, because like, the entire purpose.
Have you read Skypiea? It's about like colonialism.
Yeah,
and, like no one talks about it, bro. Like.
But the colonial aspects of that, you could argue, are like they're not as important as like the overarching like themes of God and like what it means to be like a true quote deity and now actually running the show through those means.
But don't you think that's connected with the themes of colonialism?
Yeah, well, you can argue with the themes,
gods turning up and like the taking over the natives and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah.
The only channel I know is Sanders.
But is it gonna be important later on in the story? I'm not too sure.
I don't know necessarily if you can fully use the argument that like they're just supposed to represent like a false god and they just have a political power in the sense of like when it comes to the Void Century, they did have to win by some way. Once we figure out that,
they won by
it'll be interesting, right? Because when it comes to even our world, when we came to a period of peace, a superpower put its foot down and laid it down, like and thereafter, right? I don't want to put names on the thing because last time I did that in a video, people were like, oh. I'm not gonna say that, but aside from that, essentially, like what we see now of the Red, White, and Blue is like they aren't necessarily fighting all of the fights on their own. They're instigating fights. Like it's almost like these countries are fighting mini fights, and they think each other are the opposition. But then behind the curtain is the U.S. But the thing is, it's not that it's a false reason why they're there. No, they're there for an extreme reason, and they're so powerful that they can manipulate the powers underneath them, right? So
again, this just goes back to Oda's distrust of government. Like
Joe Biden isn't winning a boxing fight. So like,
I mean, we're not necessarily.
You don't know that.
Hey, I'll tell you why they call him Sleepy Joe. You put him to sleep. That's why they call him Sleepy Joe.
That's his fighting style, yo.
All I will say though is someone like
he'll nap mid fight, like mid punch, and then he'll just give you an uppercut when he wakes up. Yeah.
All right, boys. I'm gonna peace out. But,
all right, no doubt.
I'm gonna have a great stream.
Yep. All right, let me get some donos real quick because I know we have some questions people want to ask. Yeah,
hop out real quick too. I might come depending if this goes 8 hours. How long did the last one go? Like 6 hours?
The last one we did for SHANKS Summit, I think it was like maybe like 3 or 4 hours. It wasn't necessarily that long, so I'm not sure how long I'm gonna be here for myself, but I'm gonna be here for a while, so we have to wait and see. Probably a while actually. Yeah, we have to wait and see. Yeah.
Thank you guys for having this. Thank you, chat. I'll be watching or coming back soon.
Yeah.
Have a good one, brother.
SHANKS Summit. Looking forward to number 3.
Yes, sir.
It's coming, baby. It's coming. All right.
Also, Recon, see you Sunday.
Yes, sir. See you on Sunday, my man.
Never mind.
Oh, shit. Okay, Busty's out. All right, so real quick. So let me get some love, right? So Billy over here says, Cole, look at the coffin dance meme and have Kid and Killer in the coffin and have Shanks outside dancing. Yeah, I've seen it before. It's a pretty funny meme. Not about that. Okay. Yeah, no doubt. Aqua over here, KH says, yo, I realized the fish from chapter 1 is stronger than Use's Captain Kid. Savage from Oda, Kid, endless supply of jokes. Let's go.
I love that.
Let's go, yo. Rubens, Kid gonna be the Crocus of the New World. No doubt about that. He's gonna be sitting in the... Oh my goodness, man.
Where is this shit coming from? I love it.
I mean, to be fair, like, Kid, listen, man, it's a kid's fault for sucking. Not necessarily, because Kid. All right, so like
he's picking his own battles.
He is. See, that's what kind of baffles me. It's like people that are like hard Kid supporters really thought the Kid was gonna get some crazy shit off when he was going into a fleet. That shocked me. I didn't understand. It's like he's literally facing down like God knows how many ships, and he's trying to go gung ho, think he's like the hottest shit. And I'm like, you think he's gonna actually be able to like what, like actually be successful? No way, no shot.
There's somehow still some Kid supporters saying we got to give him A for effort, all this foolishness. And did we give A for effort when Jack pulled up on 2 admirals in Sengoku?
Right. No, of course not. No.
We don't give him effort for that. We call him a goddamn moron.
Sengoku, Fujitora, Suru, and then no one cares about Jack Gordon, getting clapped. I mean, honest God, the kid doing the same thing as Shanks, getting like one tap the way he did. I mean, that's just indicative of kid's like he's good, but kid is not. He's not in the race for the One Piece, yo. Like he's done. He's tapped out.
They were so gung ho about the 3 billion.
So gung ho.
Like, oh, I want to suck all 3 billion berries of him. Like,
Yo, the cope that kid is actually gonna come back from this like hardcore. Like he's actually like on like a little bit of like plank wood, and like he's drifting on that shit. He's gonna find another dance punk at Shanks. He's just hell no. That is the unbelievable cope, dude.
Like, the copium is insane. And
holy shit, dude.
Like, what do you have to say? Like, his own crew, he gave up Kid Dream, gave up his poneglyphs. Like, it's bad.
What's up, Eric?
I'm back. My bad.
What was Admiral and stuff saying? What was the cope levels in that after stream?
Well, I mean, the only thing about it was so indicative of itself. Like it was way more impactful than even like the hockey Wi-Fi shit. So it was like it was undeniable that kid was. I mean, that kid got throttled. Kid was dead. The only thing that's of course like the piggybacker is, in the future, BB will kill Shanks and Mihawk over Shanks. Obviously, like that's like the main thing. That's really like the main thing going against Shanks.
Like, I think that's like a low possibility at this point. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like because again, I'm okay with Shanks dying as long as it's after Luffy and Shanks have their fucking thing. But I feel like at this point in time, it could be the case where you do have like now there's a good chance now I think where you do have a Shanks versus Luffy come the final fight.
We all like hype here, right?
Yes, sir.
Everyone likes hype. Imagine a spread of Luffy, Dragon, and Shanks standing against the entire world. Imagine that double page spread.
I mean,
Luffy, Shanks, and Dragon pulling up.
It would be a plaque in my wall, dude. Like put that in the National History Museum, you know? Like that's
3 just like Titans of the world, like facing down. Like if the Gorosei are powerful, let's say facing down the Gorosei, facing down Emu, that'd be amazing. That'd be phenomenal.
Dude, could you imagine people just passing out? Like just all over the spread. They're just passing
out.
That's some real Conquerors hockey right there.
Yo. Like the whole red line shaking because of their
and like Zabo and Zoro behind them. And
let's go.
Oh my God, guys, stop, please. I'm getting moist.
But I mean, listen, I would say too, it's like at the same time, let's say like instead we have Shanks and Luffy on Laugh Tale, and then you have like some wild ass shit. Like let's say like like Luffy, he's so zany and toony, like he pulls some cartoon shit, and then like he jumps out of the fucking manga. And Shanks like, what the fuck just happened?
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
like Shanks, what the fuck just happened, yo?
And then he jumps out of the
He jumps out of the fucking manga like he's Popeye. He just jumps out of the manga. And Shanks like, what? Wait. Fuck did he just go? And then he comes behind Shanks and punches him in the face. What the fuck was that?
Dude, that would be awesome. Because like the one thing Shanks would be able to beat is somebody getting out the manga, right? He's like, well, I can't hit him.
I can't hit him. He's actually just got like because I feel like that's like the fun because that idea is so damn cool. Like the fun aspect of it, where it's like you could have like a world ending, like oh my god, like here's Emu. Emu controls like all the waters, and Emu's gonna destroy the entire planet. Or it's like, yo, we can have Laugh Tale, like have Shanks and Luffy have like their zany, wonky, Looney Tunes sort. Like Shanks is being semi-serious, but he's still going all out. And then Luffy, I'm gonna grab like a manga panel bar real quick. Like I'm gonna grab a text bubble real quick and rap. Like what
Dragon
the fuck?
Ball, where, like,
like old school Dragon Ball, like with the panel breaks.
What even is that,
bro?
Yeah,
breaking the floor.
Beyond breaking the fourth wall. That's something new.
Yeah. Well, wait, you can do it.
But it's possible though. But like, is it possible?
And like with Gear 5 and how Wano ended, it's clear Oda doesn't want to go down the typical shonen. Oh, we're real serious. Bloodbath. Despair. The whole series is about liberation. So
because it feels like Oda has gone to the point now, because I remember he said before, way back that when Kishimoto ended Naruto, he kind of felt like depressed because that was like his main competitor. And it kind of feels like right now, like One Piece is going so long that we've kind of like, I feel like we've kind of seen a lot of how the story would end. Like I've seen Torigo end, I've seen Bleach end and then kind of come back. I've seen Naruto end. Yeah, like Demon Slayer ending. What?
Don't forget Fairy Tail.
Fucking listen, nigga. I did not say that far. And my ended in a cigarette. Yeah, I was guy ain't come back. Fuck that bullshit. Never going back. But I feel like Oda's he's seen so many endings of series. You know what? I want to do some crazy shit. I want to do something hella different. I want to do something that no one ever saw coming. Like no one ever could expect it. And then if you have Luffy and Shanks, and then it's just like the craziest fight we've ever seen. Like it's like a mix of serious shonen plus like Tom and Jerry. It's like, wait a minute. This is like some extra. I mean, I feel bad for animators when they get to that point.
Yeah,
but it'd be some extra legendary shit. Like never forget the histories of shonen for sure, without a doubt. Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. So some more donos. Some more questions. I'm curious what you guys think would be Shanks's role at the end of the story. Is he being killed by Blackbeard or living in peace with Luffy as king?
Nope. Killed by Blackbeard for sure.
So Shanks doesn't live.
I feel like that's likely scenario at this point.
I just need it. I need it expeditiously. Need it.
Yeah.
So do you think it's gonna be like a jump? Like you got Blackbeard and then like Blackbeard teams up, let's say, or like his boys all try and circle Shanks?
How are you gonna jump Shanks?
I really think they're gonna jump
I don't know.
That's the question. After this most recent chapter is how do you jump? How do you do anything to Shanks?
I think the only way that Shanks loses is a sacrifice for Luffy's sake, specifically.
Against BB, against Emu,
against anything.
So for you, it would be the equivalent of what he did in chapter 1, except rather than his arm, he does his entire life.
Yeah, like think about like, I don't know, Luffy's gonna reach the top of whatever to do the thing, and then Shanks is like, go on ahead, bring the dawn. The final sacrifice of any series, really.
Yeah.
I can kind of see it like I can see it, let's say like Luffy and so let's say what if let's say Luffy and Shanks have their final laugh tale, and then Blackbeard pulls up late. Shanks already wounded and exhausted after that Luffy fight, and then when Luffy comes out as Pirate King, you have BB there, and maybe Shanks already dead. That's possible. But again, as long as Shanks and Luffy have their fucking fight, I'm okay with Shanks dying, but that has to happen. I need to see chapter 1 fulfilled. If chapter 1 is not fulfilled, I got a problem. I got a big
what if Shanks,
problem.
like beats the shit out of Luffy, takes his straw hat back, like you're not worried.
Shit. I mean, listen, yo, we have to go for another time skip. One Piece Part 2. You know, this ain't done. Like this ain't done till like chapter 2011. Like fuck.
King, you know what's funny?
Crazy.
What's up?
Right here.
When we say Luffy, Shanks is Luffy's like goal, people crumble and fall apart at the same time. They don't.
But you know why? You know why? You know why? I've kind of
realized.
Yeah. His goal is Pirate King, but the reason why is because Shanks has a sword, and we all know what that means. Oh, no one with a sword can be. You know what that means.
You're right. Let's not go down that road.
Yeah. It's always the same thing. But I mean, it's like ultimately, I'm thinking like, listen, man. I think it. To me, it just makes a lot of sense. And the fact that we have the divine departure, fucking Roger's move. It's like, what?
Yep.
What fucking else do you need? It's like I don't understand. He one tap. He literally he leapt across like the fucking coastline. He one tap Kid and all of his crew. Killer was a goddamn free. He was a freebie. Like what fucking else do you need?
And I love what Par said. He didn't even get to smell Elbaf air
at all,
bro.
No Elbaf air
at all.
No fumes. No giant coochie fumes. Nothing.
And then also too. Wait.
Nothing.
And then also too, people want to like hearken to like the titles of the world's strongest, which are true to an extent, but at the same time we see how like Oda backtracks on them later on. Like, oh, is Kaido world's strongest creature? Kaido's defeated. He's done. Okay? Well, Whitebeard, world's strongest man, he says back then, nah, I can't be world's strongest forever. What the fuck? So like these world's strongest titles are just epithets that like the globe gives them, but they're not like set in stone. They're not like guarantees all the way through. Of course, like they're meant to be broken. They're not consistent either way. So, but yeah, another question here. So two things. Shanks verbatim. It wasn't because I was careless. I think we were downplaying the possibility that Blackbeard might be more capable. Continued. Then he says this again. So that's the first part about Shanks being Blackbeard more capable. Then Sway says this again. Then has been portrayed. Also, the only person who appears to worry Shanks in the entire story is Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say one thing, right? If Blackbeard can, let's say, absorb Hockey with his ability, okay, that's interesting. That does change the game. Like if you can actually absorb Haki with his Darkness ability, that could be like an actual counter against like all things universally speaking.
Because you think about it, King, and realistically, Blackbeard shouldn't have a fucking chance, right? I mean, Kaido said it himself. Haki is key to being the top of the top.
But he has 2 powers. But he has 2 powers though. So
he's got 2 powers, but like Shanks doesn't care about any of that. Shanks is who he is through Haki alone.
Yeah.
So if Haki is king, how do you beat what seems to be the god king of Haki?
Yeah. Vergo, actually, on that same line of topic, do you think that that's the reason why Blackbeard back in Marineford was like, we're not ready yet? Because he was like, yo, I need either my Conqueror's Haki killer, I need my 3rd fruit that does something.
I gotta figure something out because I know I've scarred him once. I know how crazy this man is.
Yeah.
If he needs 3 fruits, that just means that Shanks is just that busted. Like if he needs 3 powers, like, come on.
That busted.
Yeah. I mean, like if we see him do a fucking room, I mean, it's like nigga, like yo, like okay, like come on, like Shanks requires a room from Blackbeard, like yo,
an R room.
Right, like an R room,
bro.
Oh yeah. I mean,
he's severely busted.
Yeah, but at the same time, I kind of feel like he already has the primary supply that can like destroy the world, according to what Sengoku said. He already has the Darkness ability that has like like the strongest Logia ability. So then you need another ability to beat Shanks. Like, Haki does transcend all, and he even has Haki too. Blackbeard has Haki. I think he has Conqueror's Haki too. I'm pretty sure he does, right?
Well, no, Conqueror's Haki, that's never been said.
No, but when he does the quake on Lost Ship, we see like these black sparks come out of the water. So it kind of feels like he has Haki, like Conqueror's Haki too.
We'll
yeah.
We'll
I'm pretty sure we saw that in that chapter.
I know what you're talking about, but we'll chat about that some other time.
Yeah. Fair. Fair. Shit. But I mean, I'm down with the cause as long as it's like after Luffy's main fight. But at the same time, though, like would it be quote bad, or would it be quote bad writing if Oda were to have it to where like we never have we do have another altercation with Blackbeard and Shanks, but Shanks doesn't die again. Like they actually have like Shanks doesn't die, and they have like whatever happens to him and Blackbeard,
and then nobody dies.
Right.
Gotcha.
It almost seems like that class would be pointless.
Yeah.
In a way.
At that point, he's giving a love letter to the fans.
Because right now the person that's like building up to have the most audience Blackbeard would be Luffy. Because we have Pudding, we have Kobe, we have potentially Law, Garp could be dying soon, Sengoku, so it's like fuck. Like Luffy's gonna hate BB coming in, so he's gonna hate his ass.
And
like,
yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. Where are these black sparks at? Because I know I had them. Because I know. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah. So in chapter 1063. We see he has the Zehaha, and then there's a giant black spark. There's a few black sparks coming out of the water. Yeah. All right, real quick. So you have Terrence, much love. I think that Luffy, Shanks, and Blackbeard will have a 3-way fight for the One Piece. Shit. Okay.
A triple threat match at WrestleMania?
That'd be kind of wild, actually.
Oh, dude, fuck. Dude, that changed the game.
That's kind of sexy, too.
I feel like we'd have a Toriko level, like, grand knocking to the planet right there.
Let's go.
First of all, grand knocking to this day is still one of the most
absolutely
things I've ever seen.
That was so fucking dope, so fucking cold. The whole plant's gonna stop for a few seconds, yo. Like what? What do you mean? Like just stop its rotation, dude. Like
different. God, I miss Toriko. Wow.
Yeah, me too. Oh, hell yeah, absolutely. All right, AB the Clown, $10. After what happened to Kid, I can't wait for your next top 30 stream. Yo, okay, is Kid still top 30, right?
He's
like we're not gonna.
Absolutely.
He's still top 30.
Yeah.
You know he is.
It's just it was up against Shanks, bro. You couldn't do nothing.
I'm never gonna take him out from listening to the best.
Right. Okay, yeah. Because I feel like so I remember I was asked this question during my stream during chapter reaction. Like, if you place Kid for the characters, would the same thing happen? So like I remember people asking before, like, okay, so if you place Kid for let's say Law or let's say Zoro, does that happen still?
Yeah,
or let's say
it still happens.
Yeah, I feel like that's happening to pretty much every character outside like some other top 10 motherfuckers. So like
Zoro at least, if Zoro was able to block the Ikaku sovereignty, I feel like he's at least putting up the before that happened.
Well, hold on, Recon, because if he didn't get roomed out of there, he'd probably be dead.
Right.
True.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but he held it for a couple seconds though.
He did.
Yeah.
So like let's try to like equalize it. So let's say it's not like like they react to it in time, but let's say they like right to the chest. So it's the same way Kid did it. Right to the fucking chest. Boom. Divine departure. Who walks from that? Who's conscious after that?
I think Luffy, if he's all the way powered up.
If he's in Gear 5, got you.
He's in Gear 5. But other than that, I think Luffy is getting clapped by that if he's in base.
Luffy, I'll agree with that one. I think Luffy probably get clapped, but at the same time, I'm willing to bet that I would say maybe he still is conscious.
He's the only one that I could say maybe.
Right.
Okay.
Luffy, I think is fair.
And Luffy,
for sure.
I don't know how you feel about
I would say a Kainu. I would say.
Right, you agree?
Hmm?
You agree to Luffy's top 10 right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and we're over here saying that Luffy could possibly get clapped. So
Yeah.
Unless unless there's like 14 cats in Elbaf, they're all like actual gods. Like, yo, the Yonko, like they're fucking trash, kid. Like, let me show you the real power. Like, we have Mjolnir, Thor,
sure.
we have like broken ass Loki, Odin, like Kratos, yeah. Ragnar Lothbrok is like 2 sword style, like disgusting as fuck. Like, okay, all right. Well, okay, Elbaf. Like, okay, my fault. My fault, yeah. But unless there's that shit going on.
Samurai, I ain't saying nothing about these giants.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
Hey, Bacol, if that's the case, that would hype up Shanks even more because that's his territory, bro. Like the fact that he has all those.
He has friends over there for sure. He has friends. Like I don't know if it's all of his territory, but I feel like he has that pirate crew under his watch. But like, let's say there's like on top of like where the hell's going on Elbaf. Let's say
Dory and Buggy themselves are a problem.
They are a problem for damn sure. But let's say like there's some like crazy giant royalty that's like on top. They're even stronger than let's say Dory and Buggy. Like the true, like there's like an elite Asgardian Elbaf military. Yeah. Like the Yoan Asgardian motherfuckers, right? Like these guys are nasty, Nick. Yeah.
Dude, and then going back to what we talked about in the Reverie, that would imply that back in chapter 1045, Oda had that in mind when he drew Giant Luffy, and we're gonna see Giant Luffy against those Asgardian military. You know how fire that's gonna be? Straight
Holy
up
shit,
Giant
dude.
Gear 5.
Yeah, Gigan Luffy versus all those cats. Yeah, like yo, like oh fucking shit, you crazy. All right.
What was was Dory and Buggy's bounty before they were lost to the world 500 mil?
Now it's 100. It was not small.
Only 100. Damn.
Yeah.
That was larger.
But now that I'm assuming that somewhere in the future they're gonna find out. So let's see, the world gonna finds out that Shanks has the giants under his watch. It's over. Okay, so the bounty's gonna be like, let's say he's gonna go to probably.
Shanks is just
I know. Didn't I say before? I think they said before. I think it was in the mother camp. No, in the mother. Yeah, in Big Mom's flashback, they said before that the giant military is so powerful that they wouldn't want them pulling up at all on Marine 4. Like they get fucked up. So it's like if he has the pirate crew, then I think they're gonna get a massive buff in bounties for damn sure. And then Shanks, I think, is gonna get a bounty raised too to like 500 something. I think it's gonna be five bill minimum.
If that is true, and like out of that upper echelon, do you think
that a 3 billion guy?
Because in the same flashback, they talked about the sun god, right? So do you think they would? They're on the side of like going against Luffy, or do you think those are the guys that like when Luffy shows up like no hold on.
Shit,
like wait a minute.
okay, so fuck. Have you guys seen Film Red?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember how in Film Red you had the whole thing, and I spoiled for anybody I guess in chat. I'm sorry, but it's what it is. I mean, this is very important here. Remember how when Uda started singing her namesake song for Tom Musica, there were the Norse runes?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's gonna be important later on because I think that you're gonna have there's gonna be like bad evil giants that are like, let's say like druids, like they're gonna be evil guys, like evil giants, like Loki, all kinds of like, and there's gonna be good giants, like let's say like the pirate guys, like say Dorian Broggy, maybe Thor, maybe Odin, like all those guys. And so there'll be like a dynamic of giants here where there could be like some sort of like internal war going on, well, like amongst the giants. Because I do wonder why Saul never went to Elbaf. Like I remember saying before, like he didn't like the giants that much. I forgot why he said that though. Yeah, I forgot what the reason was, but I think the idea is that there could be factions among the giants in Elbaf.
I could see that.
Or like let's say like the royalty of Elbaf, or like they're like assholes. They're like straight up pricks. But then you have the other like regular civilians of Elbaf. They're like regular people. They're like they mean well. The pirates take care of them, like all that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah. So I think that could be a case with Elbaf, honestly.
So then we would have like Luffy and Thor, let's just say hypothetically speaking, against whoever else and Loki, and like the Civil War type of thing. I think that would be amazing. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's very possible too, because I think Elbaf has a like maybe not like a full-on microcosm, like the same way of the story, but it could be like so similar to let's say Skypiea.
Yeah.
Like it is a microcosm of the story itself in some ways. And then but it's upscaled to like Albath, so like it's upscaled to like such a great degree, and that could be like where the last low point is. Maybe it's hidden by the Elbath royalty, or it's a gateway to the last low poneglyph, unless it's on the moon somewhere, and we have to go to the moon.
Yeah.
Fuck
it. Yeah, fuck it. Screw it.
Fuck it.
Hey, that would mean NL has the final.
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. You don't have an army on the moon for no reason. I'm ready for the army on the moon. I'm ready for these guys to pull up and do some crazy shit. I'm fucking ready. All right. Okay. So real quick. Brian over here. Kingu. Braga owes you an apology when he went hard for the admirals. If Shanks just violated the whole crew. And imagine if Shanks popped off in Marineford. It's over. Yeah, Shanks. Yeah,
it's over.
This validates so much of Shanks' like just ability. Where validated it with the whole Green Bull knockout. Validated why and everyone Marineford War was like, yo, oh shit, Shanks. Okay, fuck, let's back off, guys. Everything's validated.
Problem.
Major problem, yo. Okay, Khalid. Cross Guild and Straw Hats will get Laugh Tale at the same time. Is it possible?
I'm down with the idea. I'm down.
Is it possible that we have all meet at the same time at Laugh Tale? So we have Cross Guild, Buggy, Mihawk, Crocodile, and we have Shanks and his boys. We have Blackbeard, and so it's like a 4-way, not a 3-4. It's a 4-way on Laugh Tale.
I don't know why.
I would love that.
Don't quote me on this. I don't know. I don't know why, but for some reason, Crocodile at Laugh Tale just seems wrong. I don't know why. It just seems wrong.
Like in what way?
I don't know. I feel like Crocodile just should not be there.
Buggy will be there probably, but Crocodile just hop on? Really?
I don't know. I feel like he shouldn't be there. I don't know.
Is it because like in the back of your mind that's not his real goal, where he's actually
no, that's not his goal. He's kind of a prick. I don't know.
I feel like him being there would be fantastic for his character, just in regards to that could be his like game-changing moment where all this time he's been searching for the ancient weapons for whatever reason, and then he gets before the actual treasure itself, and he's like, man, this is it. This is the life. Like I'm glad.
Crocodile laughs, and then
okay. So then what if let's say Laugh Tale is too like sick of the ground. Let's say only you have a few like maybe like only like Luffy gets there. But what if let's say you have all this stuff happen on Lodestar, like the closest place to Laugh Tale. So Lodestar, Gap Valley is where all this stuff happened between Blackbeard and Shanks and Buggy, and then Laugh Tale is just too sick of grounds just for the Straw Hats. That's it. Maybe. Okay. Maybe.
So just to keep it to where only they see what the weapons is.
Right. Okay. Look, I'm not against the idea at all, though, because Crocodile being there is kind of weird. But I'm kind of okay with that too. Yeah,
it's just odd to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah, I feel that.
Is it because like you know how the end of Stampede, they had the thing where it had the log pose, and Crocodile immediately was like, "Yo, I'm going for that." Like the moment that fight ends, I'm going straight for it. And Luffy cracked it in front of him and Lucci. Is that why you're just like, well, you're gonna be celebrating and Crocodile's gonna scoop in?
That's a good example. Crocodile I just feel like you don't belong. I don't know. I feel like you can't sit with us. I feel like you hate from outside of the club. You can't even get in. I feel like you should not be there.
True. It kind of feels like because it kind of feels like that means that also if Crocodile's there, Mr. One is there, and it's like, well, why are you here, dog? Like, why are you there? Like what? I mean, some weird ass shit. Yeah, I feel you. All right, Chris Debo, S Clown gonna be top 1. Oh shit. Here we go.
S Clown is gonna be nasty.
S Clown is hilarious.
He's gonna be nasty.
Bro, if that actually happens, but what would you give him? Because Buggy, he had Buggy's power too, because he was in prison. So he had the top ability. He had the Lunarian shit going on. He had this. Oh yeah, he'd be nasty as fuck.
He'd be super nasty. And like Buggy.
I don't want to see a black man be a clown.
Yo, we already have a black man be a giant bear. We have a black man be a fucking like sentient, like a supernatural hawk motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, like. I mean, we already have a darker fisherman in fucking S. in S Shark. Hey, yo, I mean, you know, maybe I'll be cooking here. Shit.
Do we see them here? Do we see like S Moria and then the S Croc and all them here? Do you think we see them here?
Yeah, S.
I would say the animal ones for sure. I think
Moria would be a S Bat.
S-Bat.
S Shadow, S-Bat.
Oh, not S-Gecko, S-Bat. Oh.
S-Gecko. S-Gecko.
Gecko Moria, yep, S-Bat.
Yeah, Gecko Moria. S-Gecko, S-Flamingo, S-Crocodile. I think they're going to have probably them. They'll have their powers, right? So you have S-Flamingo would have the string ability. Moria, she's cheap guy, so he'd probably have the shadow ability at 2, I think. S-Gecko. And then and then S-Crocodile. Yo, okay, fuck. I wish they were here now. Yo, okay. Is it possible to where Zoro's final fight is S-Hawk?
Not S-Hawk. It's got to be Mihawk. It's got to be Mihawk.
S-Hawk is stronger than Mihawk coming in the series.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If it's S-Hawk, I might drop the series.
It was even shown to us in Egghead, right? The fact that he said that the S-Hawk is more human than Mihawk implies that like Zoro, what he felt throughout those 2 years was like, yo, this guy is different.
He's
like,
a demon.
He's a demon, yo. Like
I don't know if there's that or if it's because he's so numb. Because he feels like I think Mihawk is like a broken man. I think that he is so numb for whatever reason that he has no like. Remember what he said when he first pulled on Don Creek's fleet? He said, "Yeah, I'm just killing time because I'm bored." Like he's like a man kind of waiting to die in somewhere, like waiting for like the right person because he's so like. Remember how like he was so hyped up when the Marines pulled up, like, oh my god, finally, I feel some excitement in my life. And then a few weeks later, I'm so fucking bored of these guys. God damn. I feel like that's the issue. Yeah,
I think it definitely be a combination of the two because have you guys watched Hajime no Ippo?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So like he gives a lot of Ricardo Martinez vibes, where like Martinez's entire thing is that. Like he's bored. He's trying to find like someone else to reach him at the top because so I feel a lot of that in Mihawk, and a massive shout out to Radman, to Fiji for pointing that out to me. That is a fantastic comparison.
Right.
Yeah, Randy.
What's good, yo? He came through in the yeah. What's up, Randy? What is good? Oh shit.
What's up, guys?
Yo, this man is
what's going on, my boy?
Damn, son. God damn, Randy. All right, the vibes. Okay, listen, man. Hold up. Yeah, yo, the vibes you killer right now. The vibes you killer. Like actual Dofi vibes. Actual Dofi vibes. Oh, I like that shit. All right, hold up. Fuck. Okay, listen. Eric, we were asking before. Is it possible? Because the idea is that you have someone like S-Hawk who exists, and is it possible that if there were to be a final fight after Mihawk for Zoro, would that be S-Hawk? I'm kind of putting out there because. If it's gonna be stronger than Mihawk, then you could. No,
you can't do that to Mihawk. You can't do that to Zoro and Mihawk. You can't do that.
Okay, because like I'm thinking about it, it's like the idea is that they're gonna be stronger than their counterparts.
You can't do that. That's crazy.
Okay, so I mean, Hockey be pointing too, but let's say if S Shark is stronger than Jinbei in the future,
you're not mad about that, but you're mad about like the
what?
Huh?
Wait, the what?
He cut off.
You're mad about the idea of an epilogue fight, but you're not mad about S-Hawk being stronger than Mihawk.
I think it sucks if we have an epilogue fight.
Eric.
Yeah, I think it sucks, honestly, if we have an epilogue fight between Zoro and Mihawk.
You can't have S-Hawk.
An epilogue fight is dick on the ground. And
yeah, I'd agree, yeah.
And Zoro fighting S-Hawk is dick in the air.
It's worse.
All dick.
Fair enough. But again, like I just feel like Zoro's words have to come true in terms like he has to be the world's strongest swordsman come Hemmings and Laughdale. So I'm okay, let's say, having a 4-for-all where you have Buggy and his cross-gill, Blackbeard and his boys, Shanks and Luffy, all 4 major factions meet on Laughdale, let's say Lodestar, and then they have the fight there. What's up?
King, you can't have Luffy and Zoro be like top tier at the end because then the fights don't even matter.
Wait, hold on. What? Hold on.
Zoro's losing if he's the world's
you can have the Strat crew is going to be the most powerful crew of all time come the end of the story. Why can't they be busted?
Can't compete with that at all.
Wait, hold on. We don't know when they're gonna compete. We don't know. We don't know if, let's say, they're gonna be those guys fight, let's say, come the end of the story. Like it could be Shanks' boys. Who the hell knows? Maybe they're actually that nasty. Sure, it could be maybe just we have like Shanks and Luffy on Laughdale, then they have other fights elsewhere.
I feel like Luffy's crew is already getting too strong. We can't have them even. It's like doesn't even make sense.
Dude. Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. No, they're getting just right.
Yeah, but you can't have. So you can't have Zoro would be the world's strongest swordsman.
Yes, you can.
While they fight in Raftel. Like,
yes, you can.
Then there's no stakes. Like, Luffy and Zoro.
Mihawk needs to be the last fight.
You can have him there. Okay, so then you can have Mihawk be on Laughdale then.
Cool. Or as long as he's the last fight.
Yeah, as long as he's the last fight for Zoro.
I don't care about anything else in between.
Yeah, let me push the question over to Randy.
I still stand by that we need a dating back fight with Crossbeard.
See, there it is. There it is. Yeah. There it is. Davey back fight Zoro versus Mihawk. That's dope.
That's been my big thing since this whole thing started. It's just you lose Zoro in the first round of the Davey back fight against the Cross Guild because they're up against a bunch of circus people. They take Zoro because Zoro was originally supposed to be on Buggy's crew in the first place. So he can't participate until they get him back after the second round. And the combat, Buggy switches himself out for Mihawk, and then Mihawk has to fight Zoro.
I don't mind the idea of the baby back fight. It's just like it's like one of the most obscure, irrelevant arcs in the whole story, and then we bring it all the way back to the end.
But it's parody, you know. It's parody.
It's parody.
It's on its own island.
It makes sense. Like let's
no one's ever talked about it again.
Okay, hold on. So let's say like it even happens on Fuller Island because that is the home of the Dayback fight. Like that could be like a thing where like you have maybe like a three-way on that island between Blackbeard, Luffy, and the Cross Guild.
Ain't agreeing. I like three-ways. Back fight.
Look.
Like, it's a cool idea having another, like, way more serious, way more intense, no frills Dayback fight, especially when, let's say, Luffy realized that BB killed Garp. You know, Zoro has to deal with Mihawk now. Like, it's here and now.
I feel like
it's a little bit contrived.
The only issue is, I feel like it being a Dayback fight is frills off the bat.
What?
You can't have it.
Caesar, not Caesar.
Automatically
Foxy made it goofy, but if you have Blackbeard and so on, it's gonna be some real shit.
A Davy back fight by itself is like reduces stakes because you're agreeing to terms.
Not unless they betray the terms, hence Blackbeard being the code breaker.
Well, then it's not really a Davy back fight, then, is it? It's just a fight.
Well, it would be that up until we break the code.
Why would Blackbeard agree to it anyway?
Because he's a fucking cocksucker. He's an evil dude. What do you mean? That's what he does. He betrays. He code breaks. He's slimy.
Yeah, but like, why would this setup be like, let's fight for the One Piece, and then it's like, let's Davy back. Who even bring that up?
Okay, so do you think that? Hold on, so
like
do you think
Buggy,
that? Wait.
That up, and then they listen to him. Like,
no. So at what point? At what point? So you have Kobe captured.
Hold up.
So
he killed Ace, but like, let's do a baby back fight.
Hold on. So you have Kobe captured. You have Pudding captured. You may have Law captured. Garp may die to Blackbeard and all his forces. Hold on. No, but wait. But if they have these hostages, he would listen to these terms.
No, he wouldn't. He would throw his hands immediately.
Wait, what do you mean? If they have a gun pointed at Kobe's skull, we're gonna try and get some shit done.
They had a gun pointed at Hachi, and Luffy just punched him in the face.
At Kobe, there will be no Davy.
Who's Hachi really compared to Kobe? Come on.
No, that's true.
Come on.
Luffy punched Kobe in the face. What are you talking about?
Bro. Pudding has a gun pointed head. Now, like the terms being negotiated. Like
Sanji's
not gonna have that.
Give me your opponent goes where I shoot the bitch.
King, I'll give you.
They have the hostages.
King, I'll give you that.
Davy back fight for no.
King, I'll give you. Maybe Jinbei might hold Luffy back and make deals, but Luffy ain't making deals.
Wait, time out. So you think that having Pudding, having Kobe, maybe even Law as hostages, or maybe even Garp, that's of no value to Blackbeard at all?
But he's not gonna agree to terms. Luffy doesn't listen.
Not gonna ask them for a.
We need to know where the hostages are in the first place.
We do.
Egghead, or are they at Full
No, why would they? That's kind of crazy.
Is on Egghead and he left the hostages back, then Garp might be ending up freeing everybody.
Yeah.
So what if? Okay. But then what's the setup of them having them in the first place if Luffy and Cubby won't get involved? I feel like there's a point to have like putting being captured. I think would involve Sanji some way.
Right.
Like that'd be kind of weird for me to have. Okay, here's Garp. I'll free him. Like, wait, what's the point of her being captured then? You know. So I feel like that's to happen by default.
So Cole, you think it's on the ship then, right? Like on the ship.
Maybe on the ship. Maybe on Egg Island because I feel like maybe on Full Island because I feel like we have to kind of see finally for the first time Wang Ji what's his actual name the guy that Blackbeard beat to take Full Island. I forgot his name.
Oh yeah, Wang Zi.
Yeah, Wang Zi. No, that's his name. Yeah. So maybe we have that actually. So we have to see him. Let's say he's captured, or let's say in prison, along with Pudding, and let's say in the future Garp Law.
Hold on to Pudding, but I think that he's already got what he wanted from Kobe. My whole thing with Blackbeard coming here in the first place, and why I said that Blackbeard would be involved in Egghead, because he wants the love fruit, and Vegapunk has recreated that fruit. He couldn't get it from Hancock because he got cock blocked by Rayleigh. So he's going to Egghead because he either wants S Snake and he got the authority chip from Kobe, and we're going to get some sort of shenanigans where S Snake falls out of authority and then Blackbeard takes authority of S Snake, or he wants Vegapunk or maybe even York now.
York.
And he's going to get somebody to recreate that fruit for him so he can get what he wants from that.
Is he actually coming himself, or is that somebody else like Aokiji? Because I think that's a better option. We have Kuzan, City of the Rain. The other guys that we haven't seen yet, they're probably on like a side mission to Egghead Island.
I initially thought it would just be like Shiryu and maybe Lafitte. And I really think Lafitte is going to play a big role in this Pudding stuff because hypnotism can open a third eye.
Right.
But Shanks literally said that his intel, when Hongo pulled out the wiki no mi, he said, like, here's all of Kid's bio. Oh, and also Blackbeard left full of lead. So either way, he's not there when Garp gets there.
Right. So it's probably Winter Island probably his play, obviously, and then the question is he still there when Winter Island fighting against Law? That's the real question ultimately. Maybe now we'll have to wait and see how that works out. But I feel like in the case of, let's say, like Law, would Oda want to off-screen someone like Law already and then have, because Kid wasn't off-screen, he was destroyed on-screen, like here he is, Kid's done. So Law could have maybe escaped, but gave the pony rubbings.
Of Law versus Blackbeard, like
he did.
Just see Law like captured or bloodied. Like I don't need to see the end of the fight.
Okay, fair enough. All right, that's possible. Yeah, okay, I'm cool with that. But we have to kind of see. But I'll just say, like, ultimately, it's like he could be coming there. I think Kuzan's like a pretty solid option too. Like, I like the idea of having his forces split up, where like you do have, like, let's say he knows that Shanks is on Elbaf, so let's not go there. Obviously, let's have Egghead Island, and then let's have Winter Island. Boom, and then Aokiji is somehow involved with this crazy what's going to happen tomorrow in the World One Piece. Whatever's going to be, that'd be just nuts. But it could be BB too. That's also possible as well. All right, some more love real quick. Manga Paradise. If I have a theory that if Kuzan appears and helps the Straw Hats, then Morgans will spin that as a Blackbeard and Straw Hat alliance formed on Egghead.
That'd be wild.
That would be wild. That'd be. They hate each other.
Yeah.
Morgans.
There's so much good story for Kuzan to be on Egghead, and there's so much good story for Kuzan to be on Full of Lead when Garp gets there.
Right, there's that too, yeah.
That's the thing. Like it's equally good for both stories. So we got to figure out where.
Yeah, they're both equally exciting because they're going to explore his internal conflict right now, and also where his where his allegiances truly lie. Because especially if Blackbeard is there, he's going to test them. He's going to like, yo, are you really still with me? I know you're not with me, but are you really still with me? So I think it would be a great time if he really is still on full.
Yeah, because Blackbeard's no dummy, right?
He's no dummy,
right?
I'm sure he has zero trust in Kuzan. It's like, you're strong, so I'll keep you around for a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
But Kuzan did get Pudding with Von August, so that's that's a phase. Okay, like so he did some good job over here. Good job getting Pudding. But now you have to see just to make sure. I need you to go over here, over there. And in fact, maybe it is Kuzan and Blackbeard Pudding at the same time. Maybe they're both coming.
I'm sending him on missions constantly, and I want him nowhere near me, knowing that he might not be with me.
Maybe so. There's a theory out there that York is the actual 10th Titanic captain, and then Kusan's gonna go and get her because then they have to kind of like initiate their whole deal. So York will be, let's say, a villain for the future.
I would rather have a scene where Blackbeard literally says, "Join my crew" to York. I would rather
pulls out his
that.
flashback it.
It's crazy. Him having all these criminals, all these people based on betrayal on his crew is actually insane.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, like, I don't see like him doing like the whole get on one knee, like York, take my hand, like become my daughter, some weird shit like that. I don't see it happen like with the fucking like Whitebeard and Ace. But at the same time, I'm kind of, because I know one thing that I was complaining about before was their ship quality. Like, their ships suck. But if Yorick could be like their quote good ship, right, make them like very like good ships, like tech-based ships, that'd give his fleet a big advantage in the future for damn sure with like whatever they're gonna be doing in the future.
Drop the logs.
Yeah, we dropped the logs. We finally dropped the logs. Get some real shit, and that's gonna be York's job.
Right? York wants to be a celestial dragon.
Yeah.
But we need to know what Blackbeard's motivations are, and if he wants to take down the entire world, right? He may just come out, and if he finds that out and he's there, he'll just say, "Look, when I'm done with what I'm doing, there are not going to be any celestial dragons. So you're going to have the freedom to do whatever you want. No one's going to tell you to go to the bathroom or anything like that if you're with me."
Yep, pretty much. And then also, it's like the idea too is that I think him and Rox have very similar end goals here, where Rox wanted world domination. He didn't want the One Piece, he wanted world conquest. So if he wants, and also I remember this too, Blackbeard, I think, is one of the first Yonko, if not the only Yonko I've seen, actually have guys in the Grand Line trying to take over Grand Line territory, not New World, Grand Line territory, because of Pinkbeard. That was a crazy play.
He wants total domination.
Yeah, so if he wants like Grand Line territories, then it's like, okay, this guy really wants like world conquest, and he's gonna do like whatever it takes. So York being like, I can have all things I want to do without ever worrying about anybody else. If I'm under Blackbeard, like I'm set. Like I can chill, party, I can eat, I can make all these crazy things I want to make, and so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I love how Blackbeard has always been that way, even before getting his second fruit, to the point to where he sent Lafitte, where like Mihawk and Dofi and Kuma were all going to be meeting, and he sent him by himself to be like, "Man, go take care of that, dude. You're good. No worries." I love that about Blackbeard's character.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so real quick, we have Lazy Muff over here. My man says Shanks is him, but he's not narrator Diffin, the phenom for sure, and the senpai of the Santoryu, and that's on Southside Shimotsuki Village. Useless scrapping mid future recycling center employee. My man, listen, okay, you saying loud there, dog.
I love lazy mofos, man. Shout out to my boy. Shout out to my boy.
Oh, hold up, real quick. Randy, do you think that kid is dead?
I hope so.
Ooh.
Yeah. I've been saying for years, the best thing to happen in the story is kid dies, but killer stays alive.
Mindset, yes, agreed.
And then he has to like kind of deal with that. Then we get some drama. Like, I was relishing this last chapter because it's everything. It's everything I wanted and more.
Chef's kiss.
Oda delivered.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
It's just like we finally are getting kid out of the story. Cole, we talked about this like 2-3 reveries ago. I don't even remember now. It was just like, he's not going to Laugh Tale. He's not that dude. So just get him out of the story.
Yep.
He's a fluffer for Shanks.
Yep. And I feel like too, it's like when it comes to kid, people may think, we like wasted our time with kid being developed as a character that if he's gonna die ultimately Shanks. But the way I see it is that like Shanks has had ultimately more importance, and he's had more important moments in the story compared to someone like Kid. Kid was there for Shibuya Pelago for like a part of that. He was there in Punk Hazard, like through a monitor, and then he was there on Wano Country. That was it. He hasn't been there for that long. Someone like Law, he's different. Law's different. He's been for like since the fucking like very beginning of Punk Hazard. But Kid, he can die. Fucking let him die. Fuck it, let him die. It's okay. Like
Oda said he had plans for Kid. Oda showed us what those plans were.
Yeah, these are the plans.
That's it.
Yeah.
Give this man a 3 billion berry bounty. Let Shanks take him out. That's
it. Yo, could you imagine Oda writing out that message, and in his mind, he's just like, man, he's gonna get one shot by Shanks, dude. Like that's my plan for Kid.
Editor probably just like, are you sure? I'm sure.
He's like, I'm 100%
very sure.
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, like when he said, like, hey, like, hope nobody dies during Jump Festa, that was a sign like, yo, people are gonna just get clapped. Like, people are gonna get clapped in waves. Now, is Law clapped? That I think is hard for him to do, honestly, because he's such a favorite character. And then obviously Law he wants to find out the truth. Like, I feel like he won't die, and maybe like let's say he gets captured, and then Sengoku makes a sacrifice to like protect Law. Because I can see Sengoku being on coming with Garp too. Let's say if Law gets captured, for sure, without a doubt.
Someone in your chat said
he's not sword agenda, bro.
He said replace the Ian Eustace with a J and you get just ass.
Yo,
that's a bar.
Let's go. That is a bar. Yo, I am down with the cause. I'm down with the cause. Like I would.
Yo, but on a serious note, I do think that when push comes to shove, I don't know if Oda's really gonna write Oda out, or Kid out of the story yet. I mean, if what Randy's saying is true and Kid's gonna be used as like to push Killer into the spotlight and into the final arc, right? He has to deal with the fact that his captain died. Kid is gonna serve as like the alternate route, the alternate reality. This is what could have happened to Luffy. This is what could have happened to Blackbeard. But Kid was the guy who just couldn't do it. He wasn't that guy. I could see that being the case, but if he's not going to serve that, I still think he has at the very least something down the line. If Oda's going to keep him around.
All right. There's two routes with Kid. There's two routes with Kid. All right.
Shoot.
First route, he's done. He's finished. He's out of the story. All right.
Yeah.
Second route is the redemption arc where he actually learns his lesson and he's not a fucking dickhead. That's the two options.
The thing is I don't need that though. I don't need that, and you know why I don't need that? Because Bellamy did it, and Bellamy did it better.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
Really? A redemption?
But
nah.
Cole, people forget that Kid is a dickhead.
Yes.
Like people forget that.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait. He's Bellamy, like I said, we always seen before, number one. Number two is that Kid is a dickhead, but also Kid is like, if you go back to, like, say, chapter 1, obviously, Kid is the mountain bandit. He's the fucking nigga.
He's a fucking
Kill him. He dies.
Honestly, Bellamy was not as bad.
He was like, I've got a 3 billion berry bounty. What's up?
Guys,
Did
remember this.
I've got a 3 billion bounty.
Kid was literally crucifying people.
Yeah, the first time he did remember the first time?
Oh yeah, like I've killed like 53 men. Like what? Who cares?
Shanky was like, "Oh, this man only has a high bounty because he kills civilians."
Right? Yes.
Like he's always been a dickhead.
Exactly. So you want like a reformed kid? Like you want a kid that's like, actually, maybe killing is not such a good idea. Killer, change your name to pacifist because we're gonna be like monks. I'm like, no.
But I feel bad for Killer. He bet on the wrong horse. Just get him over to the
He did.
Eric has a point. Kid spelled backwards is dick. He might be a dickhead.
Oh, fucking God.
Oda did the worst possible thing that he could do to a character. Like he basically broke his cardinal rule, was cut a man's dream down.
Yeah.
And then not only that,
because his dream means nothing. Like Kid's dream means nothing, dude.
Just give it all away. Like your man can't even speak for himself right now, and you're making the decision to take everything that you've worked for and give it to Shanks. Yeah. And then Oda comes in with the tea bag and lets like Dory and Brogy just
they seal the deal, man. Like that shit, like their ship being destroyed, like the keel and everything, like that ship like represents them. So that shows. So now mean that
they were done at the heat and wire moment. They were done at the heat and wire moment.
Bro, the heat and wire moment is
I still can't believe that happened.
They surrendered and they still killed him.
Like, could you imagine like Jinbei and like Chopper, just like
never.
Dude, I remember the Straw Hats in front of Kuma, and when that Ursa shock was gonna go out, and they were like, "Yo, let's go. We don't care. We're not selling out anyone. Like those are the boys."
These niggas surrendered.
They surrendered, man.
Bro, I think this is just the way to get Kid on his own, though. I feel like Oda's trying to get Kid on his own and get rid of.
But why? So okay,
because we're gonna have a redemption arc on Elbaf.
No,
You can't redeem what Heat and Wire did. Like,
that's why they're out of the story.
Bring
That's where
Kid
they're going,
and Killer back into the story, then Kid like has to kill Heat and Wire, or just be like, you're not on the crew anymore.
Yeah, I feel like his
Bob,
crew's
no
done.
apology, you're gone.
Yeah, his crew's definitely done. Like I'm not saying, like his crew's done. I think Killer Kid and Killer will just be on their own eventually.
Yo.
They gave the poneglyphs just for the Dory and Broggy to clap them.
Bro, I would much rather Killer be alive than he sings the songs of Kid until he damn dies. Not have Kid come back, like he has to shave his fucking head off. He's a goddamn monk somewhere in the mountains, like, you know, like whatever like version of Tibet they have in Elbaf, and he's gonna pray to some like the fire god. Fuck no.
Bro,
No.
Kid has to work out his anger issues. I don't know what he's
Kid, in fucking heaven with Yahweh.
If we get to Elbaf and we see some dude who's haggard, right?
What the fuck?
And it ends up being Killer without the mask, like that's okay.
That's cool with me. Yes, exactly. But you don't have, but like Kid being dead is just, it's super fitting. It makes a lot of, he is Huguma, and he is not worthy of the One Piece. Like, again, like the fact that his crew surrendered is indicative of what's happening even here too. Like, we have opponent glyphs, we have all this stuff too. Like, and then what happens? Like, Dorian Broggy clap him too. No. Like, and mind you too, it's all Kid's fault. If Kid said, you know what, I see Shanks' fleet, let me not beeline in there and say, fuck it, let me wipe them out. Let's actually have a conversation with Kid. Let's talk shit out. He went in there with the intent of killing. And we know what happened with Lucky who points the gun. The guy puts a gun at Shanks. Lucky Roo.
Lucky Roo's got more bodies than Kaido.
That's factual.
Yeah, I love it.
Yo, but Lucky Roo's that guy. Lucky Roo's that guy. You know?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that
have more bodies than Kaido.
Like, unless Kid is gonna be like one of the fucking could you imagine this? Unless Kid is gonna be one of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet members in the future.
Well.
That he's done, dude.
I'll pass on that. Rest in peace.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, I don't need him anymore, dude. He's done.
Sealed the deal. The narrator sealed the deal.
Bro, yeah. I don't need him.
But Randy, we know how some people
the narrator needed to cut in. It's over.
You know how some people feel about the narrator? They just ignore him, you know?
Oh, they can't do. He has too much power in the story. All right.
Everybody said Onigashima was the final battle. But
bro, look at this guy, yo, right here, hold on, real quick, right here. This guy over here, fucking. I know I'm skipping donos, but
like, I thought it was the Red Force podcast, not the.
Wait, hold on, no, hold on. This is my shit. Hold on. Real quick.
That wasn't my hands clapping, by the way.
So Shank over here says Kid bounces back. He ain't ever attacking Shanks again, but he's bouncing back. Y'all know who Oda is. Oda, I think in the final saga is ready to let Bai to the ground. I think he's like, you know what? It's the final saga. The gloves are off. Let's just kill people. Let's just kill people that no longer have any words.
I think Oda hates Kid. I think Oda literally hates Kid. I think he hates his character and he just wants him out.
Bro,
get him out of the story.
Fuck it.
He's just like, fuck it. I hate this character. He's out.
Kid had his okay. Let me ask you a question, right? When we saw Kid's build up with Kaido, right? And then Kid decided to deviate to Big Mom. Would Luffy ever pull the same shit?
Bro, Kid literally just wants fame and attention. That's all he wants. His goals are fame and attention, bro.
Nami said before that Luffy has his ability to kind of know who exactly to take down. And Luffy would beeline focus on Kaido until he was dead, like literally. Kid decided, I'm gonna leave Kaido to Luffy company. I'm with the Big Mom's ass. Even though Killer ate a smile fruit by Orochi via Kaido, clapped him and all. No, this will never happen.
Kid's literally an Instagram thought, just looking for clout.
Bro,
let him die.
Let him die. I'm gonna get Kaido.
Hold on,
Big Mom. Get Big Mom.
Hey, hold on. I could get a secondary W on Big Mom. Let's go over here.
And Big Mom is fine on the way down to Nightmare Chamber 2. It's like, come on.
I know, it's the biggest W. It's the biggest W in like anime history.
Paper W, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Got flown out without having a way to fly back.
Right.
His whole crew, other than Killer, they're all bitch made, and they proved that.
Right.
And it's
super bitch made. Yeah. That's an understatement, Randy. Like that was pathetic.
Right.
During when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, who's charging?"
And during my stream, I'm arguing with this guy in my comment section, and he was like, "Nami and Usopp would have done the same thing."
No,
bro, we saw an example of that in Wano.
I got a comment like
Well,
that.
really,
Right.
Never do it.
Dude,
Yeah.
Kaido literally showed up and was like, "Yo, Luffy's dead." Nami was like,
Nami
"What
said
do you
you're a
mean?"
liar.
Right.
What do you mean?
Nami literally said,
up.
Nami literally said, "No, fuck you, stop the bullshit." And
Legit.
Kyle's like, "You know what? That's what spunk." And then black
Bruh,
breath.
bruh,
So it's like,
yeah.
come on.
And
Nami
then
wanted
when I
to
said that, I said
surrender
that in
against
response, right?
Ulti,
I
but
said that in
she
response.
couldn't do it. She literally couldn't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
I said that in response, and then the guy tells me, "Well, their captain didn't get clapped right in front of him."
Bro, no.
What?
Luffy
No,
got
like-
one-shotted by
bro.
Kaido.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's say that this, like let's say Strike Crew. Let's say Luffy for some dumb reason decides, you know what? I see entire fleet. Let me go like 1v10. All right, fine, Luffy. Dumb idea. He goes in there. He gets clapped by Shanks. Okay, fine. What happens next?
Yeah,
okay?
but like,
After that, Sanji, Zoro, Jinbei, Frankie, Robin, like literally last man stand. Nah, fuck you, yo. Shanks is going down, and then Usopp, Nami get Luffy out of here with Chopper, and then they go like the little man. They get Luffy out of there, and then they stand on the fucking ground. They're not gonna bitch out.
Not
Take
at
my
all.
photographs, take my dignity, take my crew. Like,
We saw with Kuma. Like, wait.
We saw with Kuma.
We saw Kuma literally had Luffy, and they're like, "Yo, okay, give me Luffy." They're like, "No, fuck you. We died today. Fuck
Yep.
you."
Yeah. Big
Hey,
Mom.
guys, I'm gonna run for a bit. I might jump back in, but
Yeah, no doubt. We still here.
Take care, bro.
I just
look at Cole. Even in your chat right now, Laning
What?
Smith says Nami didn't surrender because she didn't believe it. If Kaido threw Luffy's dead body in front of her, it may have been different.
No,
it did not have.
No, because again, we saw with Kuma. Like Luffy was on the ground, like he couldn't do shit. Like, oh my god, like let me get Luffy. Like, no, they couldn't beat him. And then what they choose to do, they chose to all get Ursula shot. They said, fuck that shit. We'll stay here. We'll get Ursula shot. We're gonna try and beat you later on. That's what happened. They chose to stand there and die.
Well, why do people think Nami's gag of being scared is like her character? It's not. It's a gag.
Yes,
Like when
exactly.
she's actually asked to fight, she fights.
Yes, correct. Exactly. Even Usopp too. Like he'll take as many like ulti mortars he can, or like let's say Nami, same thing. They will stand there and they will die if they need to protect their captain. They won't surrender. Right. Surrender? Fuck no, man. No. I mean, dude, like even fuck, like even yo,
gave away basically kid's dream.
Like even I think even Chopper, I don't think will pull his shit off, dude.
At all.
Bro, Chopper pulled up at the Frankie house.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
He did.
No. Like not even Chopper would pull this shit where you're like, oh my god, I surrender. No.
Dude, that figure is nice. That's a nice figure, man.
That's Cole's trophy that we never said.
Bro, can you please I need to go Australia.
It's been 4 years.
I'm down under King. I'll give it to you.
No, I'm coming there myself. I'm going there personally. All right. You guys owe me dinner with a few Rue burgers. Like I'm on 3 Rue burgers,
I think
and I also need a trophy.
Technically, King Recon's won it more recently.
Yeah, King Recon won last year. So
no. He gets the copy. I get the original one. All right, yeah. I get the original one.
I'll get the S unit.
I have I spray painted that gold myself. All right.
Yo, I want that one, baby. I need that one. And then give Recon the
Seraphim. Give me the Seraphim.
Exactly, Mundo.
I'll buy King Recon the $1,500 one.
All right, real quick. So there are a few more donos real quick. Rohan over here. Rohan, nice name. I think Garp has a similar power to Shanks being fruitless, just not in his prime. Yeah. Is Garp stronger than Rayleigh?
Yes.
In his prime?
Yeah, right now, yes. In his prime, yes.
Shanks,
right now, yes.
I think Garp is kind of hockey. I mean, I'm pretty sure he does.
Well, I think Garp has to be the pinnacle of Roku Shiki and hockey because he trained Kirby.
Roku Shiki?
He should have it. He trained Kirby.
I mean, I think just in general, when it comes to marine strength,
power, right? marine fighting style, like he should be king.
In his prime, at the very least, I mean, the man was fighting Roger. You know, like he's got to be extremely nasty.
Cool. Imagine a Conqueror's coding Rokugan.
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. That'd be actually beasts as all hell.
Yeah.
So just imagine that.
But then how come we never seen Garp do like a Shigun or do like a Rogue Ogen or do like a fucking
do anything? What do you mean?
You haven't seen Garp do much.
What do you mean? Yo, he punched
He
Burgess.
did like one punch, man. He did one.
He
punch
punched Burgess. He threw a giant
he
metal
does move.
ball.
He's got fast movement speed.
He punched Marco.
He does like telefucking.
He punched Marco.
Yeah.
He's done things. It's just been like mad basic shit.
But
Like
he
here's
trained Kobe, and Kobe has it. Like it has to have,
what if that was not Kobe shit? What if that's a Garp's right hand man, Bogart? What if that's Bogart shit?
I mean, Bogart's the strongest in the
Bogart
verse
might be
besides
him.
Shanks. You know, like Bogart's too to Shanks. You know, Bogart's too strong, man.
Hey yo, low key, the Bogart CDU fights would be heat. That would be heat. I mean, straight up heat, yo.
I love your chat. They're saying Bogo.
He's another.
I love it. I love it.
Oh shit!
Bogart trained Helmeppo because he's got swords.
Oh, okay, fuck. I would say, okay, maybe he has Rokushiki, maybe he does, but at the same time, I would like to believe that whatever he has going on for him, I think that, because I want to see this for damn sure. I want to see more of Haki's ability to counter Death with powers wholesale. That I think is going to be like Shanks's and Garp's thing potentially, where like they have such strong Haki, they're going to counter Death with powers just like,
Right, he didn't even bring out his flaming sword technique against Kid.
Bro, like that. Oh my god! If he has that, if he actually has a flaming sword,
Almost
bro.
always
Wait,
like
hold
The
on.
flaming Haki technique.
And then also too, like, yo,
yo, Shanks with a Gamo Gamo no pistol is Taluki.
bro, like, what if we actually have like the whole like all like this figure land shit and actually place the Shanks powers too, like in somewhere like he's extra unique. Because like, I remember there was that idea of figure land, and then also people were saying before that he may have some of Rayleigh shit. Like he has both Rogers and Rayleigh skills because he actually trained out both Roger and Rayleigh. So like whatever makes Rayleigh the Dark King, the Mayo, Shanks has that same shit too.
Oh, you forgot one thing, man. You forgot one thing.
What?
The scope of Gabon techniques.
Oh yeah.
If he really
makes
has,
hockey axes, let's go.
If he has like the best of collection from the Roger Pirates, that's too broken.
That's dope as hell,
that's
dude.
insane. That would be
amazing.
Does he have the squatty skills of
Crocus? Yeah, hell yeah.
You get the doctor expertise of Crocus.
Yeah,
hell yeah,
that'd be crazy.
He has like a laboon whale that's like all painted red and shit. Like that's my sidekick. Like yo, let's fucking go.
Red whale.
Let's fucking go. Oh shit, let's go. I'm ready. Pet whale. Hell yeah. Oh my god. All right. Fuck. So, Matty J, real quick. Now, what if Mihawk sends Zoro a letter and this at the same time? What do you mean by that? What if Mihawk sends Zoro a letter? Like a duel.
He's got buggy balls.
Mihawk would initiate the duel? No, that'd be weird as fuck. No.
He sees the newspaper and he's like, all right, time for a duel. Time for a rematch.
Nah, I'd be weird as fuck. I think he's supposed to go there himself. There's no way. Whatever's gonna be. You guys hit the Randy idea really? Because I like it a lot. I'm gonna
I don't hate it. It's just like it's contrived.
It'd be annoying to. It should just be a buggy tournament. Like just do it a buggy tournament. We don't have to do a fucking Davey back fight.
So wait, so you think that Oda can't do a serious day back fight? You don't think
so?
I think he can.
I think the whole purpose of the Davey back fight is for lady stupid shit. And like fun
and you're
games.
absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. And that is like what we're gonna be expecting of it. And I think what Oda can do in this final saga is take stuff like that and turn them extremely serious. Because let's just say, like we were talking about earlier, there is a scenario where we do this David back fight and we start off right off the bat. Oda sets the tone. This is a serious match.
Yeah.
Like right off the bat, he sets the tone. Someone either dies or something ridiculous takes place to where it just catches all readers off guard. Then we'd be like,
But like, why would they abide by the rules at that point? When there's so much stake, so much
because
why would you abide by the rules?
Because that's like a universal pirate code. Like there's certain pirate codes that can't. Wait. Again, the only person you can trust is Blackbeard. But like, if there are pirate codes that normally exist, and then like even Big Mom applies to these rules, right? So it's like I feel like if they apply to these rules with the pirate codes, and then you have someone like BB break that code, that's where we separate himself from like the rest of the pack in that manner.
I feel like Cole, if you break the code, the Davy Black fight's over. You broke the code.
Yeah, it's over, but it can start off as that, a day back fight. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. It can be an initial day back fight that's very, very serious. Right. Because, like for example, it's kind of like the idea of Luffy's Gear 5 is always going to be zany and wonky, not serious. But that's not really true. Oda can have an off-the-rip serious Gear 5 with the intent of killing somebody without a doubt.
Right. Yep.
No.
And I feel like within this final saga, we're gonna see him execute a lot of things that maybe at first we're gonna be like, I don't know, and then because it's Oda and probably something he's always wanted to do, he's gonna pull it off. I'm open to the idea of the devious fight, whatever it ends up being is gonna. I know I trust Oda to handle Zoro versus Mihawk, but the cross skilled versus Straw Hats thing on a devious fight, to me, if that were to happen, I think that'd be extremely dope. It would just all have to matter on the execution, right? As everything.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, like whether it be on Full Island, whether it be on Lodestar, whether it be on Lifestyle,
I just feel like if it's a serious debut back fight, it reduces its function to 0 because you just have a normal fight then.
Well,
what would be the purpose?
Because there has to be an onus to stop the entire fight in the first place, right? It's like, at what point in time will Zoro actively seek out Mihawk to have their final fight to be the world's strongest swordsman? You know, like, at what point in time will Mihawk be ready to like accept it too? Like, where would he be at? Like, where would he be in the first place? You know, like, there has to be the setting built for it. And a lot of times, like, it's going to be happening not of their own fruition, but more so it's going to be, oh fuck, we're here, now it's time. You know?
I feel like it'd be also weird to set up the fight for the One Piece to be a rule-based system.
Yeah.
Like Luffy doesn't abide by
initially,
rules. It's not a rule-based guys.
Initially, like
by the initial dayback fight. Yeah,
but I say like he did in that dayback fight. Of course he did. What I'm saying is that, like, because the rules would be there initially, but then I think at some point someone like Blackbeard will break said rules, and then that's when all bets are off, and we have our battle royale.
It just forms what function does it form though? Just to set up the premise.
It would set up so you can, and it's in my case, let's say it would set up because I see it. Let's say a cross skill and Blackbeard Pirate crew with the Shroud Pirate crew, so make a whole 3-for-all thing, like a crazy like melee, but initially as like a dayback fight, because you have bounties on the line, you have like tiles on the line, all kind of shit, and then you have hostages on the line. Now I know you said that doesn't matter, but I think that does matter for sure. I think that does matter.
Everybody, I gotta get out of here, guys.
All right,
Vergo, have a good one, brother.
Easy, man.
Take care, brother.
See you guys have a wonderful night.
Yep. Oh, by the way, real quick for everybody that's wondering, I'll put everyone's channels, socials, everything in the description below. So you guys already have King Recon's thing. You just click on the title and boom, take to your channel. Subscribe to the Peak Fiction reactions. Those are great. Check out his reaction. His reaction was amazing. That camera angle was wild. I'm like, why the fuck is there shit on the ground, dude?
That's what I'm saying.
I got a question for you, man.
Yeah, what's up, yo?
Why do you get half your video ideas from our podcast, man?
No. Stop.
Why, man? Why do you get half your
Whoa, don't call me like that. Stop it. I give credit's always due. I always do. All right. So I got the idea. Well, not because I was thinking about the idea too about like because chapter 1, this chapter I think I've always been like, or I guess now chapter 1 matters a lot. I've been saying that for like a minute now. So I've been trying to say like, hold on, like what am I seeing with chapter 1? So like for example, like the idea of Kid being like Higuma, I had that idea when I read it because hold on, Kid is the same way.
Yeah. It's literally like a repeat in chapter 1.
Right. Basically, right, exactly. So that I had the idea of that myself. But then the idea of like expanding it to like, okay, hold on now. So like Shanks' moral compass, I already knew was the case here, but kind of seeing that idea brought up by you guys and kind of executed better during the stream, I'm like, oh yeah, that does make a lot of sense. That's what I give you credit. Also I have a video coming out, I'm working on a video where like the you guys said before, and I kind of saw myself too, where like people say like it's bad writing for Kid to be taken out like this because we wasted our fucking time apparently, and apparently Kid matters that much. That video did that got from you guys as well, so I'm gonna give you some credit. So when the video's done, I'll give you credit.
No, shut up, King.
I'm just saying, King. You know, he's gonna watch the show more.
I haven't seen his videos.
Bro, listen. Okay, well, first of all, I'll come more as long as you mail me my trophy. Motherfucker.
Okay, man.
Once I get the trophy, yeah, of course, I'll pull through without a doubt.
Yeah, I feel like the whole we can talk about the moral compass thing. I feel like people don't understand the idea that Shanks is like literally the moral compass of the entire plot.
Mm-hmm.
So like
he's a lot of it. He's a lot of it.
The pirate code.
Yeah, like
he is the pirate code.
Right. Yeah, no, he's Luffy's code, particularly like Luffy's code and his code are very, very similar. Like there's certain other pirate codes that like let's say are like exist like Big Mom's pirate code, Whitebeard's pirate code,
the Roger Pirate King pirate.
Right, it's like the most important code.
100%. I feel like when people have a brain aneurysm when you take it to the next level and you're like, it's the correct philosophy. Therefore, whoever doesn't follow this philosophy will ultimately lose. right?
But that's
I
just
think so, too.
storytelling, man. That's just
Yeah.
that's just how stories work. But
Because like
Yeah.
Luffy follows the Shanks philosophy, and the aka the Roger philosophy. Therefore,
Right.
they'll win, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like people like lose their minds when you say that these kind of things. Because but I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Shanks, because that's the thing about that makes Romance not so special, right? Is immediately right off the bat, you're introduced to a character and a pirate who's willing to kill someone else for his people. It's like you yourself, you're like, wait, didn't he just murder someone? Shouldn't that be seen as something that's like not right? But he did it for his people because that's what he believed was right. And so immediately in your mind, you're like, okay, so this is the way that pirates are going to roll in this series. This is the inspiration for Luffy. So when we see the entire course of the story take place in which Luffy's crushing other people's dreams for his people, it's like, okay, that's his moral compass. It's like he doesn't care what he does to other people as long as his people are good.
And then it's so indicative of like how Luffy's operated like most of the series. Like you can see how like what happened with Kami and Hachi. You know, like even like a Tenryubito wasn't exempt from the code. Like yeah, you're getting clapped. Like no matter, I don't care who you are. You're gonna like you fucked over the code. Cool, bad. Now you're gonna get punched in the goddamn noggin because fuck you. Or let's say of course Frankie. What happened to Frankie and his family? His family got fucked up because they took out Usopp. Like I think so. Like there are certain things that they have established as pirates. Like and then things like. They don't charge money. Like Big Mom charges money, but for those guys, nah, fuck it. Like if you take care of us, like you're good people.
And I posted that panel on Twitter in Shibondi when Shaki's like, "Oh, Kid only has a bounty because he, has massive.
He kills people, right? Yeah.
Which is, and at that point, I knew he was a fraud and would always get folded because he doesn't follow the correct philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the reason why
directly punished by Shanks, which is quite poetic in a way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
because like Shanks is like, hey, like, is he okay? Making sure everything's all right. Is he in good health? I mean, you could argue he came to Wong Country too. You could argue just to make sure that these young shoots were all right. There's no
he
BB
gave
involved.
Kid every chance. He gave Kid every chance.
He
bro.
did. He did. He was like, I got to make sure he's at full health, 100%. If he doesn't have that,
Oda was like, this is no cap. This is a 100% one shot.
Did you guys talk about like his intent to find Blackbeard?
We did in a way.
Yeah.
So like the idea is that either like he's just worried about Blackbeard because he has something that could go against his hockey, like he has some unique because I think that's what Paul's getting at. Like he has something that's beyond Shanks' scope, which is why he's keeping tabs on Blackbeard.
But I mean, he's actively looking for him, though, right?
Right, that's the thing too. Yeah, right. Like he actually wants, because I think that's also indicative too of like someone like Shanks' demeanor of like God King status. Like where is he? Like I'm ready for the smoke. Like what the fuck? Or like you want to like the young shoots? No show, no read. Like I mean Luffy and Kid and Law. Let him let him breathe.
I think you have to put into, because people go, oh, why don't they just fight already? But like you have to put into context of the world. It takes weeks to sail somewhere. Like you don't know where everyone is at one time and stuff. You can't just teleport.
Right. And also Blackbeard, knowing how opportunistic he is, if he knows Shanks is on his tail, he's going to do everything possible to ensure that until he's ready, they're not going to meet. So he's going to do everything in his power to be like, oh, you think I'm going over here? I'm actually going to cross you over and go over here. So because until he's ready, Blackbeard is not going to fight that man.
Yeah, but I think that also Shanks is also like prepared for whatever he has coming because he already had experience that one time. That's why he got the scar. Exactly, and that's why he's always trying to tell people, "Hey, beware of Blackbeard. He's trickier than you expect. He's going to do things that you don't expect."
That's true.
What I really loved about this chapter is not only the feats; it just shows how like the red hair pirates are all business with how they operate. Like there's no messing around.
They're chill, they're good people, but like when they set sail, when they target somebody, they will fuck you up. Period.
It's a clean operation, like completely.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like we see that, right? That in terms of his alliance is filled with people that are not on that level, right? Like clearly the people in his alliance are only there because they're his friends. But in the same chapter, we see him completely annihilate a crew because they attempted to kill those very same friends.
Right. If Shanks is like crew was like a soccer team, his highest stats would be team cohesion.
Yeah. Straight synergy.
I mean, they did say in the ultimate chapter, no soft targets. And you can see how lucky Rue is also confident on still taking out Kid. That would be some shit. If Ben Beckman and Lucky Rune the Boys still prevent Kid from seeing Shanks,
Cole, what if Monster took him out?
I'm telling you, the monkey should have done it.
Guys, you know what's the good the thing I enjoyed about it is like we see Big Mom, we see Kaido's crew, we see Blackbeard's crew. They're mostly just like bumbling around, have no idea what's going on, make all these mistakes, and then the redhead pirates just all business, no mistakes, clean.
Yeah. Big Mom's crew betrayed her in a way. They tell her shit when she needed to know this shit, dude, because they're so afraid of her.
Yeah, Blackbeard just kind of goes in. Blackbeard just kind of goes in half cocked and gets taken damage, you know.
And then what happens? Like you have Kyrie Devon and Vasco Shaw, the petrified. Nah, let him die. I don't give a fuck, boy. I'm gonna kill you right now.
Yeah. And the
Shanks' voice.
And the Marines know it too, because like Cole said in the Ultimate chapter, they were like, "This is the most well-rounded crew. These are the individuals that have multiple dudes.
Unpregnable."
Yeah.
Do you think the world government will find out Shanks is like finally making his move and have a full-on panic attack?
So I think after this was two things. Three things. Number one, Shanks made his move, obviously. Number two is that Kid got wiped out. They're gonna find out like he got already destroyed. Number three, but also very important, he has the Giants. That's like a fucking big. That's like a holy shit. It's the Giants. 5 billion minimum. Let go.
Yeah, we know that like the world government don't really like see Shanks as a threat because they know he's going to do something crazy. But now he's like on the move, so now they're gonna have to change their perspective on him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he was like the world balancer. He was the guy who was like he tried to manage the things with the Yonko and other people, but now it's almost
confirmed at this point. He was literally waiting for Nika to be reborn. He was just
in a way. I mean, he probably knew about the Duffroot ability, being like the Nika. But I'm just trying to figure out like how exactly that works. So like the Gorosei not necessarily knowing up until then, and then XYZ and the other.
Roger went to Laftel, he'd probably know on the Poneglyph and Raftel.
But would Roger tell Shanks then? Or would Rayleigh tell Shanks?
They were crying, and I don't know what was going on.
I'm going to assume whatever Shanks, the journey that him and his crew went on, had to have, they must have unveiled a lot of knowledge on that journey because they know too much.
And if they're friends with Soul, then they have the library at their disposal as well.
Oh, that's a good point. That's actually a great point. Holy shit, yeah.
That's another video for Cole.
And they could also read the poneglyphs, because they have the O'Hara library, so they could read the poneglyphs and the history.
Sure.
Now that you bring that up, imagine right there in the library, and let's just say they excavated a lot of it. Could you imagine being someone not knowing what's out there? You go into the library and you see not only the Void Century stuff, but the fact the world has 6 moons and so it's like your mind is blown.
Albeth itself should have a lot of knowledge on the Sun God.
Yes.
Great point.
Absolutely.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Like just the fact that in Film Red, when Uta sings her final song for like all the top music song, and it's Norse runes, I'm like, okay, fine. Albeth matters a lot now. Like it matters a lot.
I hate it.
I think it's cool. I think the idea is kind of cool. The concept
design
idea
is ass, but
the CG design, it could have been better for sure.
Bro, it served as a device for looping Shanks hype, you know. That's
but the design is ass,
yeah. But like, I was way more concerned about the whole Norse rune things, like the idea of like actually like be able to like have like a parallel world. Like, these things like are very important here, because like I always wondered like where the fuck is Laftel located, and now I'm starting to wonder when you have things like Vegapunk mentioned the power is from like another dimension, and you have the parallel world of the Sing Sing. I'm like, yo, this could be actually like in a whole different plane of existence, like no cap, no cap.
The Norse aspects of the soul. It's like split into 4 parts.
I heard before. Yeah. I think I heard before. Yeah, run me again because I remember hearing this before too.
All right, I'll go look it up because I think one of them's luck, one of them's strength.
I remember something like that. Yeah.
Well, what you think of that, brother? I'm thinking back to the Egghead conversation, and because we know One Piece big adventures. That's the reason why so many of us believe they're going to go to the moon. Because what better adventure is there than to go to the moon? The only thing that could surpass them going to the moon is what Cole said. Them potentially going to another dimension, or like Laugh-Tale takes place on a different plane than we can comprehend. It's got to be something to where, because otherwise everybody else would have made it there. There has to be something with Laugh-Tale that's so specific that only these individuals, only Roger and them made it because they believed something like that was possible, right? Because that's also another part of it.
And then also I think that too, like the idea that like laughter, because laughter I think ultimately has to be like the place where maybe it does involve this whole idea of like infinite power and like the whole like sun thing that Big Mom talks about. Maybe it does, or a little talks about. But I think that it kind of has to involve something of like the reason why they, what was it called, the like the different abilities themselves. Like why is it that they can not like swim? Like why are they unnatural? Things of that sort, for sure.
Yeah, I got the 4 parts of the North Soul. All right.
Okay, please.
You got the body.
Yes.
Which is physical strength, form, appearance.
Yeah.
So you got the body, you got the mind, emotions, and consciousness, and all that kind of stuff. Then you got followers, and your like persona. So
followers.
like how many?
Oh, okay, I see.
And then you got the last one, which is luck.
Oh, interesting.
Do you think that could play a part?
I think that can play. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, for sure, without doubt.
So Luffy has all 4 like aspects of the of the soul, and like
he's
got the followers, he's got the luck, he's got the strength.
So does Buggy. Well, the strength.
He has the luck. Yeah, he has the luck. Has you in spades, yeah. But I'm cool with the idea for I'm cool with it for damn sure. Because I guess like ultimately one part thing about the whole Norse thing too, we'll find out is that if the sun god was like, let's say, a permanent figure in the world, like not, so let's say Joy Boy was the sun god, that would mean that Elbaf had some sort of deal with them, kind of similar to how Fishman Island had a deal with them too. Like
we know how. Wait, I don't think the sun god actually existed because of the way Vegapunk talks about devil fruits. The belief in the sun god spawned the devil fruit. You know what I mean?
I think I think what it is they believed it was a deity when in actuality it was just a human with a devil fruit. Like kind of like how in Wano they believed that fruits were sorcery because they couldn't comprehend what a fruit is. They never heard of it. Right. So I feel like back in the day, anybody who had a fruit, they looked at it.
I'm not too sure about that one because like back in the day they had such advanced technology. I don't see them being like let's say
also I think
they think it's all like.
I got you.
Albaf's also like implied to be like an ancient society, so they should have been there from the start, kind of.
Right, they should be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I'd also say that like I think that more so than anything else, like I think that there is a chance there where we could have people that are very, very akin or close to gods, because he does mention the idea of like, okay, well, like the powers come from like another plane of existence, and so like the idea, if that's literal, then that and also the idea of what Artur talks about, what Artur says how the Gorosei are named after a particular god, so like it's not the saint, it's actually God Saturn, so it could be God Mars, it could be God Venus, some of that sort.
Yeah. Do you think the Elbaf arc is going to have like a false sun god and then Luffy's the real sun god?
Something of that sort.
That could be the case, yeah.
Either that or, okay, so like, is it possible, because based on what we see in the movie, there's also possibly demons as well, like actual genuine demons, because Top Musica was kind of like they were able to bring it into existence from like another plane of existence, like using the sorrows and sadness of men.
Oh yeah,
some of that sort.
If consciousness could take forms in the forms of devil fruits, like why not demons? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Which will explain probably Zoro shit in theory.
So then I really wonder what happened with the sun god in the past, because it's also in Skypiea. You know, like they held him in such high regard in Skypiea as well. So I wonder how far did the sun god stuff really like take it? I mean, you had individuals on top on the ground floor, and then there's the Joy Boy poneglyph on the bottom, implying that all 3 layers of the One Piece verse believed that this figure and believed that he existed and stuff.
So do you think the sun god is the original Joy Boy, and then the second Joy Boy is the second coming of Joy Boy, and then Luffy's the third?
Yeah, that could be the case here too, because I think that like, so you have the idea of like, okay, so maybe it's a case here where like part of the planet, so like the idea is like the red line exists. How does it exist? Maybe the sun god made the red line, you know, because if they at one point in time had infinite power, like literally, like they had infinite power at their disposal.
Cole, there's other gods. There's the god of the earth, the god of the sea,
there are,
the forest.
But they could also be another way of mentioning the god of the sun, right? Because the sun god would be like the one true god, other gods are false gods. So the ability
that's a good point.
It's weird. It's weird because like Skypiea also worship the sun god and the other gods.
Right, they did.
Like
that's
fair.
fair.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, but then but they call Earth a god. So that would that make Green Bull a god in their mind?
Well,
like,
right.
You know,
right.
You would assume they're all mythical Zoans, though. Like, why would one be
just
Logia?
Luffy? I think it's just Luffy, because I think Luffy is actually, Okay, I'll argue this. So Luffy, he's the only Dufruit mythical zone that's named after a particular One Piece deity, the Nika. And then he has, I think he's a special mythical zone too, because he does, like when he awakens his abilities, he can also manipulate the ground like a Paramecia would, but he's a Zoan. How is he able to do that shit? That's weird as fuck. Yeah. He has the properties of both an awakened Paramecia and an awakened Zoan. So he's extra special. Not even Kaido has that, or Yamato, or any other like mythical Zoan. So to me, I think that there's a case here where, like, let's say the other abilities of the mythical class, dragons, foxes, whatever the fuck, they could be like just the ideas of men made reality through the infinite energy back then. Because that's why we see them make the fruits. I'd argue they're all made back then, but not any new fruits made now. But Luffy is
we don't know that
probably the one where I would say it's the case. I would say it's the case. Because
like there's like a steam train.
Because there's like a PDF, but there's a book of these things, yo. There's a book.
But yeah, but Cole, I just want to tell you a theory I had.
Okay, go on.
You know Diesel's retarded dumb devil fruit, the train fruit.
Oh yeah. What about,
I feel like that fruit exists because the people of Water 7 wanted a train so badly.
No.
No. Is that not possible?
No, fuck that bullshit. Fuck
why?
that.
Like, no. Why is that not possible?
Okay. Here's the thing, all right?
That's how Baker Punk
No. Wait. I think that there's no. So he said that's his theory about how like
Cole, if Vegapunk says something, it's true.
Wait, hold on now. That's his theory, but there's a thing that Vegapunk's always remember. There's always something that he's always alluding to that the world doesn't have now that they had back then, and that's his dream. That's endless power. There is no endless power in the world that exists today. I think that is pivotal.
Mystical
no.
And got to do with science.
No. Okay, hold on. Let's say that there is a way that their thoughts could, let's say, coalesce and manifest in like another plane of existence. How then do they take that power and then it manifests into the real world itself?
Because it just manifests through the thoughts and feelings of people. Like it's a mystical. It's like magic, Cole. It's just mystical.
No. As far as we understand,
why do you need a scientific explanation?
Because as far as we know, there is no magic in the world of Peace. There is no mana. There is no
hockey.
Hockey is willpower. It's not like it's not Wingardium Leviosa. Wait, hold on. There is no mana. There are no like spells of Wingardium Leviosa. No one's playing Quidditch. Okay, that's not happening.
You explain to me the science of the Kawabata man.
The what? The Kuwabara man? Oh, okay. No. That's simple.
That's literal magic.
No, it's not. No, it's not magic. If you have things like soul, because we know from clearly Film Red, souls exist and souls contain power. All right. The power of the soul can be infused to inanimate objects. Just how we know that death roots can be
explaining magic, Cole.
No, we're not.
Magic.
No, we're not.
Magic in any other series.
No.
Oh.
Everything is in the paradigm of the world aspect of soul, devil fruits that come from like another plane of existence, and then regular base powers. All right. If every living creature has hockey, that includes animals too, then who say you can't infuse that into inanimate objects? If you could do for devil fruits, why not hockey?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
All right.
And so you know about black blades. Yeah.
So we have no idea what that is.
It's got to do something to the hockey, right?
I mean, maybe because like I think that because Mihawk said that any sword can be a black blade with hockey. Any sword can be a black blade, but it's actually staying a black blade is like a whole different thing. You could argue. So
there's another aspect to it, but it's hockey based.
I mean, like I think what's before. I think Kozoboro said before that Enma had such a strong will when he forged the sword. There are motifs out there that when the Blackbeard when a blacksmith makes a sword, his very soul is being poured into that blade when he creates it.
That's a good point.
Like these things happen all the time in terms of like mythology in our world and their world. You don't need Wingardium Leviosa spells. You don't need House Slytherin activity. It's not magic. It's not magic. No.
It's describing magic.
No.
Like infusing weapons with elemental effects or like hockey. That's magic, dude.
No. Okay, so
But I do think that where Egghead is leading us is plausible to have it in either way, because either Vegapunk is trying to say that what took place in the past is inexplicable by today's means in One Piece.
Yes.
Whether that means through a scientific means or whether it means through like a fairy tale type of not the manga fairy tale, but like an actual like a myth,
right.
you know, like a magic system, whatever.
Yeah.
Or if it was that infinite energy source that we still don't know, which is going to be the key to all of this. Because if they had some sort of machine back in the day that literally manifested these things through the energy source, where they were able to create the fruit similar to the Smile Factory, it's just that one's incomplete because they don't have the energy source, right?
Yes.
So if they have the energy source and they were able to make these things the same way, then it's like that's why they were able to do that back then and they were unable to do that now.
Exactly.
To be honest,
That I think is right there is the most important thing. It's the power necessary to actually make these things reality in the first place.
Cole, we don't know that there's no new devil fruits. We don't know that. That's just an assumption.
Okay. Well, no. So as far as we know, there is an encyclopedia of devil fruits, and according to what's said, they're all written down, but some of them are actually lacking their pictures. So I think that's the statement before by Rob Lucci and Kaku and Khalifa, where it's like we don't know what fruit it is because there's no picture of the fruit in the encyclopedia.
It's just a database.
But the encyclopedia has all the fruits.
Okay, well, let's say it just takes like a certain amount of wishing and will to create a fruit.
Dude. Oh
Well, that's what Vegapunk says.
No. Vegapunk is talking about, and we're not too sure if it's actually like a genuine, like this is how it is in earnest, or that's my theory per se. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Right.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah, but remember, even though he's the world's smartest man, he's still inferior to the old days. He's still kind of treasure to them. These niggas were way smarter than Vegapunk. These guys were crazy way back in the day. They were like mega geniuses.
Cole, for me, I feel like I'm much happier with a mystical explanation.
No, I wouldn't be.
Science, because if you get to the science, now you're just breaking down. You're in the weeds. You're talking about molecular structures, and then it makes no sense regardless.
No. Well, but it's consistent with the story itself so far. Like we already know that when you consume the fruit, your actual DNA, your lineage factors, they change. So they're telling you that the DNA is being manipulated to that extent.
The magic can still affect the physical world. I'm not saying that. Like, I'm saying it's just the way. It's like it's a part of the One Piece physics that things can manifest.
But right now, that's not been a thing at all. So right now, it looks like Oda is very keen on the idea that it's technology that's so advanced, it looks like magic. Just how so like the idea is like if we have a caveman, or let's say a guy from like let's say the 17th century is put into our world, he thinks all our cell phones, all our computers, all our shit's just fucking magic. Cole, it's the same thing here.
But Cole, in other series, right? Mana is like, let's just say, let's take Mana for example.
Fuck Mana!
But it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. They end up explaining it, and it's just like, oh, it comes from the earth and the ley lines, and people absorb it and they use it, and it's the same shit. Like you're just describing magic.
I think
I'm not.
Whatever it ends up being, it has to be a direct something completely against Mother Sea, which in this case is Mother Nature, right? So it's got to be something to where Mother Nature completely rejects the idea of fruit.
The existence of Mother Nature means the existence of magic and mystical.
No, it does not. No.
Why does Mother? What's the
okay? Wait. Because we know how. Because we know how this works through other different abilities that come from a different higher plane of existence. Okay, so and these things aren't magical; they're scientifically based.
But
so
Cole, you're talking about different dimensions at this point, which is basically magic.
No, it's not magic. Different dimensions exist.
So you're pulling something from the actual plane.
No. In theory, all the dimensions exist in our world too. Yeah. We're not advanced enough to perceive them, but they actually exist in our. Okay, so they're not magical if they're actually scientifically based. We're not splitting hairs here because the idea of mana that exists, like let's say throughout the entire world itself, kind of supersedes a lot of underlying notions of One Piece, whether it's haki, devil fruits, or the base power. Yeah, haki is willpower that's natural to all living things. Okay, so that's a natural base power. The idea of let's say a higher plane of existence or an alternate one. It's also conducive what we see sometimes with souls in One Piece.
Where you have don't you think that's why haki is so effective against devil fruits? Because it's the natural
well, because I would say that it comes down to the idea that they come from a different plane of existence. Not necessarily because like mana would.
I want this headline.
Yes.
On Twitter, Cole thinks devil fruits are aliens.
No.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
I said a different plane of existence. I didn't say
okay.
Aliens wait, hold on. So let me ask you, right? Wait. So let me ask you, right?
Yeah.
Brooks says that when he died, he went to the underworld, came back. Is the underworld actually a real place or not?
Well, Cole, yes, I guess.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah.
But that's mystical.
Okay, hold on, time out. Mystical and the afterlife and the supernatural are devoid of mana. Mana is a whole different thing, dude.
Well, like, I'm just using an example. I'm not saying it's literally mana. I'm saying it's like mana. It's like other magic systems where like the source of the power is a mystical source. It's like doesn't have to be explained through science because it just is what it is.
Okay, so what we saying?
It's like our world where it's like
wait. Hold on. So the reason why it is, I think, at its roots scientific basis, because we're seeing in this arc where Vegapunk is actually applying mass to memories. That's like a huge, like low-key a huge deal because it shows you just how advanced the tech could be. There was something in Hunter x Hunter that I remember. It kind of stuck out to me where the koala talks about the idea of what a soul is. And then the soul is something that exists. It's real. It's like, it's physical, but it's so obscure, it's so minute that we can't perceive it. And the fact that Vegapunk is assigning mass to memories shows how you can manipulate memories and souls. Yeah, but again, we see how the tech in this world could also manipulate like devil fruits.
But King, that's a combination of magic and science.
Well, hold on, but even still, like the idea of the fruits, where they come from, it comes from the idea of, you can argue, like innately a scientific source or a power source that is scientific base. So like, for example, we even have Alice. She punches a fucking hologram, dog. That's pure science. She made the intangible tangible. She punches a hologram.
Yeah.
Yeah. That shows you just how scientific and how advanced their tech can be.
Yeah, and then Vegapunk's like, I got no fucking idea. Well, I got an idea, but
he has the theory. Yeah.
But I feel like it's more interesting if it's just left as something mystical.
I think in that regard, it's going to be somewhere in the middle, right? Because Oda loves odifying his things to where even if it is a scientific explanation, it's going to have a mystical type nature to it. And if it is completely mystical, he's still going to have a logical explanation for why it takes place within the series. So I feel like
the devil fruits,
it's going to be like down the line.
We already kind of got that. Like the magic of the devil fruits alters your DNA, and that's why you can use the ability. Like we've already got kind of a combination of both.
So, but the idea of like, again, just how like the underworld exists, and because Brooks said so, obviously, just how other people just how souls exist in One Piece, and how they can let's say whether their inherited will can let's say be infused through people's souls. But that can even be like a Blackbeard too. You have these things that exist in the world. Even Usopp's abilities kind of showcase that. The same thing for, of course, someone like Brûlé. These planes of existence, they are real. And then you can tap into them, and there's a particular one that is very unnatural, that where the difference kind of spawned from. But in order to do so, they need a power source. I think the power source is like a super important thing here. We can't ignore that. Where if they have this power source, they could tap into these things and gain access to these things. If there was magic, there wouldn't be a need for an infinite energy power source. It'd be like fucking mana when Gama Medusa makes shit.
Like, in other series, like mana is also limited by a certain thing. Like it's not infinite.
Normally,
like other magic systems, like mana will be like a pool of like energy coming from the earth, and like it's limited. It depends on the shut it off and all that kind of shit. But
no, but it depends on the series. Like mana can be like mana can be like hockey, where like it applies to like the individual, and then people have like a certain amount of mana within them. Or let's say it could be like a universal thing where like you can absorb as much as you can, but you can only do so much mana. But it depends on how they work. I'm just saying that like right now everything seems to be all tech related, and it doesn't have to and including the other planes of existences where they've always existed, but you need a certain amount of power or skills or some sort of sync or frequency. Because I remember me and Part talking about before too, where like there's certain frequencies that folks have to tap into, like Brook or like Zoro, and then through their experiences they can gain access to some degree of this alternate dimensional power. That's a different thing.
We're using different words for the same concept.
I don't think we are, but fair enough. Again, I can understand where you're coming from, but I think that the idea of mana in of itself is, I think, a little bit too much for One Piece.
As soon as you start talking about like the actual plane and other realms, it's kind of just like this is basically just magic at this point.
No, because it's like saying like the afterlife's magical. It's like it's not really. It's like it's like hell isn't magical. Neither is heaven. They're not magical.
Well, it's a different. It's like completely foreign to the human concept of reality.
The reality that we live in right now, yeah. But again, for someone like Brook who died, and then Brook who came back to life, he was in the underworld. Like he came back. So the underworld, I think that in itself, like the supernatural isn't, man, I'd argue personally.
Okay,
all right? Supernatural is the magical base. What's up?
All right, let's get into philosophy here. If somehow, some way.
Fuck me.
Right.
Fuck me, yo. Wait, what happened to Shanks? Okay, okay.
Yeah, we're talking about God, all right? Somehow, science was able to prove the existence of heaven, right?
Oh boy.
What would happen? Is it part of our reality now, or what? Is it magical? What's the story?
A lot would happen, but in a general sense, you could argue that if science proved that heaven was real, we would ultimately adapt to that reality, where heaven is a real concept, and then heaven is a certain plane of existence where, let's say, our souls go to if we do X, Y, and the other. But like that's something that we have to ultimately adjust to in our current lexicon of how we view the universe and the world. So like just how we used to believe at one point in time that the entire cosmos circled around fucking planet Earth. Wrong, false. We fucked it up. We find out that actually the world isn't flat. At least most of them believe that, obviously. And then for all those that do believe that, whatever, to each their own. I ain't trying to stop you. To have your fun. Still subscribe to the channel, of course. Still, donate. I love you.
Still something.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. and then B is that well, okay. So we find out that we are actually surrounding the Earth, the sun. We are very, very small in the grand scheme of the cosmos. And then there are theories out there of course, the multiverse, like as Doctor Strange would say, in the grand calculus of the multiverse, some shit like that. But that's kind of real in the grand scheme of things. And we right now don't have the ability to actually perceive that outside of just theories. But if we had infinite fucking power, we could definitely perceive that to a much greater degree than where we are right now. And that, I think, is the key thing here when it comes to Vegapunk. I think that his dream of infinite energy, and we have one of the Vegapunks will talk about, where she talk about how like there's like they can make a sun, they can make a fucking sun. Yeah. They could make a sun at the infinite power. Like that, that's a big deal, dude. That's a big huge deal.
That's a big deal.
So, like, I just want to ask you one question, right? Don't you think it's like telling that Oda would have like such a great man of science say that there's magic in the world?
He's not saying the magic in the world. No, he's no. Yeah, I'm looking at the panel, right? He's talking about like alien shit. All right, like alien shit is magic. I'll keep it a stack. Like I see alien. I don't know about you.
Yeah, we're basically talking. That's what I mean.
We're not talking about magic. Okay, so magic is like, I would argue it's very, very different. Magic has literally no rules. But that being said, I think that the idea is when you have science be this advanced, and then because he's a big fan of Star Wars. Oda is, right? Everything in Star Wars is scientific based. There's no like there was no spells. Okay, so one of the ideas is like, okay, hold on now. So one of the ideas is that like we all are interconnected some way somehow by supernatural forces, right? Which is kind of true because we see it with the souls, obviously. But how is it that someone like Sugar can turn someone into a toy and the entire fucking planet doesn't remember her name or doesn't remember their name? How? Because there is some sort of supernatural force that kind of links everyone, which is like the soul bridge that ParVision talks about. That's the idea. So like there are these bridges of a supernatural origin that people are typing into for hockey, because it's even stated, I think, in the hockey description for Armor Hockey, where Armor Hockey is someone using their soul, manifesting their soul over like their body in some way for added defensive power. That's soul related. What's Brooks' whole thing related to? Soul, Zoro, Ashura, soul. Hello?
Yeah.
So it's all there in the supernatural aspect of the story. I think it's very, very clear. Even the idea of memories. What do they say about memories in the Devil Fruits? DNA. we know it's true, where you do have this genetic DNA where it carries your memory. So let's say like we as human beings have the memories of our ancestors according to our DNA. And so someone like S-Shark can mimic someone like Jinbei instinctively because it's according to his DNA. And that's memories. And memories now have mass.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to get too crazy with the whole like scientific nerdy shit, but I understand, like, I think that that's a way better option that Oda's kind of going for, rather than we say a fucking spell and then niggas die.
Well, Cole, like you're choosing a very specific example of magic. Like not all magic works like that. It's not a fucking Harry Potter, all right?
If Oda says it's magic, then fine, I'll concede. But right now, it's not magical, so I'm gonna roll. Right now, alternate realities, cool. Souls, cool. Super tech, cool. Makes sense to me, and it all makes sense.
Okay, some people would say souls is already magic.
Yeah, I know, and I would disagree. I would disagree. Personally speaking. All right, I don't think souls are magic related at all. I'll be with you. I'll keep it stacked. I know people are raised differently, but I would say that souls, heaven, hell, supernatural, they're not magic related.
They're like science, multiverse related.
Because arguably speaking, you could potentially, tap into someone's soul if we had enough advanced tech.
Well, yeah, okay, but
Huh? I'm just saying, like, like if Oda said it's magic, like let's say if One Piece is like muscles and magic, and they have fucking spells, or like if it's if it's Black Clover, all right, fine. You're too
obsessed over the words and fucking Harry Potter shit. It's called. I'm not saying that.
What you're saying is that in nature it is mystical, therefore it's magical.
Yeah,
and I'm saying it's not the case. I'm saying mystical can be something that we just can't perceive because it's beyond our understanding right now.
Right. That's
but back then they could perceive it easily. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So then I do wonder if back in the past, tying it back to Egghead and to what could potentially happen right now is, we, whenever we see the ancient weapons again in regards to whatever the big ginormous battleship is, whether it's flying or whether whether it's literally like whenever we see that thing, is it going to be a battleship like what we would see in our thing, or like when we see Uranus, is it going to be this ginormous UFO that's literally from the past, or is it going to be like a I just want to get your thoughts on that in regards to the ancient weapons. Are they truly going to be things that like we would see in our future, like our actual
I don't think so too, because like so like here's the thing, right? So we know hold on. So we know that Frankie can make Pluton. Frankie can make
a little picture of Pluton in like a tiny panel.
We did.
It kind of just looks like a ship, but
but Frankie can make, if he wanted to, an ancient weapon. That's a big deal. So if he can make that himself, and we know that the Sea Kings are also ancient weapon, or like I guess as a collective, or sure Hoshi plus them, they're also ancient weapon. That I feel like this could also be one as well too, because I feel like the stuff in the moon does matter. We have robots on the moon that are Private Endo's ability.
Yeah.
I think like the idea of space travel in some way. I think Oda himself, it was the film director said that Oda told him that we can go to space and it's A-okay. Everything makes a lot of sense. So it's like if you have right. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was actually some ability or like some sort of contraption that could allow them to actually fly into space back in the day. And then this is, let's say, part of that, or like the entire damn thing, and that's Uranus. Uranus allows them to like do something of that sort. So you have the Sky King, you have the water one, you have the earth one. One is for Earth, Pluton potentially, made the red line, that's the idea. You have water, of course, Neptune, the Sea Kings, duh. And then you have, of course, the Sky one, you have Uranus. So I think that's fair to say. And whether it being a UFO, I think is actually fine. I'm cool with that. What those laser beams are, interesting. Why is it 16?
Why 16?
Like the same, why like the number that the dragons like the turn like a lot. I'm not too sure why, but I mean it's like there's options here, and I mean right now the idea that we are in the 16th century of the sea serpent in the year of One Piece. I think that's an important bit. I think it's a very important bit. A very important beat. So,
all right, so I think the ancient weapons all have a human element. Like
Maybe.
they all need a human to like pilot it or control it. Like Vivi will be the key to Pluton. Like Shirahoshi is Vivi.
Oh, Vivi. Okay. I mean, what the fuck? Yo, Blackbeard? Damn. That's scary from whoa.
The Nefertari blood and the like I feel like you need like because like Shirahoshi just being the only human element is weird. Like why are the other two contraptions and then Shirahoshi's just like a person?
I got you.
So what if? Because I remember Artur had a theory before where Artur talked about the idea of like there's actually two Plutons, where what Frank can make is Pluton's counter. And then the real Pluton is in the ship.
That's like a weird, like,
I know. It's weird as shit.
Argument.
Yeah.
Like, no.
But if you can make the ship, then there's no then there's no human element to that at all. You can just
well,
make the
I
ship.
feel like you need again, Cole. You need the infinite energy source to run the ship. Like you can make it, but you can't
For
power
Pluton,
it.
I don't think about Pluton. I know about Pluton.
Because you can't power it, Cole.
No, because Uranus. Let's say it's Uranus destroyed Lucia Kingdom.
Yeah.
That's just upping right now. That's just moving right now.
Maybe Artur has a remnant of the infinite energy.
The man has an iPad. Click, click, click. Boom. You're dead. Like it's running right now.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm saying. He has an element. He has like a small piece of the
infinite power
energy, and it's running out of power because he can't spam it.
Well, think about it like this, right? The only reason the Arc Maxim was able to make it into space is because NL has that ability, right? So in order to power it and allow it to keep going. So if somebody has the infinite power source, they would be able to.
I think Aibu has like a broken infinite energy source.
Yeah, he's got something like some minor piece. Because like if he had the entire thing, then why the fuck are they not in the new world just slaying?
Right.
Yeah, he only has a certain amount of power.
So do you think that's why Uranus only comes down every once in a while if it is powered?
Because it needs to recharge or he doesn't have enough power.
Yeah, there's a timer for it. I'm cool with that too because I feel like Emu, because that would also kind of mean that Emu itself isn't necessarily that powerful. It has actually to like Uranus, Uranus itself.
Are we buying that Uranus has the sea fruit? Oh no, Aimu.
Aimu. I don't know about the sea fruit, but I think Aimu maybe could control the sea, or let's say because I think
fruit.
Yeah, because what did Greenbow? Greenbow said that the forest is just as much as a cradle of life as the ocean, and I think that that's indicative of Emu in some way. If let's say Emu is not just the sea controller, but also has the ability to control life and death itself.
Is Aimu the goddess of the sea?
I mean, very well could be. Very well could be. It just depends on what Aimu is going to represent going into the end of the story.
Yeah.
Right? Because if Oda's trying to create a scenario where he's building up Luffy in this type of way to be the direct counter to Aimu, then we would have to find out exactly what that would imply for Aimu's ability. Like what could counter Toon Force? What could counter?
The reason why I don't want Devil to be science is because of the story like messaging of the Devil Fruits. They're like the wills and desires of the downtrodden and the people who are suffering from the world, right?
Well,
and if that was just science, it would kind of take away from the meaning of it.
No, because it'd be the idea of that science is what makes these wills manifest. Just how you have science give memories mass, and we know that memories, according to Dr. Hida Luke, you die when you're forgotten. And even Vegapunk says something similar about the Nika ability, where like he will live as long as he's remembered in some way. So so the idea is that science is the medium that allows these things to actually exist, but not the main, or I guess like the conduit, I should say, but the actual bedrock has to be somehow desires manifested through some like technology via infinite power, not mana, or I'm sorry, not magic. That makes more sense. I'll argue that makes a lot more sense, personally speaking.
I just feel like once you explain the science of it, it kind of loses its kind of romance and it's
not really because. Go ahead.
My bad. I was going to say I think as long as Oda continues to keep some part in the way that he has for every single other thing in the series, where it's always going to have an element of mystery, where until the end of the series or until the Void Century or whatever it is, we're not going to have the full picture, and in that way, it is going to still have that romantic element of it. So even when it comes to someone like Emu's abilities later on the line, we could continue to see bits and pieces of it, and we can all continue to speculate on what it is. And whenever we get to see it, whether it be in the Void Century or in actual combat at the end of the series, we're going to have a better understanding. And then at that point, rather than being excited about the mystery of it, then the next mystery will be, okay, what can he do with it? Kind of similar to what Shanks did in this chapter, to where, okay, now he can do Roger's ability. Now he can jump at light speed. Now he can see 10 seconds into the future. What is going to drive him to use all these other things that he has in his arsenal? So it's like the same thing that we saw with Shanks in this chapter is what I can see happening with Emu heading into the final saga, where we see bits and pieces and it keeps us involved. But once we see the entire thing, it'll be like, oh man, what else can you do with it? What else can she do with it? And stuff of that nature.
Right, yeah, because that thing is like, it kind of harkens back to the ideas of like every time we've seen something of like myth or like mystery kind of be revealed, there's always been a underground or a bedrock scientific reason for it. So like the giants were myth, fishermen were myth, they were legendary musical creatures. Nah, they're just like versions of human beings, dog. Is what is there, and then they exist. Devil fruit's mythical, but then you have cats like Caesar Clown who can like literally make some of that sort or something similar to it. Vegabug even says we can actually recreate zone abilities wholesale. As long as we have enough money, enough energy, enough time. So he says they can make the magical shit.
But he can't do.
Not enough money, not enough.
Really, or
once
because of the great blood, but I don't know if that's infinite. But he can't do.
Maybe
he can't do Logias.
Okay, so let me ask you, right? So hold on. So let me ask you, right? If Vegapunk makes, let's say he had the energy, let's say he had the money and the time. If he made Devil Fruit, would that Devil Fruit ability user sync like a regular Devil Fruit user?
They should.
Yes. Yeah. So Tech then is that basis where he proves that, hey, I can make the same shit. I just need X, Y, and Z in the other, and we're set.
Right.
And then things like the Logi Paramecia are now beyond his scope because he can't. Because again, these guys in the past are smarter than Vegapunk. They're just better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that would actually imply why they're able to make Sea Stone.
Yeah,
naturally, because then whatever's in that sea stone that allows that to happen is also, the thing that's.
Well, yeah, we actually know the chemical about that, but
right.
Well, so it's pyroblin. Pyroblin makes of the sea stone, and then because in Skypiea, the pyroblin actually makes like those weird clouds. If you have those the sea clouds, and you have like the land clouds, shit like that. Yeah. So. But yeah, that's what I'm simply saying is like I could be wrong, but I feel like it would be like a downgrade in like a lot of the fundamentals of the quality of the story if it was magic. I think there has to be because Oda always kind of gives like caveats and cons like hold on, so like this exists, but in reality here's what it actually is. Like he's done it before so many different times. Like is Anna really a god? Not really. He's a god only in name and title. He's not actually a quote god. He just has that title and actually rules over the quote angels, which are just like another race of human being. Like there's always something there.
I feel like Oda's never gonna fully explain it, and I think people are gonna be ready.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean that's fine. Ultimately speaking, I mean I think that we've already kind of seen enough of like what we've seen. I'd argue Filmer does some good justice on that idea because I think of Top Musica, personally speaking. But whatever.
Let's take it to Naruto and Boruto. I don't know if you know what's happening.
No. Oh, nigga, what the?
Like I don't want Oda to explain it that far because it just gets weird and lame.
I do agree with you. I think there's always going to be something left for us to speculate on. But as far as the origin of Devil Fruits, that has to happen. Like in terms of what caused it, what led it to be exactly where we are now. Because I believe the Void Century might even take us to like its own Genesis story where we get to see not necessarily the beginning of the One Piece world, but the important parts of it where we do see a potential Adam and Eve situation with a Devil Fruit, because that is kind of what he's trying to parallel. So if we see a scenario like that, then that would explain, okay, is it science? Is it magic? Is it a combination of the two? Is it just Oda's spin on things? And I feel like that, once we have that, then the rest of it will be like, okay, he can explain it however he pleases, because then we'll understand our Devil Fruit souls, our Devil Fruits this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, if we only get the Vegapunk explanation, I'm fine with it.
Which I'm sure.
But would most folks be okay with that? That's a real question, honestly. Because like it's a theory and it's very, 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 very vague.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think folks want more. Like, hey, devil fruits are this exactly. Like, you go, let's say, to like, you have enough power, you are able to take the wishes and dreams of people that kind of coalesce in like some sort of energy conduit in the plane of existence, and then you actually tap into that, and then poof, voila, you make a devil fruit.
Once we see them in action in the Void Century and see not necessarily how different it is compared to now, but what they were doing with it back then and how that leads into the origin, I feel like however Oda executes that, it'll allow people, even people who wanted more, to be satisfied, because we'll at the very least have all of that to base on.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, because then also you can do things, because like let's say it is like let's say like some wicked witch has a pot, puts in some weird shit, and then poof, you have devil fruits. Like, that's the first one. Okay, fair enough, fine. That at least gives you the idea. Okay, so that's how it's made. That's how it functions, and why they can't do the same thing today, where the wishes and dreams of people aren't making devil fruits now that are unique and new.
Yeah, but we don't know that, Cole. You keep on saying that.
As far as we know, that's the case. Because as far as we know, the encyclopedia has every devil fruit, but it lacks the pictures of the fruits. There's even an older version of encyclopedia where you have, what was it like? So I think Big Mom says that's funny. You see, there's no mention of the gum fruit in the old different encyclopedia. So there's an old one where they scrub the name of the Nika, and then there's a new one or updated one where it has more pictures, but it has all the fruits regardless.
Yeah, but I don't think you can definitively say that all the devil fruits were spawned at the same time.
I think they're spawned in the same era.
Yeah, the same era of time. Like I don't know if you can say that definitively.
Okay, so it's like, let me see this. So it's like
maybe the world government suppressed that knowledge so much that's why there's no more spawning, because people don't know they can do that.
Well, no.
There's other explanations.
I think the more important thing to ask on top of that would be like, why is it when somebody dies with a fruit, that same fruit spawns again and not a new one? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's also important to.
Why can someone like Caesar Clown make a pseudo fruit that's very, very similar to the fruits, but like with some mishaps? Why can they say I can make the same shit? Just give me enough time, energy, resources. That's all I need. That's all
the three things. He's copying the homework.
But that homework is still going to be a passing grade.
Okay, well, he's copying something. It's way easier to copy something than to make it from scratch.
Yeah, but the idea is that if he can make one without the need of taking the energy, like the spirit bomb, taking the energy of the cosmos to defeat Majin Buu, and then making devil fruit. If he doesn't need that shit, all he needs is more money, more time, or energy. Then that kind of proves that devil fruits can be made, but he lacks something particularly.
I'm not arguing devil fruits can't be made. I'm just saying Vegapunk can't make new devil fruits because he can't copy.
Well, hold on now, but
he can't manifest a new will.
There are devil fruits.
New devil fruit.
Devil fruits. There are devil fruits that you can argue can't exist. I mean, they're not every ability out there. Like, so, like, there's ability that, like, there's a creature, there's an ability that hasn't existed yet, we haven't seen yet in the devil fruit ability. He could make that potentially. Like, he could make a mythical Zoan of, let's say.
But
like
he's only ever copied this shit. He hasn't made anything new.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that he says that he can make it with his technology if he had these three things. It's not that he can make it. He can make it if he had these three things.
Cole,
that's it.
Cole, he never alluded to or suggested that he can make new devil fruits of completely unseen types.
So so I understand what you're saying here, but it's like the problem is that, like, as far as we know, right? The encyclopedia already exists. It needs updated pictures. He can make fruits if he wanted to. We're not too sure, like, because as far as we know, you cannot make the same fruit of another kind from another individual. So like that's what Oda said way back when. Like, so there can't be two model fruits.
Yeah, the dream of that idea correlates into that fruit. You know what I mean?
The dream.
So, like, if you wish for that dream, it's the power. Of that fruit.
Yeah. So this is another story too. Where, like, you have mental energy and mental power can exist in some way where, like, it can actually be, like, utilized in some sort of, like, unique way. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like, if the dream existed, let's say people in Wano country, they dream for better food, and then as a result, somewhere in the world, the, like, fruit, like the fruit that Big Mom's first mate has, you know, like that spawned into because of the Wano country people. But the problem is that, and then this is where things are tricky, is that how much energy is required to spawn said fruit? How much time does it take?
We don't know how much mental/dream energy it requires to spawn a fruit.
That is a lot. That bedrock is so dog shit compared to like, hey, these things existed in some way, but we just can't tap in these things because we lack energy now. That's way better.
Cole, like the people of Wano worship a dragon, and there's the dragon fruit. The people of Wano worship Yamato's fruit, and there's the Yamato's fruit.
The folks of Wano country worship a dragon, as far as I understand, not by choice, but by force. And as far as I understand, too, when it came to the dragon ability, Kaido had that before he took over Wano country.
Yamato's ability is literally a Wano-specific fruit.
Yeah, but we don't know. So she ate that when she was younger. We have no idea what people, let's say, during Ryoma's time wish for. Like, let's say it was folks of Ryoma's time, they wish for the guardian deity because they're getting raped the entire time. And then 5 centuries later, it appeared. But we don't know that.
That's what I'm like. We don't know how much mental/dream energy it takes. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it could just be that.
But what we do know is that Vegapunk can make the same shit.
He can't make new shit, Cole.
No. Okay, hold on.
He can't make new shit.
I don't know if it's making new shit or making the same shit. It could be both. It could be actually just both because we're not too sure. Because Caesar Clown, I'm pretty sure, was making newer H abilities. Like there was there was some sort of like you had a crab guy, you had a Hercules beetle
that's
dude.
Like a malfunction. That's like a malfunction.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like it could be both. He could make new shit. He could make old shit. He could make who the hell knows. The ideal to me is that he can make it, and all he needs is money. All he needs is resources and energy.
Well,
he can't make new things.
King, he can only duplicate the lineage factor with the green blood. To use the dough fruit. He can't make the
paramecia. For the Zoans, he can make them from scratch. If
but that's because of the lineage factor.
And he's called no. DNA and making them fruit.
But no, he says even the mythical ones come in from scratch.
Yeah, okay.
But even the mythical ones.
Yeah, King, he still needs Carter's lineage factor.
He can't make it from scratch.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no, that's for Kaido. But he's talking about like in a general sense, he can make those fruits from like literally like the blueprint. Like he has the blueprint of the sketch.
He said with enough resources.
Yeah, with enough resources, with enough energy, and with enough time, he can make an actual full-on devil fruit like a zone ability. Even mythical ones.
Let's get some
like I don't know. Let's say like it's not necessarily clear. Let's say like if he needs the blood of said creature the entire time, that's not clear at all.
Well, see, that's the way Caesar and Judge have to do it. But we don't know.
I mean, maybe I'm not too sure.
That's the way it's only established so far.
For what they've tried to done.
If Vegapunk makes a completely new unseen devil fruit, then I'll agree with you.
Well, so far it took like 20 some odd years to make Kaido's one, and that was a mock failure.
Cole, like as soon as Vegapunk makes or is sure to make or has made a completely new unseen devil fruit, then I'll agree.
Wait, hold on. So hold on. He's saying here that this. I guess this is the scans. But he's saying here that I'm fairly certain that with unlimited resources, even special types of devil fruits can be recreated. So it's not saying like
recreate is the key word.
Fair. Okay, recreate, fair enough. But he can make them all if he has enough resources and time and so on and so forth. Okay. I'm not too sure if he needs their actual DNA to do so.
But he can't.
Well, that's part of the resources, right? That's part of the
maybe
he needs the resources.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
He had to have Kaido locked up to get the resources, right?
Yeah, and then it took him like 20 years to do that
that's
one.
What I mean.
Like,
What's this got to do with Shanks though?
I have no idea.
Nika. We started talking about Nika.
Nika.
Oh, we did. Yeah, the Nika shit.
I'm pretty sure Nika and dragons and Buddha don't actually exist. They're just manifestations of dreams.
Yeah. All right, Cole. Let's get some donuts, man. We've been screaming about this for like fucking an hour.
We have. All right, let me. So we have a script over here. Script says who else makes sense other than Kuzan arriving?
Who else makes sense besides Kuzan?
Yeah.
Okay. Lafitte.
Yep. Fury.
Just to announce Blackbeard's motivations.
Yep. I think Katarina Devon would work just based on her ability. Make it more interesting.
All right. I mean, I'm cool with that. Yeah. I'll also say, I mean, Katarina, Laffy, City of the Rain, because his abilities to the stealth. I'm cool with that. I don't know if we're gonna actually see, because we haven't seen him do anything yet. But I don't know. The wild card would be, let's say, if like a Valopi Zoro pulls up too. It's like, okay, so you can do something like, because that. Yeah, because that guy, and also like, where's San Juan Wolf? Like, is he in the area too? Maybe.
Dude, if San Juan Wolf does what he did in Marineford and he just peekaboos.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Like, because the more obscure members should do something too at Subway, I guess, right?
Yeah, have to do something.
Yeah. Real quick, Elite Bystander, appreciate for the first dono on YouTube with the $5. Much over that. Appreciate it. Do we have Ronan? Do you think Blackbeard pirates are at Egghead because they need a Vegapunk to translate the poneglyph rubbing, since pudding is currently cannot?
No, I think it's more got to do with Blackbeard like hedging his bets about where the new shoots are going. They're like, one of them's gonna go to Egghead. Let's just put some people there just to guarantee.
Of course, no one's Elbaf because Shanks is there. Shit, no, can't go there. Can't go there.
I think that's what it most likely is.
Yeah,
like he's just hedging his bets
and more fruit hunting. You know, like Randy said earlier, potentially going for Hancock's or one of their abilities. I think that's very interesting.
I don't think that's gonna.
Maybe he caught wind. Maybe he caught wind of the government trying to assassinate Vegapunk. He's going to make a deal or something.
Right, like
absolutely.
Make a deal with the Vegapunks themselves. Interesting, yeah. But then, if that's the case, then he must also call wind too that Luffy's there too, right? He must have called wind about that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Anthony. Interesting. Okay, Zoro has to beat Green Bull in a sword duel since he's the second strongest swordsman with his black blade. Green Groot will have his redemption. All right, lovely. All right, lovely.
He's a believer, man.
Yo, I mean, Green Groot just got Weevil, so I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh, that's true. I do forget about that. He did capture Weevil.
Yeah,
bro,
if
there's ever a face off between Green Bull and Mihawk, it's over, yo. It's like, okay.
I love how Oda tried to redeem Green Bull by giving him Weevil, where everyone's like, "What?" Oh, fuck. Okay.
I think in Oda's mind, he was probably like, you know what? Maybe the readers. But I think this is what we're based to understand is that Weevil's like a Seraphim Whitebeard, right, or something like that, like a
like a failed experiment,
like a failed experiment. So if that's the case, then he was like, okay, let me hype him up by saying, let me give Green Bull the fake Whitebeard, and you know that'll give him a massive feed or something. You know, maybe that's what Oda was thinking.
Man, yeah. That was some shit, dude. Because like, I mean, I don't know. Like, is Green Bull actually a swordsman because he has a swords like that? I mean, like in the same. Yeah, I don't think he is, but I was like, we'll have to wait and see because maybe he is.
Yeah.
All right. GDN in Shibondi, Law and Kid got off scot-free, while the Straw Hats got crushed. The exact opposite happens now, where they're crushed while the Straw Hats get off easy. Easy?
Well, they're not gonna off easy. They're gonna fucking fall Kizaru, but
right.
I don't know, because for me it kind of feels weird. Where like we have the beginning of the final saga start with like an actual full scale war on Egghead Island, and then like because I kind of feel like maybe Vegapunk does survive, and we have to leave the island. We have to escape. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we just like one type of Gorosei keep pushing.
It'd be so weird after one full scale Luffy run for any reason, man.
Because he made the promise to save Vegapunk.
Yeah, but it's like we fought Kaido and we're just gonna run now. It'd be like
100 ships. So let's just double the
it'd be like anti-climactic.
Why do you keep on bringing up the ships? They don't matter.
Bro, listen, we said it before, Wano Country, and they mattered. Like, the numbers mattered in Wano Country, clearly.
They really didn't.
What are you talking about? We have the entire Otama thing going on. What do you mean? Of course they mattered.
They really were consequential to the fight. Oh, yeah.
Bro, okay, hold on, time out. If Otama doesn't do what she does,
nothing happens.
There's a good chance they still lose.
No, nothing happens.
Bro.
Jinbei knocks out
like, even at the end, like, even after Kai was defeated, there were still random goons. Like, what the fuck? We're still gonna fight? Yeah. Like, well, come on. Like, there were still random niggas. Like, the numbers apparently matter.
Don't tell me that Jinbei would have just one-shot all of them.
I mean, but that's what Oda said. The numbers matter.
They actually don't, though.
Bro, like, it was crazy. Like, we had CP0 in their fucking goddamn, like, shogi board. Like, okay, we have now lost, like, thousands because of Otama. And now it's, like, 12,000 versus 8,000. I'm like, yo.
I think I see what you're saying, Eric and Christian. I think the difference for me is I think I think Oda's trying to use this in a way to as a way of portrayal, right? Not necessarily what it's going to do. We know if those ships pull up, even though they're sturdy ships, more than likely they're gonna get fodderized, right? I think the act of them sending 100 ships over here shows the importance. You know what I mean? Where this is going to be completely out of this world, which is why if Luffy ends up escaping, quote unquote, Vega, because I don't even know if that's escaping's hard to say, because Luffy could escape just to ensure not necessarily the safety, but to ensure like Vegapunk Records gets to another place, to the place where it needs to go, rather than them escaping due to their own safety. You know, where he's like, you know what, the best thing to do right now, the best thing to do as an emperor and as a captain is to leave this place to I don't know if it's Cross Guild coming in or whoever's coming in to deal with the
only way this happens is if Jinbei convinces Luffy to do it. That's the only way this happens.
But what about if Luffy himself, as the Emperor of the Sea, similar in a parallel to Sabaody, rather than them losing, right, where they're like, oh no, now we have to leave, now we're escaping. Luffy's like, nah, I'm putting my foot down, we're leaving. If Kizaru and Garcia are in my way on the way to me leaving this ship, I'm gonna whoop them. I'm getting on my ship. I'm getting to the next island.
I can see it. You know what I mean? Luffy tries to leave and Kizaru turns up and fights him.
Right.
And then I see exactly. All right. First of all, Art, what's up? So how you doing, man? What's up, Artur?
Hi.
Artur.
Hey, just wanted to drop by really quickly. I'm not gonna overstay long because it's got a bit late, and also last time Chad got a little bit mad at me for staying a bit.
Oh,
don't worry about Chad.
You're fine. Yeah.
You're always.
They're all goons. I love them. They're all goons.
I just wanted to drop some like 15 minutes just to talk a little bit, but I'll go fairly soon.
No, we were talking about like what's going on Egghead Island and the idea that like what's happening now with like Blackbeard coming in there, potentially Blackbeard coming in there. You have the big event's gonna happen tomorrow. Like because I think part of the idea is that Kizaru is gonna get clapped at some point. Like Kizaru is gonna be against Luffy, and then unlike Kid in Law, he's gonna win. Luffy is, and then also potentially a Gorosei gets smacked. Like yo, know your role, and then that's gonna be the shocking event to kind of spur the world. It's like let's say the next great. Or I guess the global war, something of that sort. That'd be the idea.
I do kind of hope that this is Kizaru's arc, because I feel like Kizaru has always been there in the series, but we haven't gotten that much character from him compared to others like Kuzen or Fujitora and stuff.
I think like when Sentomaru tells him what's going on, and then like we'll get the reveal that he's evil or he's good.
It would be really
he obviously cares about Sentomaru.
It would be really interesting to see like a point where like Kizaru actually gets like serious.
Yeah.
Like he actually like snaps.
Yeah, I love that too. That'd be great.
And it would be our first showcase of a Logia awakening from an admiral. Which
I got a theory, right? What if Sentomaru tells him that Rob Lucci's the one who hurt him, and then Kizaru just fucking one shots Rob Lucci?
That'd be wild.
You hurt my nephew.
Oh my goodness! I mean, is he down for Sentomaru now that he's a traitor and all kind of stuff? I don't think it's gonna be a force.
That's
we have to see.
Part, but,
yeah. But I mean, I like the idea that it's not Blackbeard. It's actually like Kuzan. I think Kuzan's a way better option. Honestly, I think it's way more interesting. And then we saw maybe if I guess let's say Law. So I think that's way better. And then we kind of have like that whole maybe Kuzan is gonna try and tell Luffy what's going on with Blackbeard. Maybe Blackbeard task Kobe. Maybe you have Garp reveal like Garp is going there too, and then there's some sort of like consensus going on between the two.
Do you think Kuzan's gonna help Luffy escape at Vegapunk because he wants to continue the will of Rahara?
Does Kuzan know that Saw's alive?
I like to think that's a good point as well. I personally like to think that Kuzan is probably like either working for like the Marines or the Revolution Army and stuff. Like I don't think he's evil, so I do think he has like willingness or interest in kind of helping out Luffy and Robin, you know.
You know what? I might think he might be a secret, like different faction with like the Soul Ancient History faction, because that's what he's most connected with. He's most connected with Robin and the Ancient History stuff. So you think he could be like infiltrated Blackbeard's crew to make sure he doesn't find out the Ancient History? Because we know Blackbeard knows a lot.
He obviously has a motive,
right? Yeah, most certainly. And it's one that's so strong that he's willing to go under someone like Blackbeard in order to ensure that it goes in the right course, you know.
Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. All right. So then let's say All right. So then let's just say that for the government, he is also trying to do that stuff, but then he also finds out that Garp is kind of going there too, because he must know that, or that's happening like relatively soon.
Yeah.
So because I think that we have to build up to this Luffy and Blackbeard engagement at some point in the future. That I think has to happen. That has to happen because I think even in when Oda was doing the first volume cover for the latest volume, initially it was Shanks and Buggy in the top corners, and then it was Luffy and Blackbeard actually fighting each other, squaring up. And then I think it was Sandman noted to how like that could be what he intended to do, and that may happen sooner rather than later. So like maybe after Elbaf, after Egghead Island, some of that sort. So
I have a little theory regarding this that I think I talked about in my latest video. That very simply, I think that structurally right now, we basically have 3 main villains left for One Piece. We have Blackbeard, Shanks, in a sense, and Emu. At least like Shanks will stand as a rival force to Luffy, I think.
Yeah.
I noticed setting up these 3 plot lines with the 3 supernovas. And Law and Kid, I mean, Kid has gone down, but I think that Law will likely be defeated by Blackbeard as well.
True.
Yeah.
And, you know,
those... That's the question, because Kid, yo, man, Kid is dead.
Yo, Kid is with King Kai right now, man.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he's going through Snake Way. Yeah, he's gone.
So like these 2 like opponents, Blackbeard and Shanks, kind of like gain power in a sense, gain broad poneglyphs, and we basically have this trifecta of main antagonists. And the thing is that I think a lot of people have sort of been thinking, how will the arcs sort of like structure and build in a way that like, you know, like we're gonna face each of these opponents. But I do kind of wonder if Oda could potentially sort of set up like a bit of a mega arc where all 3 of these forges sort of like converge, you know, and there's like a bit of a battle royale and stuff, kind of like in Onigashima, how we had Big Mom as well. And I don't know necessarily how that would work battle wise, so it's just a basic idea in mind, but I actually kind of find the idea it's like maybe like a final big battle royale between like Emu, Blackbeard, Shanks, Luffy, and like everybody just finding up like Marijua or something, or like a big thing, rather than just sort of going like, okay, here's the Shanks arc, here's the Blackbeard arc, and there's the Emu arc and stuff, you know?
Okay,
yo, so I think we have to do Elbaf, but
that's
for sure,
absolutely. But that's like a shorter arc, I think.
Right now, I like Randy's idea a lot. I don't care what no one says, right? I think it's a dope idea. No matter how you want to slice the question, I like the idea of, hear me, Artur. The idea that Randy has is that we have a Davy back fight somewhere, like a major day back fight. Maybe it involves the Cross Guild and also the Blackbeard Pirates at some point. And then that'll be like a major battle that they have, let's say, before the Final War. Because Final War will be, let's say, be involving Dragon and then finally the Red Army. They're finally doing something. They're finally getting something, right? They're like the headline guys on Luffy and company against Emu, some of that sort, right? Maybe involves Shanks too. Maybe involves Blackbeard, who the hell knows, right? But the idea is that you have before that on Full Island or something of the sort, a day back fight, winner take all, some of that shit, where you have major fights go down between Blackbeard and company, Shanks, maybe not Shanks, but let's say Mihawk and then Buggy, and then it involves, let's say, Pudding hostage, Kobe hostage still, maybe Law hostage, if Garp is alive hostage, some of that sort, you know. It involved really directly in the strats. I like it a lot.
What is so Blackbeard's got all these like captives right now?
Yes.
What if he just goes, all right, I'm just gonna hold a tournament, and whoever wins gets the people.
Why is it always a tournament? Like, why do you want like the goddamn like dark tournament?
It's basically
like he wants the dark tournament, man. Like, what the,
a Davy back fight is basically a tournament. I don't know.
It's but Pirate Co is important here too. So I just really think
Blackbeard announces his grand fucking event.
Yes.
Of the Davy back fight, and he's like, "Hey, Marines, I got Blackbeard, I got Garp, come get him. Hey,
Garp, it's in Goku mine.
I've got Marines, come get him. You know, we'll put the road poneglyphs on the line."
Yep, we see Kobe, right? We see Kobe. We see So I guess it actually works. Let's say that Law actually escapes Blackbeard. Let's say, is that possible? Like, can he actually escape?
I can see it. But
I think it's possible, depending on what happens with Garp.
He's losing his poneglyphs. There's no way he's not losing his poneglyphs.
But hold on. But what if Law destroys them before he actually gets them?
I feel like Blackbeard needs to be on equal footing to Shanks, so he needs those poneglyphs.
I'm not too sure because, like, again, like I kind of harken back to like what Whitebeard said, like you're not going to win. So I just feel like
he's gonna but close. He has to get close.
I mean, he will get close, but is he actually gonna? You know, is he? Maybe that's his attempt at getting close. Like, I'm gonna gather all these big names here, try and steal their shit. But here's the allure. You know, like here, I have this chance now. Here's the allure.
I really feel like he has to lose his poneglyphs, man. You
have to like
set him up as an equal rival to Shanks and stuff.
Right.
So
and Luffy.
Needs them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm cool with that, but I'm thinking that could be the case, but maybe not immediately, where we have to build up towards it even after Law.
Even if he gets the poneglyphs, he's still missing some. You know, like he's at least missing one, the final one. So
Right.
They all are.
Everyone's missing one, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So Shanks is missing two technically, but
he's friends with Neko Mamushi. It's fine.
Yeah, I think he has all three. I think he has
all three. No. If Shanks gets the Zo poneglyph, then he needs to negotiate with Carrot now.
That is true.
Oh,
I mean, isn't it implied that Kid got Whole Cake one?
He did get the Whole Cake one from one of Big Mom's commanders.
Law,
he did get
Yes, he would have it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember Law gave Killer. Law gave Killer, I think, the Zo one too.
No, it was in the latest chapter. We see they have like 2 row poneglyphs. At least it looks to be 2 roundings.
Well, they're folded. I think it's like 4, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, but it's folded in half twice. So
exactly. It's even folds, so it has to be a pair number.
It would either be 4 or 6. If
exactly.
It would either be
or
3
2
or
6. 4 or 6. Yeah.
You have to be a division of 3 if it was 3. You know.
Plus, I feel like it makes more sense that he gave him the 101 rather than
why the fuck would he give him this? Does Law have the Zoro one? Or was it just Luffy?
No. So basically, Law, and then if Blackbeard steals it, would have the Zo one and the 101. Though Blackbeard might have also stolen the Whole Cake Island one with Kuzen, maybe very quickly.
Well, yeah,
that's a great point.
That forces the conflict.
But he went to Cacao Island. He didn't go to like Whole Cake. He didn't go that deep, did he? No.
He could have. We don't know because we kind of cut a bit out. But it's
and
like
also
I would
the
be surprised.
The castle was destroyed. So where is the poneglyph?
No idea.
Probably in the treasure room.
Yeah. Probably somewhere. Yeah.
Well, the treasure room fell over. Like it's just in a mess.
Wait, on that part fell over, or was this like
the whole
just
castle,
the top part?
The whole castle.
The whole castle. Yeah, whole castle fall. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Like where is it? It's just
I'm sure it's still got to be there. Just
it's still there.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I feel it's got to be there somewhere. So
yeah,
but
it's it's the treasure room on the 4th floor.
Yeah.
Oh, so Artur, I guess right. So what do you think about the best chapter One Piece right now? This chapter. What are your thoughts on the chapter overall?
The greatest chapter to Artur.
It is. This is the best chapter I've ever read in my life.
I agree.
Honestly.
I'm not as big of a power scaler guy as other people. It's something I'm more casual about. So like,
but
I won't deny that when I saw like the chapter and I heard Shanks go Kamasari, like my hairs went up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That was exciting. But
bro, I read the spoilers and I'm in the spoiler community. You fucking heard them, dude. It was crazy. Yeah.
Christ.
Dude, I don't do live reactions. All right.
Oh fuck. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, like, I would just say like. I would say like the one fuck up Oda did was the chapter title. I was told to not read the title, so people let me don't. Yeah, right. So people, don't read the title, just skip the title. So if I read the title, I would have gotten into this thing in 2 things: either A, Shanks is actually booty and Kid fucked him up, or B, Shanks obliterated. So I've been spoiled either way.
Right.
But just reading through the entire chapter and then just going through the process of seeing Shanks do what he did, seeing the future the way he did, the 10 seconds, and Kid gets credit here because he did destroy Shanks' whole fleet, but at the same time that was in the future that never happened. My
I'll
goodness.
I'll tell you what happened during the wake of spoilers.
Yeah,
because all we got was initially Shanks defeats Kid.
Yep.
That's all we got. So then, like all the Kid fans were like, I bet he could have hit it. I bet he did this. I bet he did that, right?
Yeah.
And then we got the more detailed ones, and they're like, no, the spoiler guys are capping. That didn't happen. And then the chapter comes out, and the spoiler guys didn't even mention Killer getting one shot.
Wow.
Oh. Dude. Killer is a crazy. That was a crazy.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You know, the
area of effect attack.
The thing that makes this chapter so special is, whenever you're following the series for so long and you just want to see certain characters, we went through it was from like chapter 590 to like chapter 903 where we didn't see Shanks. It was a long time. Only saw him on a cover page.
Yeah.
And then we saw him a few times. We saw him at the Reverie and we'll meet soon Luffy. And then we saw him at the end of Wano. And it was like, I just want to see what this dude can do. And Film Red already had us hyped up. We're like, okay,
that's the
This
thing.
is a taste.
It's like, as much as I love this chapter, I have to say that when we actually saw like Shanks properly fighting for the first time in Film Red, especially like in a premiere like the one I was with like 3,000 people all screaming at the screen, that was like surreal. And I feel like this chapter kind of like
you had that going for
emotion.
you? Shit, dude.
Yeah, I went to the premiere in Paris and it was like 3,000 people.
Oh, the premiere in Paris, dude. Damn, dude. I feel, I'm jealous right now. Damn, son.
Yeah, and it's like coming off of the Film Red hype and coming off of the Discord hockey thing, like the Skype hockey thing we did against Green Bull.
Honestly, you know what's crazy, Cole? The in-canon feeds are better than the movie feeds.
I was about to say that. To see him surpass what happened in Film Red in the manga.
Because he got serious.
He got no flaming sword. We haven't seen that yet so far. He saw the feature 10 seconds like flat, and the range, like he's at the shoreline on the ship, and he's seeing the feature from that far out. That's insane, dude.
We saw
and
that
then
in
he leaps over like so. Oh, that was so quick, dude. Holy shit!
Like when he jumped to Kizaru.
Yeah, I was about to say that, bro. When he jumped to Kizaru, my entire theater went crazy because he was like, "Is he flying? Is he flying?"
Yes. Holy shit, that was amazing.
Shanks have Skywalk, Cole?
I don't think so. I mean, I would just say like right now, he literally was on the ship and then he jumped over the entire coastline in an instant. He was right there, boom. Like I don't know if he actually walked over. Like some folks said that he actually
jumped.
He jumped, but like folks said like he jumped onto first some of his ally ships and then jumped onto the kid ship. I'm not too sure.
He jumped up to like the upper area of his ship and then he jumps over.
Yeah, because it looks like Ben Becker's still talking to him when he's like before, so it's like Ben's talking to him who's still on the ship. He's like, shit, I have to go. And then he does leave, like, okay, fine, cool, go. And then he jumps over immediately, like over his boy's ship like a goddamn missile. That was dude. Kid.
I will say a funny story regarding like this chapter and kind of like when Film Red came out is that I remember when Shanks did like the whole like Wi-Fi hacky thing, you know? Like people were calling like Green Bull like a scam, like a sham, it's like, oh, how he's a fraud, because like the other admirals like wouldn't subdue to Shanks like this. And because I saw the premiere, I literally got to see Film Red later that week. And I saw like Shanks just like
you saw
shaking around the admirals and I'm like, they don't know.
Dude, he used Conqueror's hockey and had Fujitora and Kizaru sweating and in shambles.
Fujitora was hilarious. He literally drew us all back down. Actually, we shouldn't be fighting here at all. The civilians like, yo, you running? Oh my! It was just too much. It was too much, yo. Yeah, bro. It was but I would say this. Like, I would just say, like, for me, it's kind of fitting to see Shanks do what he's doing. I do like the idea of him, let's say, having not just Roger's shit, but also like Rayleigh's shit too. Like, if he has Rayleigh's shit too, like whatever makes Rayleigh the Dark King, Shanks has that shit too. Like, he has all like the old school Roger. That would be amazing. So I'm hoping to see, like, let's say, because there's a good chance that now we won't see Shanks do anything for a while.
Yeah.
Like a long while. So let's say we get more of, let's say, a Roger flashback, or let's say we get more of, let's say, Rayleigh do something, and we get to see more of his techniques, and then we see Shanks in the future like do those same techniques but better. That'd be amazing. That'd be just outstanding.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, I love it. Holy shit. All right.
I have one question, if you don't mind, for you guys, because like I said, I'm not as much of a power level guy, but I kind of wonder how, and like I said, I generally don't care about this stuff as much. So I'm curious how you see where Shanks stands compared to like Yonko, like Kaido and Big Mom, particularly for the fact as well that Shanks warned Whitebeard about Blackbeard as well, and said it's like, Blackbeard gave me this scar, and like I wasn't like messing around. He didn't catch me by surprise. It's like he is legitimately like dangerous. So kind of like, does that put like Shanks and Blackbeard like a tier above?
I feel like the Blackbeard warning was like, how long ago was that? Like, that was before, like, he had the scar when he met Luffy. So like, I don't know if it's more of a, I don't know if it's a power level thing with that. I think it's more of a, he's a sneaky fuck. Well, he's like a
but like Shanks said that I wasn't like taken by surprise. I was finding, and like if even Shanks, like he like 13 years ago he already had like a billion belly bounty and stuff, and like I still feel like that was like that was also like Blackbeard back then. He must have gotten stronger. Like the thing that Shanks said is that Blackbeard hides in the shadows. He hides his strength. He didn't want like the world to really know how strong he was yet until the time was ready.
It's impressive, but like I feel like Blackbeard's not on the Shanks level yet. I think once he gets to the third group, he will be. But like,
is he getting one?
At this point, he has to.
Likely,
at this point, like his performance against Law compared to Shanks' performance against Kid, it's like.
I mean, there's all the memes of Blackbeard going.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm of the mindset. Let's say like he probably already has it. I think that's actually cooler. Honestly, like he had that proof like from the very beginning, and that was already like the deal. But I would say, I would just say like he's powerful, but there are signs where like he does like, for example, he sweats Rayleigh. I mean, it's like, well, hold up, dude, really? Like you're gonna be like on Shanks level, you sweat like, Rayleigh?
No, it's in his
shot.
It's in his nature though, because even like Rayleigh later on the chapter was like, I wouldn't have won that. I
feel you, but you sweating Mayo Rayleigh at that because of what? It was, nah, man.
Oh, you know what it is? It's like Blackbeard's like Dio in part 3 when he's fighting Jotaro. He's just like so cautious and sweaty all the time.
I don't think it's no. So Dio wanted to smoke, but Dio got cautious when he thought he actually killed him or not, and then he does the whole hand twitch. He's like, "Nani?" Okay, but at the same time, but then at the same time, it's like Blackbeard has Boy Hancock in his in his midst. Like he can take it right if he wants to, but he chooses not to because of Rayleigh. It kind of feels like he's too skittish, and then also back in the day, he did call like Big Mom a monstrous old hag, and so it's like so things of that nature where he's like he's powerful, but mentally he's not prepared, I think, for someone like Shanks at this point in time.
I think he will not engage in a fight if he doesn't think he's 100% chance of victory.
He will always try and sneak. He'll always try and sneak for damn sure, without a doubt. But I think that also, for me, the biggest issue with Blackbeard isn't necessarily that. I think it's also how he approaches the world. Like, I think that he is the dirtiest guy in the book. So I think that Shanks was on guard, but because Blackbeard is like, I think I call him like the code slayer. He is someone that will be able to break a code if he wants to get the leg up on somebody. He'll do things that are even unexpected of like someone like Shanks. Like, okay, hold on, what the hell? Like he did that, really? So I think that's the issue with Blackbeard, ultimately speaking. And so like, let's say he does kill Shanks, right? Let's say it happens in the future, right? Again, I'll say after what happens to, let's say, Luffy and Shanks. I think that should happen first. I think it's gonna be when he's down and out, wounded, can't do shit. Him and his boys jump Shanks the same way he jumped Whitebeard, the same way he tried to, the same way he might, let's say, jumped, Luffy, Law, and Kid in Wano Country, the same way Bo Hancock was in the middle of a war against the Marines, and then here he is, hey, I'm here. I was like, dude, he's always doing the grimiest, sneakiest stuff. He's always doing that. That's his MO.
Yeah, he's and we know Oda's a massive wrestling fan. He's a classic heel. He's the heel that will do anything to be victorious. He's like
cashing money in the bank. That's easy chat. Yeah, he's cashing money in the bank. Yeah, all the time.
Instead of having like a third fruit reveal, which I think still may happen, but I personally wonder if Oda may do like a similar reveal to the Nika fruit, and the Yami Yami Nomi is not revealed to be a Logia, but a mythical Zoan. I personally think, I have the idea that Blackbeard has like a mythical zone of like the Sea Devil or something like that.
Demons, yes.
Which is what Emo was originally during the Void Century, but then became legend. And in the same way that kind of like Joy Boy also kind of became legend, and that fruit kind of became Luffy's fruit. On the other hand, like Blackbeard kind of got that fruit. So that duology between like Joy Boy and Emu is repeated now between Luffy and Blackbeard, but Emu is still alive without maybe any to the vest.
So you're bringing the whole top music thing to the fray. No, like Todd Musica thing. Like you bring that. That's the thing.
I think that Todd Musica is probably like a bit of like a prototype that Oda used for the movie for like the idea of the devil in the story of One Piece.
Yeah.
But I think that like the devil is associated with emo. At least that's kind of like my own personal.
I feel like Blackbeard's more connected with Sebek than Aimu. But
true, but I think that probably has to do more with like his lineage and stuff. But like even Sebek may be tied with Emo because Sebek wanted to become king of the world.
Right. Exactamundo. Right. So maybe let's say there's like a more like, I don't know if Sebek's soul still lives within Blackbeard in some weird way, as folks would say. I think it's a bit weird, but that could be the case here.
I think it could be the case because of the two Devil Fruits and what Zoro and Luffy said.
Like, why is his body atypical in the first place? Like, why can he do things in the first place? Like,
Luffy and Zoro said, like, oh, it's like there's two people there or something. Like, and,
now, folks say they're talking about, like, not him, but like, let's say
but it's
Laffy
like unclear as fuck.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, I mean maybe, but oh man, Blackbeard's an interesting case. He really is. I think that overall, like the idea that he is gonna be so much stronger for damn sure than let's say Kaido or Big Mom for sure. Yeah, without a doubt.
No, it's the it's the middle generation surpassing the Roger generation. Or
yes.
The Roger generation,
Yes.
and then Luffy's generation is gonna surpass the middle generation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Absolutely. So that's the key thing here is ultimately. So Blackbeard is gonna be Sebek, and technically speaking, Roger did beat Sebek, but with help from Garp. So maybe there'll be a thing. I don't know if there's a happy with Shanks gonna help him somebody to help. If BB's gonna be that nasty, like in the future, who the hell knows, right?
Kobe Luffy team up
Kobe?
against BB.
No, don't stop.
It would be cool, but yeah, no.
That would be the most insane power. That would be the most insane power of all time if Kobe was able to help out him against Blackbeard.
If Kobe was like the Sasuke of One Piece, sure. But like Kobe's like completely like basically not in the story. So like I wouldn't give that to him.
Man. Fleet Admiral Kobe against Blackbeard. Hey, let's get it, man.
Kobe using like Konkrasaki.
Right, what if Kizaru gets demoted after Egghead and Kobe becomes an admiral?
I mean, I would. We would have to see something major.
Nah, it's gotta be Smoker. Come on, it's gotta be Smoker. It gotta be Smoker. Smoker.
Bruh, Smoker. Like
Smoker's got a few buffs. Smoker's coming to the story at some point. We know that's in the future. He's gonna Fujitora. They're already on the fence. They're already on the fence as it is. So when they
Smoker needs some Vegapunk.
Honestly, dude, if the world finds out that, let's say what happens tomorrow in the story is that Luffy smacks a Gorosei across the face, just how Sabo, oh shit, the Gorosei they're humans. Smoker may turn. He may flip. He may flip. Honestly,
I feel like Smoker's gonna flip regardless of what happens.
That's a good point about the Gorosei, yeah, because it's like the Gorosei have been seen as this force, like, and especially if the Gorosei like are revealed to be like immortal and have stood there for 100 years. Like one of them falls, it's like, oh god.
Yeah,
if he falls, that's gonna shake everybody up.
Bro, that has to be the event. Like
maybe that's kind of like the Egghead incident thing, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Right, because Artur, we were saying that earlier. Like, imagine.
I feel like,
imagine one of the members of the Gorosei get taken out, and those 8 kingdoms that are already rebelling are like, man, one of them got taken out. Oh, no, now it's free reign, baby.
8 to turn to 80, real quick.
But I feel like a Luffy defeat isn't shocking to the world.
No,
it's shocking to us. It's not shocking to the world.
Right.
I mean,
Luffy has
it's the fault of a Yonko.
It's
still kind of
like that just happened 2 weeks ago. Like,
right. It's like I think right now it has to be the case where Luffy has to win where Kid and Law lose. And then I think that ultimately the biggest thing here would be you have Kid and Law have to deal with Yonkos. Okay, so I guess like the guys that are above Yonko ultimately, Blackbeard and Shanks, and then you're gonna have 100 ships with Kizaru. I don't think the world outside, let's say Kuzan, the world is not familiar with an admiral getting beaten. That's like shocking in itself. But then if you have a Gorosei, maybe not get killed, but be treated that way, like he gets punched, like Charlos.
Right.
And that's
a
recorded.
complete world government military defeat is insane for the world.
Right.
Exactly. With that, like those 100 ships and how seriously they're going at this, like such a serious. It's not just the Gorosei, like you said, also like an admiral and all those ships and all those forces. If they actually suffer a devastating defeat, that's like the government falling apart.
That just proves to the world that they can be defeated.
Exactly.
But Artur, that makes this arc like another 100 chapters. Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, we're still here, dude. Like, we're
no, Cole. It's like
to be wrong.
To be fair, there are like 2 major enemies, Kizaru and Saturn. So it's not like we have like all the enemies that we kind of have to build up. But yeah,
we have 100 ships. We have Blackbeard. Maybe okay. So is it possible where Luffy and his boys right now can get the job done against an entire military force like that?
Yes,
it's complicated because like their objective is to like run away, right? So will they really like stand from?
But that won't shock the world. But that won't shock the world.
Recon brought up that they might be running away, but then Kizaru stops them and Luffy fights Kizaru.
I think that's probably it.
Yeah, because like the way I see it is Luffy never goes back on a promise, right? And he already promised Vegapunk that he was gonna get him out of there. So he's gonna turn around the moment anybody says we got Vegapunk. He's like, all right, we're getting out of here, and anybody on our way is getting packed.
Yeah,
that's it.
Bro,
we're packing them up.
What if Zoro and Sanji stop Kizaru, and then Luffy attacks Saturn? That'd be
how hype that would be, bro.
That would be because
Sanji came up. I'm ready for it,
bro. Of course, because I'm waiting for the moment where we have Sanji and Jinbei and Zoro like literally protect Luffy. Like, no, you can't touch the king. Whoa, stand down, boys. Like, whoa, like I want them to be the Marco. I don't. No, back down. Whoa, he's the king. He's the king. Yeah. I want that one from these guys. I need this moment.
Yeah. All I'm asking for is a moment where Zoro goes like, "This time I'm not injured," like in Sabaody.
That would be so dope.
Yeah, I want that stuff. Yeah.
I would love it on both of them, right? Because obviously all of us have seen like in Dressrosa we had the opening where Kizaru and Sanji clashed, and we're all like, oh, we all want to see that, right?
The 15th anniversary open.
And then also too, like the idea, you know, also like he's from, and then also he's and then also he's from the North Blue, you know, the same place that Sanji and his family have history.
Right.
And also I'm waiting. All I'm saying is that there's got to be a Marine somewhere that's going to embody Sword of the Sea. There's got to be a Marine somewhere. He's gonna be nasty as hell. He's gonna be better than Admiral for damn sure, without a doubt. Yeah. Or an Admiral.
You think Sword is real? You think Sword actually exists?
Yeah. I mean, German's real.
Garp?
No, Garp.
Is it not Garp?
Is it who? What?
That man calls say Garp.
Garp.
What?
Slow old Garp? Nah, dude.
But I love the idea. I think because Kizaru represents so much, right? He represents the original defeat at Sabaody. He took out the entire worst generation.
He did, dude. Oh,
bro, what
if Zoro and Sanji are able to fight that, man, it would be so hype.
Right. Yes. You know what? You know what'd be crazy if it's the entire Straw Hats versus Kizaru and they fold in one chapter.
All right, dude, calm down. Wait a minute.
Yo, if it's all of them together, they're folding that, man.
But it's like it's gonna be that. But it's gonna be like that. Like really, come on. We know better.
Like,
we have Seraphim there. We have Seraphim there. We have like Opepe. Like they're all there. So I mean, but like all I just say is that like I think that moving forward is Oda's setting up a really great final saga right now. But I would just ultimately say is that like when it comes to the ideas of pillars on the move, Kizaru, even though it sucks, the Marines are getting L's. There's a good chance they're gonna catch another fucking fat L.
They have to catch L's, man. We're at the
they have to catch L's, but at the same time, they also get like a grandiose W because again, the Seraphim too. They're gonna get all the S Shark, S Snake, probably S Flamingo, probably there too. S Gecko, probably. They're all gonna be there, and then we'll go from there. Holy shit!
Artur, I have a question for you in regards to what the Japanese said for the light thing earlier on the arc, where if you have that object, you can touch light. What exactly did they? Because the people have been saying that could potentially mean that when Kizaru gets here, we'll have a way to touch him even without hockey, right? So like, what do you have to say about that in regards to
Alice Dominus?
Something that I was thinking about because I was, it's kind of like Chekhov's light punching glove, right? But the thing is, like with hockey, I do feel like it is like a bit redundant, but I'm checking right now the Japanese version. It does indeed say hikari, which is light. So this says like this is able to punch light, like I said in the English version. It's just like who needs it aside from like someone who like doesn't know.
Right, bro. The Frankie upgrades.
Right.
Oh, where are the Frankie upgrades?
They're coming.
True, but like, are we gonna have Frankie versus Kizaru?
I mean, he'll get a punch in. That's why I say the Strides versus Kizaru.
Yeah. You want Frankie to punch Kizaru? Oh boy.
Yeah. What if he does a Cuddy Flam move and punches him in the dick?
I mean, a Cuddy Flam.
You know what I realized? Hold on. You know what I realized? Hold on. What? Isn't Shanks just gonna go to like Bartolomeo's place right now? Like where? Like,
he already did that. Yeah.
You already did that?
But.
He said he wanted to kind of like do that, but we don't know if he's been there or not yet. Yeah,
because like he took a pit stop, I think at Elbaf, because like Wano Country, Elbaf, because Wano Country I think is near Elbaf, Winter Island, and
right.
yeah. So I feel like they probably took a pit stop at Elbaf just to have a few drinks. All right, then I got to ask then. Yo, now that we know that Shanks not gonna be part of Elbaf, let's say for like the Elbaf arc for Luffy for Strats, at least most likely, what does that mean by Big Mom in the future? Yeah.
I'm still on the Big Mom Ultra Instinct theory, but
I'm telling you, man, Big Mom, she got probably jazzed at the volcano when it erupted, and then she landed on, let's say, the ship.
Do you all think that? If I can ask a question as well, do you all think that it's safe that Luffy will be the one to fight Saturn?
Is he powerful? Is he powerful though? Is he powerful?
Yeah, like that's still like a question. Yeah,
because I know that you want to call them now instead of saints. You have the idea of like actually in the actual Japanese they're like more like gods, like they're God Saturn instead of like Saint Saturn.
Yeah, I mean the word "se" is kind of like a holy title for like deities or like holy people in a sense. And specifically, there's the whole thing that like the five elders similarly are named after the planets,
but
and
like,
they're literally called the five elder planets. And there's also Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus, who are the gods. I mean, so it kind of seems to be this pantheon of gods.
Would you say like Japanese culture, like kamis are basically as powerful as like saints in Christianity or something? Like they're not like god level.
Omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent.
No, but in what regard do you mean? Sorry.
So like a kami or like a spirit in Japanese law would be more similar to a saint in like Christian law.
Not really. It's just Japanese culture has like a lot of deities because it is a polytheistic culture, so it is kind of like a lot more varied.
Yeah,
but I feel like in One Piece, the idea of gods is kind of similar to like both the like Christian idea, maybe in a sense, but also specifically like the Greek gods. Since literally Saturn was like a Greek or Roman god.
Yes,
I'd say it's probably closer to something like that.
Yeah, okay.
And then you've got like Kumo running around with a Bible, but
right. I mean, because I think it's actually a cool idea because the idea was like, you have. I remember Luffy asked Enno a long time ago when they first met each other, like, "Yo, what makes you a god? Like, what makes you actually a genuine deity?" And then, I mean, obviously he had like a huge amount of power. He had the ability to control. Like, he ruled over the land with an iron fist. And I kind of feel like Oda's kind of making like Luffy in some way. He's I guess a sun god per se. But then what makes a god? Like, what makes the sun god a sun god in earnest? Like, what makes the Gorosei quote gods? And it feels like
because the sun is part of that solar system as well.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, it's like, oh man, it sounds kind of crazy. But if let's say we take the library that we see, or the globe that we see in the Ohara library, it's hold on now.
Oh, you did all this for literally
my
2 decades.
Yeah, his life. I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying, like, hey, is it the case here that if it's not moons, it's actually a geocentric model of their planet, and the planets actually revolve around their planet? I mean, it's like, dude. Like,
okay, here's the thing.
This is real.
Here's the way that I put it. The story of One Piece is a battle between heliocentrism, which is revolving around the sun, and geocentrism. Ooh. Heliocentrism is Nika, who's like the one like real proper god that the planets used to revolve around. But then Imu, who I think represents the Earth, because like the Earth is kind of like Mother Nature, you know, and like the 5 other planets surround the Earth. Kind of create this geocentric model where everybody kind of like revolves, or at least the 5 elder planets kind of revolve around the Earth, and I think it's more like symbolic than anything. But I do think like, yes, in the Library of Ohara, it was kind of the planets as well, because we know there's one moon in the present. Maybe it was different.
Right, we see one moon. Right, we see one moon. Now they did maybe like those maybe those other moons were destroyed somehow, some way.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. But I think it makes sense because we see like 6 celestial bodies, so like 1 moon and 5 planets, the 5 other planets.
Right.
So
I think it matches the number of Vegapunks or the number of like Gorosei. I forgot which one it was. But it's like, because like, let's say you have if you include
the
Uranus, Poseidon, and Uranus, Poseidon, and or Neptune, I guess. Neptune, it'd be Neptune in this case. So Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto, exactly, yeah. Then the idea is that it would actually represent like the planets or the whole entire solar system at large.
I mean, the Gorosei in Japanese are literally the 5 elder planets, which were the original planets that could only be seen from Earth. Yeah. And the other 3 planets are named after like the Trinity of Planes, which is like sky, ocean, and Earth.
Yep.
And it's kind of like the whole thing.
Also, kind of matching also in a way too, matching the Norse realms too, Asgard, Niflheim, Jotunheim, Midgard. That'd be like where we are right now. That's all Midgard. So Oda has a lot of room to cook. He really does. But like the idea is like all the cultures in the world would all be like referred to like the same thing, but through their own culture like norms. So like the sun god mentioned in Skype is the same sun god that's talked about in Elbaf. It's the same sun god. So, but then the question is, will there actually be a forest god? Will there actually be a water god like the one that's mentioned in Skype too?
Here's the thing. In Japanese, the 5 elder planets are named. The name for the 5 elder planets in Japanese, not specifically like in the story, but I mean like in real life, is named after the 5 elements of Chinese belief, which are like the 5 elements that form the yin and yang. And this includes, for example, the forest. Like the water and all that stuff, and it could like match those gods. So maybe it kind of was like a bit of a residual part of all that.
So the Gorosei be the ones that actually have some unique powers then per se that I have to tell. Okay, so like the one be I think it's iron, fire, forest, and for the Chinese ones, I think it was water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's also the days in the week in Japanese.
But here's the thing though, it's like for me, the Gorosei being strong is like they could be powerful, but at the same time, it's like if you guys are powerful, then why you guys sweat when Yonko meet? It's like why? Like Shanks and Whitebeard meet. Yeah, it's like what are we guys doing like the entire time? Now we know you guys actually do something. You guys leave your house once, which is great. Congratulations, get some fresh air once in a while. But it's like okay, but then like where were you guys in the new world when Kaido and Big Mom meeting up and going crazy?
Bro, I think Cole.
I think Cole once that too. We might just be overthinking it, but I feel like Cole in the same line of thought. Imagine back in the day, the Gorosei, because I'm still not sure exactly if this is like a group of titles that has been handed down for generations, or if these individuals have been around for a real long time. But imagine back when the Iron Giant invaded Marijoa, and maybe one of the Gorosei was not there. And the Iron Giant got past a certain point, and ever since then, they're like, none of the 5 elders can leave. That like just in case something like that ever
unless it gets like really drastic, like
unless it gets really drastic. And like so now we have a scenario where
but now to
protect Demo maybe even
right
like even if he was strong.
I see you. Okay, so now dangerous because now you have the Seraphim, because they need the Seraphim obviously for the future because Seraphim are very important weapons. And then also in the process too, you're going to be getting weapons that are going to grow stronger. Will they be like on the same level as like their counterparts? Will S-Hawk be as good as Mihawk? I don't know. I'm not too sure, but I feel like they need them because they can control the Seraphim way easier than let's say the actual world themselves. So they're very good assets, obviously. And then they can finally maybe put the little like okay, so now we have the Seraphim, they can protect Emu. We can kind of do our thing now. Finally, like the cuffs are off. We can finally do shit now. But at the same time, I still be surprised if they're not combatants. I'll keep it stack. If they were not combatants, that would not shock me.
Yeah,
I would not.
There's a very easy explanation to why Saturn's here, and that's just to control the Seraphim.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the main priority. But they could also be fighters, or maybe not. I feel like Oda's purposefully kind of keeping it ambiguous to kind of keep us guessing.
Right. Yeah. I love the scars that they have because it might imply that they've been in battle before. But it also could just be scars from, just being bystanders. Who knows?
He got in the kitchen.
He got in the
So what I did? So what I did? We had I think my tier 3 discussion was that they got their scars at God Valley. The God Valley was their home before.
Gotcha.
And then Rox the Sebek was the one that actually did a lot of damage to these guys. I almost killed them all on God Valley. That would be the idea. Yeah.
The thing is that I do feel like more partiality to the idea that the Gorosei are immortal more and more, just from the fact that, I mean, not just like the names of planets and stuff, but it's also like the fact that in the cover story with Vegapunk, like around 30 years ago, they were shadowed on purpose, but it's like they look very, very similar.
One of the Gorosei doesn't know about Nika.
No, okay, but here's the thing.
Gorosei doesn't know about Nika.
You mean like the chapter where like Zunisha first appears, right?
Yeah.
In that chapter, they simply say like, like that like fruit is now a legend even to us, and then they say, why would the government rename it, right? Which would like give the idea that maybe it's different, but I think that the government in this case could literally just be Emu.
Yes.
But they're not referring by name, and it's just saying like, why would Emu-sama have renamed that fruit?
It's always the same guy asking the questions, and the other guys answer the questions.
Wait, don't they all ask questions?
No. It's just one guy. It's the
wait. Who's Gorbachev? Who? What?
The guy with the big mustache and the scar on his head. Gorbachev. Yeah.
They should record a podcast. Honestly, how much they talk.
I love how his mustache is just like Roger's, but it's
it's white, so it's evil.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh, this guy. I mean, look. Okay, listen, man. I would say I see what you're saying, but the Gorosei, I think it's okay if they don't know things because Emu knows all these things, and so Emu was the one that I think that's what happened, like off screen. Because remember, like I think it was from chapter 1037 to 1042. They didn't know something about the Nika. Then they found something out immediately. Then they told Blue Scarf, okay, you have to go and die now and you have to help take out Luffy or to take out Luffy, because otherwise, if you don't, we're fucked. And
I do kind of wonder about that, if like they didn't know, or it was something they were planning along. They were kind of pushed for some reason. It is something that I feel like it's a bit ambiguous, but I am curious as well.
Do you think it's like if anyone knows about the
because how would they have found out
power?
Otherwise?
So like the only person who knows about Nika is Aimu in full, because even if like the Gorosei know about Nika, it gains more power. Do you think that's a possibility?
But then that would mean they're not immortal. Like,
yeah,
I don't think that. I think they
maybe long life.
No,
Maybe
true.
not,
They could not be. They could not be. Yeah.
I don't think they're from the Void Century.
But it's like man, it's like if these guys are like 70 or like even 80, it's like it's hard for me to see them like 30 years ago looking at Dan.
I feel like some are older than are older than others, because they can't all have the immortality surgery at the same time. Like they have to go one by one.
They could have, because it's never been specified how many people the perennial youth surgery can be applied to.
Wait, that's kind of crazy, Artur. That's kind of crazy. Really?
Death,
yeah,
sure.
That's kind of crazy, Artur. Whoa.
Yeah.
But it's
like
never been
4
specified.
for 1, like four more people. One. Oh, that's crazy.
Maybe area of effect. I don't know, man.
That's wild. That's wild.
I'm just saying it's not been confirmed.
Equals one immortality.
We don't know for sure.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, you know, like maybe they're like not immortal at all. But I do kind of like that Oda has like keeping us guessing.
What if, let's say, they come from all different eras? So let's say, like, for example, the Gandhi guy comes from Ryoma's era. So he's like 400 years old, technically speaking, right?
Yeah,
and that's like the sword. Well, let's say, like, Gorbachev is from, like, 700 years ago. Something like that sort, you know? Like, the youngest one with, like, Sanji's dad, let's say, from 200 years ago. You know? Yeah. You know? And then, so, like, over the course of centuries, they've gotten people that have been worthy, who have been Gorosei, and then they made them immortal through, let's say, someone actually taking the fruit, and then that's that. So that could be possible too. Like, they've all been.
Do we think Dofi's secret that he knows is that Aimu's real?
Yes,
is that secret.
100%.
That or they have Uranus or whatever the hell destroy Lucia.
I made a whole like video about this, that specifically in the Japanese version, Doflamingo kind of says that he knows about the national treasure of Marijois, and it's something that if its identity was known to the world, it would shake it to its core. And he said that his grand plan was to use the Ope Ope no Mi, to use the personality switching operation on the national treasure. And I think like that, what that means essentially is that Doflamingo wanted to switch personalities with Imusama.
Yo,
they say that?
He's a
that's a theory.
Man.
Yeah. No, like in Japanese, like it's strongly kind of like words it that way, like a lot more than kind of how it appears in translation.
We had a good stray. I gotta head off, but
no doubt.
Sorry, my boy.
Peace, man.
It's like, you know, it is almost 5 hours deep for the stream. So I'm actually gonna go through some donos. So I know people want to, you know, kind of. I know you're saying you're quickly, Artur, but I think we had a good conversation for what it was. We do more of this stuff in the future. There will be another Shanks Summit. I'll keep it stacked. If maybe in the future we see Blackbeard do something, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, we have to do a Blackbeard Summit. Maybe, I don't know. And also, I think that coming in this arc, when we finally found out like what's going on with of course, obviously, whether Big Mom actually dies or not, what happens in the future, we'll do it on the stream there too. We'll probably have the whole discussion about what happened, what it means to the story, and so on and so forth. I mean, that'd be fun as hell.
I mean, if you want to have me anytime, but I'm very happy to have come here, even if it's just for like an hour. So thank you. One last thing. I'll leave. Just one last thing. This whole thing about the Gorosei and Nika and all this stuff, it will be very interesting if Luffy transforms into Gear 5th in front of Saturn, and what Saturn would say.
Yes.
Would it be like, oh, I recognize you, or like, oh, I don't recognize you, but I know what you are, all that stuff. You know, they already seen the poster.
Oh yeah, like that's the legendary, or it's been a long time. You know,
face to face. That's gonna imply so much.
It's been a long time, boy.
I can't wait. Dude, that's gonna be so hype.
Oh shit, that's crazy. That'd be crazy. All right, so let me get some donos. You can stick around if you want to. If you need to, I'll get some donos.
I'll go because it's already kind of late for me. But thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right, Artur, man, have a good one, brother.
Yeah,
take care, guys.
Be easy.
I'll be up.
All right, so we're at the final stretch, Recon. We're at the final stretch. We'll get some donos, and then we'll roll out probably the way it is. But of course, everyone, Recon, you know where to go for his channel. I'll put everything in the description box below. All the content, all Artur's channel, Reference Podcast, and so on and so forth. All right. So, real quick, Matthew Morris, I see you. Isn't it time for Luffy's fleet to show up? If Blackbeard is scared of Rayleigh, he definitely not fighting Garp. Oh fuck, Garp. Wait, whoa, shit. Garp rescues Kobe while Blackbeard is away. Blackbeard can't take another like he did in Rayleigh. Oh shit, nah, you don't see Blackbeard referee from fucking from Garp. No,
dude. I at this point, it's like he's the ultimate opportunist, but everything's in his favor. I feel like he wouldn't run away from this one.
Yeah, yo, if he ran away from Garp, I don't think I could recover from that. I mean, it's like Mr. All Day Every Day ran from Garp. I mean, Rayleigh was bad enough. Garp?
I love Garp, and he is most certainly that dude. But I think Blackbeard has to start establishing his status as Yonko.
He has to. He has to. If he needs 3 fruits just to feel confident against Garp, that's ridiculous, dude. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hanauta Sancho Yahatsugiri. Thanks for 5. Davy Back Fight is Blackbeard's favorite game because he literally spent his waking moments memorizing the rules. Yeah, I like that bet. Yeah, I'm down for the cause for damn sure. I think it'd be a cool ass idea. And I'm okay with Mihawk Mihawk not being Zoro's final fight. I'm okay with that. I know folks don't want that. Personally, I think it's does it sound crazy that let's say it's Shanks and the boys in let's say Laugh Tale, and then it's Zoro versus Ben Deckman in his final fight. It's kind of crazy, duh. But at the same time, he's not there per se for having a best final fight. He's there for Luffy's sake. That's gonna be Luffy's job.
Right.
Luffy has the best final fight in the story.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
It's like for Zoro versus Mihawk, it's so interesting because obviously that's the most anticipated fight. It doesn't necessarily have to be the last one, but if it is the last one, there's nothing that can eclipse that. But if something takes place after that, there could still be stakes in regards to, okay, Zoro's defeated Mihawk. Like you said earlier in your point, he's the world's strongest swordsman now. We have the Pirate King and the world's strongest swordsman fighting whoever it is, whether, like you said earlier, whether it's Gandhi or Beck or I don't care. And now it's going to be the Pirate King and the world's strongest swordsman taking on whoever it is. And they better be nasty.
That's I think because I think that word has to matter. Where like he, I think again way back he said like in order to be this Pirate King, you gotta be like some along lines like world's strongest swordsman, Pirate King, they need each other basically.
Yeah.
All right. So let me get to Dartho B. I think the longer Oda takes to show off the character's power, the stronger they are. Dragon, Mihawk, Blackbeard, etc.
Interesting.
I mean, I'd agree in some way. I mean, that is kind of shonen-esque, but also, I think that because we see Mihawk's bounty, we kind of have like an understanding of like his stealing in some ways. Yeah. Whereas, let's say with Dragon, we have no idea. It's just he could be top 1.
Right.
I have my doubts, but he could be top 1. Blackbeard's getting more powerful as things go. Shanks, we see the raw power as it is, right? So that's why we're here.
You already know. That's why we're here.
Exactly.
I feel like Dragon's the most interesting where, like you said, Mihawk and Shanks have always been treated as, and Blackbeard, they're all like in that they all center around like Shanks. Like anytime Shanks does something, we're like, oh wow, like this is what Mihawk and Blackbeard potentially can do as well. But with Dragon, it's like, is he the most wanted because of what he is against the world government, or is he the most wanted because he's that guy, or he can, he has the power to destroy everyone there? So we don't know, or both.
So he's always been the one that's like you never really know. He's always the wild card there. That's why I think he has to do something soon. I think that after this arc, if he doesn't do shit, like that's gonna be crazy. Like after like if we do have a if Luffy smacks a Gorosei before Dragon even touches one. Nah, dude. You have some labor to do, son. Because your actual son is doing way more than you did. Come on. Be real. Holy shit. Oh man. Okay, so the black man who laughs, $2. Luffy is an island cloud. Ohm's sword equals Snake Man. What the oh my god.
Luffy's an island cloud, and what was the second part?
Ohm's sword equals Snake Man. Ohm, the guy from Skypiea that Zoro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, got it. Okay, Anthony. Yamato hit Kaido with Conqueror's Haki attack, and his eyes went white and was bleeding. Yamato hit Green Bull with Conqueror's Haki attack with acceleration, and Green Bull was clean, no damage. Green Bull hate needs to stop. Listen, Anthony, unfortunately for you, Green Bull already admitted that he can't go one country without Kaido. He said, if Kaido wasn't here, I wouldn't be here. So Yamato hitting Kaido Thunder Bagua, she took the attack and all she got was a drop of blood, like Thanos. Literally. Yep. Like all I for a drop of blood, Yamato, okay, fine. That was it. What are you talking about? Eyes were white. No, Anthony. Green Bull is good. He's just not that good. That's self-admitted. Like he self-reported for that one.
Yeah, he like that was pretty much Oda letting us know there's a significant gap between Green Bull and then Kaido and Shanks. Right?
Absolutely, without doubt. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to say the name. Avavilla. Is that the name? I have no idea how to say that. Hold on. So everyone, have you heard the argument? Magic can be explained by science. The best argument I have is that this is magic from Norse runes. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, Norse runes maketh the magic. I don't know about that one. That was kind of weird to me. That was kind of sus to me. Yeah. All right, but either way, so that's done. And then after that, so I think we have a few Twitch stuff real quick. I wrote that real quick and then I called the stream.
Okay.
So RV Dog, for some reason, off stream 20 hours ago, gave me $150. I have no idea why, dog. I don't know why he did that, but much love watching the stream.
God bless him.
You. Yeah, bless you. This man's always just he's on my Twitch chat, just like lurking sometimes, saying "nom." I don't know, dog. All right, just appreciate you, dog. All right, no doubt about that. It means a lot for the fucking $150 off stream. Much love, dude. Then Gundam Beast Tier 1, much love. PK Tactics over here, 54 months, says Red Hair Wonder. Craig has no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Red Hair Wonder.
The Red Hair Wonder.
Absolutely, that's what I call him, dude.
Yes, sir.
I have Red Hair Wonder Shanks, Bald Wonder Saitama, Pretty Boy Wonder, Gojo Satoru. Just
love it.
Nutty motherfucker.
Yeah,
right?
Because when I was watching your reaction, I remember you calling him the Red Hair Wonder, and I was just crying.
Yes, dude. Shanks is mystical, man. This man is crazy, dude. I swear, like the way, like I view Shanks like the fucking Narnia lion. The nigga is just fucking too powerful. Like he just stands in the sunlight, all mystical and shit, like running away. Like, what's his next move? And then boom, one shot it.
Right.
Holy fuck, dude. The anime version of this is gonna be just out of this.
Bro, the anime version
world.
may as well be like it just. I said it in my video. It's like the hand of God coming down. You know, it's just like a ray of light coming down and just being like, dude.
Like, they're gonna do some kung fu hustle shit. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be like,
because you know how much Toei loves Shanks, man. They're gonna give this man everything.
Yeah, dude.
Everything.
Like the entire area is gonna be shaking and shit. You're gonna have like fish, like 1,000 meters deep, like running away. Like, oh shit! Like it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be just nuts.
You're gonna have Davy Jones himself talking about who's that?
Yeah.
Like, what's going
and then
on?
we'll see like a small little kid flashback, like his whole life before his eyes before he dies. Yeah.
You're gonna see him with King Kai, and he's just like half his buddy cut off. He's just like, man, like what am I supposed to do?
He's gonna do a fucking PyCon and shit. Like, what the fuck? Okay, what's up, dude?
Hey, Killer's next to him. He's like, yo, what are you doing here? It's like, I don't know. I wasn't a part of the deal. You know?
Yo, Bubbles, give him the work, yo. Oh shit. All right. Whew. Okay, it's Halo Chat. I'm here for the Shanks greatness and how the community will try and downplay him somehow. You know what it is. Darth Weeaboo, subscribe to 1 for a month, says, yo, Cole, showing love for my vacation time. Hey, yo, hope it's going good, son. Hope it's good. Hopefully not, going to any dangerous places, son. You gotta go with Joten and the boys here. Being black, Loki's a Chico. Yo, you fucking crazy. Listen, I do plan to go to Thailand. I think we had a plan for like going to Thailand, South Korea, and Japan, because I do want to go to all these places at some point in the future. Will it be all on the same trip? I'm not too sure, but I do want to go to places for damn sure, without a doubt. All right, King Station, subscribe, much over that. Muttley, Shanks dies talking. Oh my God, Shanks dies taking a hit for Luffy when they fight the secret king of the secret king of the world. So there's another nigga. So there's another motherfucker we haven't seen yet. There's a secret king of the world. I think maybe it means Emu.
I was about to say maybe it means Emu.
Yeah, but it could be another one. Oh boy,
Yo, I'll tell you what. If we get after Luffy fights Shanks, and let's just say hypothetically speaking, he's still alive and stuff of that nature. If we get what we saw in film Red, but in the manga, where it's Emu and then it's Luffy and Shanks, oh man, dude,
crazy, mad lad status. Yeah. Khalid Brown, yo, the Shanks crew is assembled. Not that over here. Hold on, Twi, I see you. Yeah, we're still doing the top 15 video game stream tomorrow. We're still doing that. That's still happening. No doubt about that. Invertedly, that's at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. I forgot what time it is. Either way. Invertedly 999. Cole, what do you think is happening to Kid if he took a flaming drum dragon or Bajrang gun head on? So why is what Shanks did so impressive? I mean, you're comparing Shanks' divine departure, which is likely not his ultimate attack, to like Luffy's and Kid's ultimate, to like Luffy and Kaido's ultimate attacks. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like, my guy. Yeah.
And that's ultimately what it is, right? Because this could very well be. I mean, it's not directly stated, but let's just say this is like a mid-tier Shanks attack.
Right.
That's not compared to the Bajrang gun, which Luffy had to charge up for 3 chapters.
Right, exactly, yeah. In fact, I would say this is actually more comparable to, let's say, Kaido's Thunder Bagua, in terms of, like, that's like his main move. This right here is Shanks' main move. That's it, yeah. All right, Volperion, $4 says, yo, King, Uzumaki Khan is up to date with the manga. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Even though I'm kind of sad that he's not watching the anime anymore, I'm also kind of happy that he's read the manga, is not caught up, which is great. Do you / can you plan reaching out to him to invite him for a discussion stream? I think it would be really cool to see. Yeah, I'll try to for sure. I don't know how to get in contact with him. I guess on Twitter, I'll try to reach out to him. Maybe his, I don't know, Twitch. But I'll try to get, because I did want to get him for the stream, but at the same time, I figured, you know what, let me just put it out there. Because it was kind of like, I announced it on the, well, basically I announced it like to the guys yesterday. So not enough time, I suppose. But yeah, in the future, I'll try to get Con for damn sure. Without a doubt. And by the way, yeah, thank you for telling this guy was spamming out force and shit. I don't know why he's doing that. Much over the Twitch guys. Yeah, I don't know. He's forcing. I'm like, okay, I get it, dude. Just chill. Tomolani, tier 1, much over that. Appreciate you do. MBRB, $2 is this. I remember this Blackbeard take. I remember this Blackbeard takes double damage. So look at what Kid took at double damage or double the strength. Could Blackbeard take it, and how much of a tank would he be without it? Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. But okay, so. But no, actually, I didn't mean. Okay, so there was a thing about Blackbeard where he can actually takes more damage than usual, I think, because of his Deathward ability. Like, he absorbs more damage because of his Deathward power. But he endures it all the same. Like, I think it was something like that. Do you remember that?
I do recall.
Yeah, like there was something like that. Like, he takes more damage than normal. Something like that, so yeah.
And but no matter what happens, he's always getting back up, because like you said, he can absorb more damage than what's normal. Right,
so he takes more damage and he also absorbs damage. It's weird with him, yeah. But yeah, that's what you're saying, MBRB. Also, MBRB again, there has to be some decent giants, because there is a new world where Yonko roam, and they still aren't aligned with anyone friendly with Shanks, but Kaido and Big Mom couldn't take control of the place in their primes before Shank was about Yonko status 6 years ago. So I don't know if Shanks has LF as his territory in the same way as Luffy has, let's say, Wano Country. I think he's friends with Dory and Brogy, so he has a pirate. So he has. Gotcha. So let's say in like a pirate war, if you have Whitebeard had his boys. I think in the same way, Shanks have Dory and Brogy pull up with the giants, with the giant pirates. That's it. But I don't think he has actually Elbaf as his territory. I think that's a whole different thing.
Okay. Yeah. In response to the rest of the comment in regards to like the giants just being like set in the new world and being on that level, I think there's a reason why the WG is trying to recreate them, right? Obviously, back in the day, they must have been just the main military force in the planet.
Crazy,
and they're trying to recreate that, right? To keep them under them.
Like, that's why I think we see most of the giants be vice admirals, or like minimum, they're vice admirals in the Navy. Because they're that powerful in Navy, because they're raw power and strength. But also, you can also look at, let's say, like the idea that you have other apex giants in the world, like, even though they're not necessarily all that great, Hydruden and their boys are still Buggy's best earners. They were his top dudes, and now they're left. So that, I think, is indicative of just how good the giants are. Even though they get, ragged on because of whatever reason, they're still powerful as fuck.
Right.
All right. DKTV, I see you much love for the sub. Tish with the yo, I see you much over that. Mino, appreciate tier 1. I think the Grand Fleet is coming. Now?
They could. It just depends on whether this is, because in chapter 800 it did talk about them appearing for the incident, right?
Yeah, they did. They did.
So I'm not sure if this is the incident or if there's going to be another major incident to follow. But if this is the incident, then it would make sense. Grand Fleet popping up. My whole thing is, if the Grand Fleet's pulling up now, what does that mean for like Elbaf? Are they just going to go on their separate ways again?
I mean, do they reconvene at, like, let's say, because I still believe that they're gonna have that raid on Fillet Island to get Kobe and to get like Pudding and all those guys back. That's what I believe. So that's why I want them there, like a full pirate war. But they could pull up now, but it seems kind of sudden. Doesn't it seem like really sudden that they come up now?
Yeah, it would be really, really sudden. And I think the most difficult thing would be, how do you maintain all those characters, or do you, like I said before, do you send them in separate directions? Like, that's why this whole ship situation is so interesting, because you could have cross guild here and that solves that issue. Yes. But if the Grand Fleet shows up, it's like, all right, what do we do once we get on Elbaf? Do we go to Elbaf with our entire fleet? It's like, man, that's a lot of characters.
That's where it gets tricky. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's where it gets really, really tricky. So that's why I'm not too sure about that idea. But is it possible? I would say, yeah, it is possible. It is possible. Yeah. All right. Uni, $4. Appreciate you. Says Shanks is let me see here. Shanks is Rick Astley and Kid is click the link. What does that even mean, dude? I don't know what that means, dude. Fuck. Okay, I'm out of the loop. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Raya's Blackwell. Twitch Prime says, what's good? I see what you're gonna do. Biko Milk over here. Becco Milk, I should say. Twitch Prime, I'm sure that's what you're gonna do. Zip over here. Cole, you should check out Drop the Pizza Theory on Laughtail location. Lodestar and Polestar Islands. Lockdown. We're part of a shrunken continent with reverse mountain as the double North Pole, hidden by a pole shift of the world. What the wait? What?
I've heard of this theory.
You have?
And apparently it's huge. Like I haven't watched it, but the individuals who have watched it said it's their favorite theory of the location of the One Piece. So I guess we'll just have to sit down and watch it, because it does sound crazy. It does sound crazy, but maybe with context and all the other information that'll be provided, maybe it'll make sense. Because I'm interested. There's a lot of hype going behind this theory right now. If it's the same theory I'm thinking of, the one that was released just recently, then there's a lot of hype going behind that.
Oh, so there's okay. So this is like before. Okay, I see. So it's like some sort of there was like a massive supercontinent that went from, like, let's say Lodestar to Lockdown. Is that the idea?
I'd have to watch it. I haven't seen it. All I have is I've heard of it. Yeah. Okay.
And then also real quick too, I just got the idea where, like, Shanks is Rick Roll and Katie click the link. I got you. All right. I missed it before. I'm like, what the hell is Rick actually? Okay. I actually never knew his name. All I know is like Rick Roll. That's it. So I never actually knew his name like that. Shit. All right. Six paints. $20. What's that? 6 paints. Says it's yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. It's as simple as in our world, we use spiritual or magic to catch all terms to describe things we cannot explain yet. In One Piece, they are finding explanations, a way to actually measure things like hockey, delphins, etc. Right. In a way, in a way, because like that whole conversation was interesting, but for me, magic seems to be a lot more like limitless than things like spiritual stuff. Where like spiritual stuff are kind of bound by like the dynamic of the soul and then afterlife stuff for the most part, right? Which is real One Piece for damn sure. Magic is like we're not bound by like anything at all. It's like, hey, we're magical. We do random shit. We can turn water. Like we can take a rock and turn into a cat because we have magic. Boom, fuck it. You know, it's like things like that are a bit, you know, out of pocket for me personally. I'd argue.
No, I got you, because it's because we've been we're expected to believe that due to the entire series, Oda has given a logical explanation for everything, no matter what it is.
Yes. So that's why for me it's kind of like out of pocket in a lot of ways, because I feel like it makes more sense when you just keep things as they are. No magic needs to be involved at all, and it works fine as long as you kind of upscale the tech more and more and more and more. I think it makes a lot more sense to me personally than just having, you know, when God Leviosa and a sorting hat. I don't want to see hat anytime soon, honestly. And then finally, it's Charvy, Twitch Prime, appreciate what you damn do. And Recon. Oh wait, no, I lied. We're not done yet. There's more some more Twitch zones real quick.
All right.
So we have Vic says Lucky Roo is a soccer ball for Rockstar, Derp Crew. You mean Phil Ren where they kicked him around? Yeah, they did that. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Yeah, though as far as I understand, the director said that they added shit in there because Oda didn't tell him exactly like what to do for the characters for Shanks' crew, so it's still like a secret, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then Avali again says, "Hey Cole, hey Cole, what I meant was people say that all magic can be explained by science, but I think a good counter is Norse magic like runes. What do you think?"
That can't be explained by science. Is that what he's trying to say?
In a way, I think so. Because like it'd be like Norse runes that tie like some supernatural aspects. Maybe because like I don't. We only see Norse so far with Uta. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing that's gonna be repeated with other characters in the future. Maybe you could be right about that. Maybe, but I think that right now it's kind of best left to like tech, and then Norse runes is how the giants do it particularly. But other cultures do it in different ways. That's what I would argue. But I see what you're saying though.
If that person is right, then it actually would work in Oda's favor to have Egghead and then Elbaf, so that there's an explanation in Norse, because of course we're going to be exploring quite a few of the different mythologies in Elbaf. So it would be, that would make sense if he had these two arcs together, because they would accompany each other even when it comes to stuff like that.
Yes, so. Yeah, agree. That makes sense to me a lot. Without doubt. And after that, we have Trish over here, £5, £5. Just says, imagine a Seraphim Shanks. It's over. Run. Just
run.
Just run. Yeah, just run. What the fuck? Yeah, run. It's over. That's it.
One Shanks is enough. Two.
Yeah, two.
That's too much.
That's too much for the entire planet to contain. Honestly. Yeah. All right. Speak over here. In New York at the moment. Okay, bet. Just had to drop in and say, if Khan was here, who clearly is the hockey man out of all y'all, it would be the Bulls trifecta. I honestly, fuck, dude. Oh, Randy's back. Fuck.
Hey.
Speaking of the Chicago Bulls. On in, dude. We were trying to end the stream, but Randy's back. Okay. Yes, hold on. Jed, real quick. Birthday. Hi, birthday, Jed. Appreciate you for the birthday camera love. Hi, birthday. So hopefully you have a good day. Anthony's crew says, $5 says, do you think Akainu and Green Bull have potential to have Conquerors hockey because of their personality? Akainu, yes. Green Bull, fuck no, dude.
I could definitely see Akainu.
Yeah, no question. A Green Bull, fuck no. Though to be fair, I mean, you do have the Sengoku has Conquerors hockey according to the data books. Garp is not confirmed yet to have Conquerors hockey, but he probably has it.
He has to have it. Yeah.
I think that maybe people that are like Fleet Admiral level would have Conquerors hockey. That's my guess.
He said to Luffy, "Oh, you have it too."
Yes.
Made it that made it seem like okay, it's passed down in the family here.
Right. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, because I'm not too sure if, let's say, for example, like you have Big Mom's kids. Why isn't it, let's say, like Harold Sparrow has Conquerors hockey, or let's say Smoothie, but Katakuri has that? You know, like why? So I kind of feel like maybe that'd be like because Katakuri and Oven have the same father, don't they? I think so, right?
Katakuri, Oven, and
Daifuku. Mm-hmm. Those who don't have Conquerors hockey, as far as you know, but Katakuri does. So it's a bit weird there, honestly. But either way, yeah. So I'm cool with like Akainu, yes. Green Bull, there's no possible way. I have my doubts. If that actually was the case and he still got shook, I mean, wow.
More hype.
That only adds to the sauce. It really does. All right.
Yeah.
All right. G-Guard, $10. Oh boy, here we go. Mihawk looks down on Shanks because he was missing an arm, but challenge who the hell's challenge an old sick Whitebeard. It's obvious he was thinking Prime Whitebeard would never challenge a sick man. Stop using that agenda. Him. Interesting. Okay, Jagar. Look, Mihawk has stuff. All right, he's not fearless. Mihawk is nasty. No one says he's not nasty. It's just I just don't want people to say, he didn't try against Whitebeard when he did that slash. I'm like, come on. Like, let's be real here. Like, he admitted that there was a gap between himself and Whitebeard. There was something there, and then he did the attack. I don't want to hear anything. Oh, that was no. Don't do that bullshit. And Shanks, listen, Shanks gets more and more and more gold D-Roger comparisons. Like, at this point in time, I'd honestly argue that if you want to say that Shanks is weaker than Mihawk, it's just saying that Roger is weaker than Mihawk. I'm like, that's not happening. No, I just can't do it. That's not possible. So, Mihawk is nasty. He's crazy. He's powerful. Like, he's like, whoa, I get it. But Shanks, I think, is being pushed up there by Oda because he loves Shanks. He's doing interviews in Shanks' pants, for fuck's sakes. I think it's kind of clear that Oda loves Shanks. He's gonna display that by Shanks being not just Luffy's moral bedrock, but also just that dude. He's just that kind of guy. I'd argue. Fuck. Okay. Heavily drinker. What the fuck? We're skipping Elbaf. Usopp who? You're crazy. I don't know what this smoker do. Listen, we're
I think just on one more thing on the Shanks and
yeah.
and Mihawk thing. You know, when Chapter 10 came out, it was crazy because when we saw what Luffy and Zoro did, to me, I was like, this is what Shanks and Mihawk can do, except they have this under control. So I was like, all right, if Mihawk conquers or if Zoro just awakening it was able to damage Kaido, Zoro or Mihawk probably would have sliced him right down the middle. And so I thought about Shanks, and I was like, okay, if Luffy's doing all of this, he just awakened it, what would Shanks do? And now I feel even more strongly than that, where it's like now after Kaido's saying Haki's the strongest thing in the in the verse in regards to if you have that, you're the one that controls everything. To me, it's like, man, regardless of where you are on the Shanks and Mihawk debate, I think that we just the two are monsters that we can't even comprehend. And I think Chapter 10 is the biggest indication to that, to where when Zoro and Luffy get to the point to where they can control Conqueror's coding, that's where Mihawk and Shanks are. And it's like that to me is scary. The fact that maybe someone's doing something like that.
I mean, I think Shanks for sure, but Mihawk I think is an interesting case because Mihawk, I'm not too sure if he's that, because he was that guy. But when you look at his character, he seems to be so dead inside, where he's hunting down pirates for sport in the East Blue. Like he's that bored. He cares that little about what's going on that he's going after the guys, Don Krieg's crew. When the Marines pull up in when they try and get him during Wano Country, he's so excited, so stoked. And then a week later, fuck, I'm so bored. It's like, dude, it's like nothing riles up Mihawk anymore. And maybe it's because he's waiting for like Zoro to get ready to be actually his rival to fight for like the world's greatest sword. But I think that ultimately, because I'm not too sure where Mihawk stands as, like in terms of like power. Well, no, I do. Well, I have an idea, personally speaking. I don't think he's on Kaido's level, personally speaking. I'll keep it a stack.
Gotcha.
But I think that Mihawk being the greatest swordsman in the world is going to be indicative with controlling of Haki for damn sure, but going back to like a lot of the fundamental skills that were applied in that fight against Zoro, like just how Shanks in this chapter and through Dorian Broggy, a lot of ways they revisit Chapter 1 schematics and how like you have Dorian Broggy, they take out the crew the same way. Let's say
Lucky
Rue to that one guy, right? You can have, like, once again, the idea of the sword skill, the finesse of the blade, things that are very important to swordsmanship, be reintroduced with Zoro and Mihawk again when they fight again. Honestly, I think that's like the most likely. That's the most likely thing they're going on. I'll argue that.
Okay.
But yeah, yeah, it's Randy. Randy's back again, boys. Don't worry about it. He's just kind of chilling right now. We're just kind of go through the donos because there's a lot of donos, and my throat's killing me. But that's fine. It's fine. I know an issue tomorrow, but don't worry about it. We'll muscle through. Okay. So let me see.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. I'm just hanging.
Yeah. The world government seeing more and more trash now. Who they going to beat? Anyone is overpowered now. Everyone's overpowered now. Well, they have the Seraphim. So I'm not too sure if Seraphim's gonna be strong or not. We have to wait and see. But the Seraphim are as strong as they are now, and they're gonna get stronger as time goes on. So if Mihawk or if S-Hawk, if S-Shark and S-Snake, if they're gonna be stronger than actual counterparts, that's a pretty powerful force, without a doubt. So give them time. Just give them time. Definitely. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Absolutely.
Because by the end of the series, they're definitely going to amass a pretty sizable army under them, or at the very least of individuals that are going to not necessarily going to be directly under a Kainu, like under an iron fist or anything, but people who are still going to stand on their side of justice, right, at the end of the series. Which is why I think it's so interesting, the potential idea of everything happening right now in Egghead with everybody, their internal conflict coming out to where they really, like somebody like a Lucci, for example, who was a government dog, is now questioning things, and I feel like that's going to be more common to the point to where, as the closer we get to the final war, those same individuals, regardless of whether they go to the Revolutionary Army, they become members of SWORD to bring in the new era of the Marines. I just wonder where Oda is going to continue to pull off these individuals that are going to amass this massive Marine fleet at the end of the story, because I'm
expecting a whole Marine Civil War, bro.
Okay, and I love that. I love that idea.
And
that'd be great, honestly, with like Fujitora and Smoker defecting.
Smoker is going to be one of the big people that starts the change. I mean, Sword already is that, but I don't think Smoker's a part of Sword. So Smoker's going to be key in, getting the people that aren't indoctrinated in Sword on board. Okay. And I'm expecting Smoker in Egghead, and I'm expecting this to be the change because
the key,
they're
the
trying
Nexus
to
point, the Nexus event,
Vegapunk saved a bunch of kids, the kids from Punk Hazard.
Right.
Smoker's introduction was giving a kid money for ice cream. Like he's got a soft spot for kids. You tell him that we're about to kill Vegapunk, and he's going to say, "Nah, I'm not about to do that."
Right.
Yeah. So I'm cool with that for damn sure, and I think also too the idea that you have Fujitora. We have no idea where he is right now, but he can kind of come into that at any point in time and actually kind of be a factor in terms of like maybe not this arc, but he could actually be swayed as well by like what happens in Egghead Island. And I think
he's Smoker 2.0 anyway.
Yeah, he is in a way. And then but the question is, do they join up with Dragon? That's the fucking question. It's like they can do their own thing, but do they join with Dragon? Dragon gets like a much bigger Revolutionary Army force, and then they take on the government, and then so like that's like the final war scenario in some way, where like you have all these people that are built up, you have the Seven that are getting stronger and stronger and stronger, the Gorosei might be powerful, and we have like a final war, like let's say 80 countries now realize that the Gorosei or the elders are human, they're not gods. What the fuck? And then they actually engage in full-on warfare. I think it's possible now. And how does South into the mix? Are we going to have Pluton activate at that point in time? Are we going to have all these different things? There's so many things that could be happening. Mm-hmm. But now is the start of it all. Right. Now.
Right. Do you guys see a scenario where, let's just say, like hypothetically speaking, if Emu were to fire Uranus, right, or attempt to fire Uranus, okay, and let's just say Garcia Saturn, Kuzan, hypothetically speaking, they're all here. How would they feel about them potentially being treated as throwaway soldiers that Emu would sacrifice for the greater good? Like, how do you guys think they would feel about such a thing happening on Egghead? If let's just say hypothetically speaking that he would use Uranus here and now.
Well, I mean, it comes down to certain characters have to stay evil because, I mean, if we're going to storm Marijoa and we're going to do all this, there needs to be the people that are going to like protect them no matter what.
Right.
And I feel like at the end of the day, Akainu, Green Bull, and Kizaru are never going to flip.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're never going to switch up.
Yeah.
Fujitora, yes. Kuzan already did. Smoker, yes.
Already?
Yeah. Plenty of times. But I mean, like, he always does it reluctantly. Like, what we need is an active flip.
Yeah.
Like, a choice is made.
Right.
You know, it's never been a situation where he's had to choose Luffy over like his boys or the Marines or anything like that. And that's the flip I need, is a fork in the road. And it's like, what side are you going to choose? And then he goes to Luffy's side. Like, no, you guys are wrong. You're trying to kill this dude. Like, this dude is not a bad guy. And just go down that path.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm cool with that, actually, because that'd be kind of, but at the same time, there's so many things that are going on at the same time. At that point in time, like whether Luffy's going to be on Elbaf and learn all this new history, or Blackbeard's on the move again, trying to get to Luffy, or there's so many different players involved. And I just do wonder, like, how can Oda manage it all probably for the final saga? I think he can, because he's done a good job. He's done a good job so far.
Yeah.
But it seems it's gonna be so much. And then how does Crossgill fit into all this? I just don't know. Like, Crossgill they're just so rogue, man.
I think that's the reason why he took that month off, because even Wano, I believe, he was like, man, this is a lot. Like, this is a lot to keep track of. This is a lot to do on a weekly basis. So I'm sure he took that 1 month where he was like, you know what, let me at the very least try to set up an outline that I can follow somewhat and keep track of it, because it's going to be a lot. And he understands this is the weight of the entire series falling here. But I have faith in my boy. This is what he's been looking forward to. You know,
so far it's been like an amazing final saga so far. Like, it's been like just the hype, the major plays, the major moves, and then just knowing that there's still more. We have Blackbeard coming next chapter, maybe Blackbeard coming next chapter.
Right.
There's just so much Oda's doing right now. You just can't help but appreciate it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so some more donuts real quick. Stop! Don't do that. What the? Stop. We have. Okay, speak 1, 2, 3. Also, Usopp Hammer gang back at Elbath, except this time he lifts Mjolnir by mistake, and the giants right behind the legend that is Usopp. I like this.
Oh, dude, it would be like a Link grabbing the Master Sword.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
I like this.
I like that.
I want Usopp with the Mjolnir. That'd be great. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for all the giants to take the goddamn knee to Usopp, who wields Mjolnir, and he's gonna lead these 8,000 warriors in a combat against the Marine. It's over.
Yeah,
it's over. It's over. Like, we're done. Oh my God, $1 Now, never mind. I can't do that because I was wondering maybe there might be some sort of marriage pact between Usopp and another giant girl, but then that can happen though because he has Kai way back when.
Right.
I can't have it. Yes, that can happen. Yeah. All right. Jagar. Shanks is my top one, but some people think he can mid-diff Mihawk, which is crazy. No, I think mid-diff. No way.
No.
Mihawk's too powerful. No. Jed. I don't know what that is, dude. But you gave me 270. I think that's like rupees or something. I'm kind of learning how to Shanks getting the One Piece. Since at the end, I still want Luffy to continue his adventure. But does this work in storytelling standpoint? What do you think? I'm kind of wondering how to Shanks getting to the One Piece. So do you mean like how would Shanks get to Laugh Tale? Is that what you mean? Because I think Shanks would probably get there just because I think Shanks would just he probably find the last little poneglyph rubbing. I think maybe already has it because of the giants. Maybe he already has 3 rubbings of a poneglyph. He needs the last one. He probably can visit, I guess, Zoe. I think that'd be not a big deal at all because he did assist Neko Mamushi Inuyasha from Rain, so he can go to the Zoe one and grab that one, and then he's there.
Yeah. Because we're assuming, right, that Zoe is still continuing to that destination that it needs to go to. So if it's still going there, then Shanks would just have to keep going and run into Zoe and it's new and where it's at right now, which I'm going to assume.
Is it going somewhere or like is it waiting for like the right time to actually do something?
I think it's still walking slowly towards that destination.
But this guy, like Zunisha appeared like right then and there in one country like instantly. Like he was like boom right there. Like, hey, or she was like there. Like, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah.
Ready to go? Momonosuke? Not yet. Cool. I'm out. Peace.
Yeah.
So I feel like it can just manifest whenever it wants to, like in the mist. It's weird. And I'm not. I think it's waiting for Momonosuke's orders. Like I think it's gonna be like around Wano country, and then when Momo says, Zo, it's time. Okay, cool. I'm pulling up. Teleport's over. It's intermission. I'm gonna do my thing with the goddamn borders, and bada ding, bada boom. We're free. That's what's gonna happen, ultimately speaking. But yeah, okay. So let me see here. What is this? Wait. Fuck, I hate you guys use these fucking acronyms. You guys piss me off right now. Cole, this arc is based off of. I think he means. Which arc is PH and which one's
Punk Hazard? Punk Hazard, Sabaudi Archipelago?
Punk Hazard. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So this arc is based on Punk Hazard, Archipelago, and will play out like Archipelago because the Straw Hats will be stalled by the Seraphim / Pacifista saved by Kuma, Kuzan, and fight/run Kizaru. What right? Okay, hold on. So I think you mean the Straw Hats will be stalled by the Seraphim and the Pacifista, and then they'll be saved by Kuzan and Bartholomew Kuma. And then they'll fight or run away from Kizaru. So Kuzan will save the Straw Hats from what's going on right now, basically. Or Kuma will. But he's in the red line right now, so I'm not too sure about that one. But, okay, but I see you saying that. Okay, fair enough. Bet. Tristan, I see you. Akainu stood down when Shanks turned up at the war. Seraphims are stronger than the generals. What's the point in the generals? You mean the admirals? I don't know if they're stronger than the admirals. I agree with you.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I kind of feel like Robin's words still hold true to an extent where they are still the strongest military power Rogama has. The Seraphim are going to be strong, but I think like S-Hawk, S-Shark, S-Snake being stronger than Akainu kind of throws me off a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It kind of throws me off. Same. It's possible, but I'm not too sure about that one.
No, Akainu's without question going to be one of the at very least one of the most dominant forces in the series until the end.
Yeah, honestly. Jagar, that's all I'm saying. If you take the Yonko to a high diff, I am a Yonko. I am a Yonko regardless. If the result of the high diff fight, so Mihawk Yonko level. Potentially. I mean, I think that he is like nowadays, yeah, for sure. Big Mom, Kaido, Blackbeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Roger. I don't think so, but I think that he is he's close. I suppose. I think he's close. I mean, right now I'd argue that we're kind of setting up where like people like Shanks and Blackbeard are going to be above Yonko level. They're going to be better than Kaido, better than Big Mom. And then Luffy's going to get to that level. I think, let's say, come down to Elbaf, and then after that he'll be on like the level of Shanks and Blackbeard come, and that's what I would say. I personally argue, but I see what you're saying though.
I think Mihawk is on the level of Yonko for sure. Okay. Especially since he's just one solo dude worth 3.6 billion. That's kind of wild, man. That's
more than Luffy, who is a Yonko.
Yeah,
so, he is true. That's for and also Buggy too.
Yeah.
But there's that cross skill buff. Never forget that cross skill buff. Never.
Yeah.
Skill buff. Heavy drink over here. 5. Lol. The Usopp Elbaf stuff is crazy. Remember, Wano with Zoro or Frankie with Egghead, Oda will make Elbaf all about Luffy and forget about Usopp. Nah. Zoro had his moment in Wano for sure. But like the problem with Wano is that there were so many different players involved that Oda couldn't focus on Zoro solely like he would like to. That's what I think, honest to God. Right. I think that we're gonna have Usopp have like a lot of time to himself for sure, and then. Yeah, I would say for sure that's gonna be a lot of time for himself. And then there'll still be also things involving, let's say, other characters, but Usopp will be the primary person to get that love for sure.
100%.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. Yeah, I'm not worried about yeah. And then finally, Speak 20. What do you think of the theory that Mihawk was part of Shanks' crew, but left as their goals didn't align? Parallels Luffy and Zoro, but in this case, his dream is important, but stands behind Luffy's dream first.
That's interesting. So he's implying that Speak is saying that that Mihawk was a part of Shanks' crew, but unlike how Zoro submitted to Luffy's dream being first and then his dream being second, Mihawk was like, my dream is more important than yours. And
you don't even know what Mihawk's dream is.
That is
true. That's true. I think his dream could be like he wants someone to surpass him. That could be like his dream. He's waiting for someone to beat him.
Yeah.
Ultimately, yeah.
Be
like Swordsman.
I like I said before, I see the parallels that with Ricardo Martinez. So I feel like him attempting to become the world's strongest swordsman definitely was him at his most ambitious. And then once he got that, now he's dealing with the repercussions of what's next? What do I do now? Like,
or it could be how he got it too, or it could be because Shanks lost his arm. He may have been he may have felt slighted. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I thought we had a thing going on here for like daily duels. So, like, what happened to that? And then Shanks started to fight Fox entirely. He felt slighted, felt dejected, and then he's been wilding ever since. Yeah. All right, and then finally, Vil over here again. $2 says, sorry, I was saying Kuzan will save them like Kuma. Okay, yeah, so Kuzan will save the Straw Hats from Egghead Island the same way Kuma saved them from Shibuya Archipelago. Maybe. I feel like, does Luffy come and need saving the same way now? I'm not too sure. I feel like they have their options. I mean, honestly, what I want to see is like, hey, we punch a Gorosei, we take out Kizaru, maybe we take a rocket ship with some Vega Cola to the moon, and then from the moon we go down to Elbaf. But hey, I mean, maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I'm just fucking wrong. Hey,
no, Cole, I'm right there with you. I would love another detour to the moon. Yes, I really would. I would love it.
Like, give me just 30 chapters. That's all I need. Just 30 chapters.
Dude, I just need one chapter with NL, and I'm good forever.
Yes. Oh my god.
I want things to get so crazy that they just gotta leave.
Yeah.
And I want to see a situation where like the Sunny's taking damage and everything, and then someone does save them. And it could be Kuzan that creates an ice wall that, blocks, all the ships from getting to them. We get the parallels to Ohara, or it's Smoker. Smoker creates a smoke barrier or something like that. And, maybe he gets arrested because of it, for defying the government. Somebody needs to get in the way. Someone needs to be that Kuma, I think. But we just need to up the drama. And the narrator is hyping it up.
He's hyping it up.
Didn't he?
2 chapters in a row.
That happened, I think, in one. Yeah, that happened at the end of I think it was Stampede, where like Sabo makes like a gigantic flaming column for the ships to like get past all the Marines that are there, and then they're able to escape that way. Oh, okay. But I mean, like, look, if you're Kizaru, like, no one should be able to escape you, dog. Like, I don't care. Like, yo, like, speed of light, top over there. Nah, you're not going anywhere. But
we're gonna get like I think we're gonna get an admiral versus admiral fight no matter what. So whether it's Kujan being there versus Kizaru, or if it's Fujitora turning and going against Kizaru, like there's gonna be a lot of good
exciting stuff.
I just really hope that we do get this whole moment with Luffy and Saturn, like whether it's gonna be a oh my god Nika, it's been a long time, or like the legend is real. I just want Luffy just to sock him, just fuck you.
It's just if we're already doing the parallels to Sabaody, why not parallel to the best moment where he just you know.
Oh I wanted Kuma to show up and like instead of slapping the allies away, he sends the enemies away. And then it's that.
What if Kuma? What if Kuma has that protocol inside him where like he's actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to Holy Land and marry Joe, and then I'm gonna create chaos there again, even though Sabo and Boy saved them. But that was kind of like the play to like distract them from what's going on in Egghead Island. Maybe that was something written in his code.
The second he starts like slapping up some celestial dragons, they're gonna want Kizaru to turn around.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I mean, unless Fujitora's there and he's been like sandbagging the entire time, but I mean it's possible. But we have to wait and see. All right, Tristan, last Donna. Okay, last Donna. Okay, before you go, is Garp going to do damage or is it hype? He'll do something. He'll do something for sure.
Garp is definitely he's not showing up and it's like that one meme. I'm leaving with something. Garp is leaving with something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Whatever it is, he's leaving with something.
Now the question is, does he actually leave though? That's the real question.
He's probably gonna die, and he'll be in King Kai's palace with something. But
because I would love to see for like the first time a genuinely bloodlusted Luffy. Like, yo, this Blackbeard dude has to go, man. I just can't stand him right now. This guy's pissing me off. Like he was involved with Ace's death. Now my granddad? No. I can't stand him. And he has Kobe captured too? No. Yeah. And Trao? No. He gotta get clapped. He gotta get clapped, yo. I'm tired of this dude, yo.
Right.
So, but yeah. We have to wait and see though. Will he actually get there? I mean, who knows? But I mean, I feel like if people say like, oh yeah, every Gear 5 fight has to be like zany and wonky, not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. Like Oda can change it up, right? Yeah. But yeah, so that's it. That is the final don't know of the stream. Good stuff, lads. All right. So overall, great time. I'm gonna go take a lozenger, and then after that, I'm gonna go do some work. And I have some more shake. Dude, no, Ronnie, why'd you drop $50? Fuck you, Ronnie.
Yo, shout out to Ronnie. Shout out to Ronnie.
No. There's no year. There's no year, nigga. All right, let me do my job. Fuck. Okay, real quick. So we're not done yet, Blast. Let's go, boys. Fuck you, man. Theory time. Kuzan saves the Straw Hats, brings to Elbaf. Shanks and Luffy catch up and party spar on Elbaf. Luffy needs to grow up, and then they dip. Shanks versus Blackbeard happens. Shanks dies. Luffy finds out. Shanks and Garp and Boa and Kobe and Pudding and Law die or get caught. I mean, he's making Blackbeard like the apex motherfucker, yo. Like, he's got everybody on lock. He's literally, like, unironically, he's got Boa, Kobe, Garp, Shanks, Law, either dead or caught. And then he follows it with another $50 donation. Jesus Christ. Luffy meets up with the Reverie. With the Revs. Endgame. Luffy versus Blackbeard. Sabo versus Akainu. Dragon Emu. P.S. York the 10th Titanic Captain. Holy shit. Okay.
The Dragon Emu thing is something I would love to see.
But he's losing though. But he's losing though. He's losing. Like the Dragon versus Emu. He's catching a W. I don't care what no one says. But I don't think that Shanks is gonna get caught by Blackbeard, like captured. I think so probably die at that point in time. Garp and Boa getting Boa captured. Doubt that. Garp dying probably. Pudding's already captured obviously. That's crazy ass theory, dude. That's a crazy ass theory.
I can see Boa getting captured.
Again.
I mean,
I thought it was the first time,
if we're going against the Celestial Dragons, then she gets put back as into the custody of her former captors, and then Luffy saves her.
I thought it'd be more likely, but then fucking Blackbeard came in there and like threw a massive monkey wrench. I'm like, yo, dude. So I'm not too sure whether you actually get tapped or not. But maybe you're right.
I think she's too like powerful to be held down by them anymore.
Blackbeard did that.
No, like the Gorosei, like all the
the Gorosei.
the celestial dragons. Like, did they handle Boa? Like, she's getting captured, all right, but she's not gonna like do what they say.
Yeah.
Is it possible that you have, let's say, her sister, like Sunder, Sonya, and Marigold, they get captured instead, and they have to go and save them because Luffy needs help? So she begs like Luffy for help.
I love
because
that
they got captured.
Then we get the opportunity for Boa to like do something
Get revenge or
yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah. That'd be cool as hell. All right, so but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I just don't think that we're gonna see, because now that we have Shanks leaving Elbaf, I think that he's no longer in Elbaf. So when we get the Elbaf, the Strats do, he won't be there. He'll be somewhere else. Because that's what I think. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be anymore.
Princess is in another castle.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for the time being, the Bowser's Big Mom, and then we're gonna have to do a Bowser Big Mom on Elbaf. That's she's with them, unless again Loki, Thor, Odin, they're just like the realest cats imaginable. Like, Yonko ain't nothing to these boys. All right, fair enough, fine. That's the case, fair enough. Then hands up, right? These guys are crazy. But outside of that, I think it'd be Big Mom time once again. We're going to see her in her actual, true, strongest form. No bullshit, Oda. No use infusion one time against page one. That's it. No.
Bro, I want to see Big Mom Ultra Instinct. She's thin. She's got crazy shit going on. That's what I was saying. Like the souls of 1,000 giants or some bullshit.
I need to see Big Mom like pull out like the stop, like use way more giant moves, like Elbaf, like downward spear, Elbaf, like like link down smash, something, man. I need to do. Yeah, I need to see her go crazy, yo, like some real shit. But yeah. So, Ronnie, much love for the $100 dono at the end of it all. Appreciate you. We got to your stuff. I see you saying, though. And that's it. That we are done for the stream. So, once again, I want to give big shout-outs to, of course, the main feature person here, King Recon. He was here the entire stream. Much love, King Recon.
Yes,
he has an outstanding reaction. No doubt.
It's the streets are saying that Recon can't experience what happened.
Wait, what?
What?
Recon Uzumaki can't.
Oh man!
Yeah.
That might happen.
Dude,
that's what the streets are telling me.
Yo, the streets are right. That might be coming in soon.
That would be amazing.
The
I need to see that.
Yeah,
I need to see that collab for there. Well, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Oh my god. All right. John, Cole, during the stream, I have something to say. No, you have nothing to say. Fuck you, dude. All right, much for $5. Listen.
All right.
Listen, man. All right, so I'm gonna give once again. I'm gonna give big ups to, of course, Christian, Eric, Red Force Podcast, of course, Randy Troy with that wisdom. Snippets here or there, even the car. Much love, dude. Yeah, even dropping wisdom on the en route. Much love to see that. Yeah, that's crazy, no doubt. Of course, Jay did it earlier too, as well as Vergo. Artur came through as well. So much for everybody. It's a great time. Without that, be a Shanks fanboy. We are eating well, extremely well. And then Oda. Final Saga has done a great job so far. More to come for damn sure. And actually maybe even get crazier in the near future, because if it's gonna be an actual Admiral fight like Kuzan versus Kizaru, I mean shit, people are gonna get crazy. That's gonna be
but like Cole, it's gonna go for 10 days.
You're not doing that, dude. We are not doing that. All right. So that's it. Heaven. Oh my God. Heavy drinker, Sanji top 3 OS. True. All right. So I'm gonna see you guys later. Everyone, stay safe, be easy. Peace out, Twitch chat. Peace out, YouTube. Have a nice one.
Have a good one, y'all.
Later.